Everything this series has explored began with one man, the daughter who went into the sea and was given back, the warrior who killed a boy on a beach and prayed for him for the rest of his life, the woman who rode beside Yoshinaka and would not leave until he ordered her to, the man who burned the Buddha and spent his final months in prayer, the commander who secured 2 anchors and stepped off his ship, the grandson who left his wife and children and walked toward Nachi, the head of the clan who could not choose at Dan-no-ura, the boy with the flute inside his helmet, the son who spent his life trying to stop his father and ran out of time. All of them were shaped by one man. All of their stories exist because of one man. That man was Taira Kiyomori. He was born in 1118, though even this simple fact is complicated by the specific circumstances of his birth, circumstances that the Heike Monogatari presents with a quality of deliberate ambiguity that suggests the writers understood they were recording not simply a historical event, but the origin point of a legend. The ambiguity concerns his father. Kiyomori was raised as the son of Tairano Tomomori, a warrior of significant standing whose own career had laid the foundations on which Kiyomori would build. By birth order and by formal acknowledgement, Tomomori was Kiyomori's father, but the rumors said something different. The rumors said that Kiyomori's actual father was Shirakawa Ho-oh, the retired Emperor Shirakawa, one of the most powerful figures in Japanese politics in the early 12th century, a man whose reign and retirement had both been characterized by the specific kind of political dominance that the retired emperor institution allowed, the ability to exercise real power from outside the formal structures that constrained the reigning emperor. The story, as the Heike Monogatari presents it, is this. Tomomori had been granted a rare privilege by Shirakawa Ho-oh, the privilege of access to the imperial presence at night, an honor that the chronicles present as the emperor's acknowledgement of Tomomori's exceptional service. On one such occasion, Shirakawa Ho-oh was with a woman he favored, a woman who was pregnant with his child. He gave this woman to Tomomori. He asked Tomomori to raise the child as his own. The child was Kiyomori. Whether this story is true is a question that historians have debated for 8 centuries, and that the historical record does not permit to be resolved with certainty. The blood of retired emperors did not leave documentary traces in the 12th century in the way that would allow modern verification. But the story's persistence, the fact that it was included in the Heike Monogatari, and that it has been told in various forms as part of Kiyomori's origin for 8 centuries, suggests that it served a purpose in how people understood him, that the ambiguity of his parentage was felt, by those who told his story, to be somehow essential to understanding who he was and what he became. If Kiyomori was the son of Shirakawa Ho-oh, then the man who built the Taira ascendancy, who placed his daughter in the imperial household and his grandson on the imperial throne, who spent his life accumulating power over the imperial institution, was himself, in some sense, of imperial blood. The warrior who seemed to be reaching above his station was, by this reading, reaching towards something that was already, in some sense, his. This is not in itself a resolution of the ambiguity. It is, rather, an exploration of what the ambiguity means, what it reveals about the specific quality of Kiyomori's ambition and his relationship to the power he pursued. A man who might be of imperial blood, pursuing control over the imperial institution. A warrior who might be something more than a warrior, building a position that no warrior had previously occupied. The ambiguity is the point. Kiyomori, from the very beginning, was not simply what he appeared to be. He grew up in the warrior world, whatever his actual parentage. Tomomori, his formal father, was a capable military commander whose service to the court had earned him unusual privileges and unusual trust, the kind of trust that a warrior needed to earn from the court aristocracy in order to be of genuine use to it, rather than simply a force to be managed. Tomomori taught Kiyomori the warrior's skills, the riding and the archery and the sword, and also the something else that distinguished Tomomori from the ordinary run of warrior commanders, the understanding that the relationship between warrior capability and court legitimacy was not simply a transaction, but something more complex, a relationship that needed to be cultivated with as much care as any military skill. Kiyomori absorbed this understanding. He also absorbed the martial capability that was the foundation of everything else. By the time Tomomori died, in 1153, when Kiyomori was 35 years old, Kiyomori was already established as one of the significant warrior figures of his generation, already someone whose combination of military capability and political awareness made him a figure of consequence within the specific ecosystem of power that defined Heian Japan. He was not yet what he would become, but the foundation was in place. The ambition was there. The specific combination of qualities that would allow him to achieve what no warrior before him had achieved was present, waiting for the circumstances that would allow it to be expressed. Those circumstances were coming. The circumstances that allowed Kiyomori's specific combination of qualities to express itself came, as they so often do in Japanese history, in the form of a succession dispute. The year was 1156. The dispute was over who would occupy the throne, and more importantly, who would control the person who occupied it. The event is known as the Hogeno Run, the Hogan Disturbance, and it is, in retrospect, one of the hinge points of Japanese history, the moment when the long-developing tension between the political forms of the Heian court and the military reality of the warrior clans reached a crisis that could not be managed through the usual instruments of political accommodation. The specific details of the Hogan disturbance involve the competing claims of the reigning emperor Sutoku, who had been forced to abdicate, and his successor, and the way that these competing claims aligned with other fault lines in the political landscape, divisions within the Fujiwara family, divisions within the imperial family itself, and, critically, divisions within the warrior clans whose military force would determine which political faction prevailed. Kiyomori chose the winning side. This is, in one sense, all that needs to be said about Kiyomori's role in the Hogan disturbance, because the choice of the winning side is, in the logic of political conflict, the choice that determines everything else. But the way Kiyomori made this choice, and what he did with the position the choice secured him, reveals something essential about the specific quality of his political intelligence. He chose correctly. He fought effectively. He supported the side that prevailed, the side that represented the reigning emperor and the political faction associated with him. And having supported the winning side, he was in a position to receive the rewards that victory made available, the appointments and the lands and the formal acknowledgement of status that the court distributed to those whose military service had produced the outcome. But Kiyomori did not simply receive these rewards passively. He understood that what the Hogan disturbance had created was not simply an opportunity to be rewarded, but an opportunity to be positioned, to be placed within the political landscape in a way that would allow him to continue accumulating the specific kind of influence that he understood mattered. The Hogan disturbance was also, and this is important for understanding everything that followed, a moment that demonstrated the military irrelevance of the court aristocracy. The great families of the Heian court, the Fujiwara and the others who had managed the imperial household for centuries, had survived as political forces precisely because they had been able to manage the warriors, to use warrior capability in service of political goals without allowing that capability to become the primary determinant of political outcomes. The Hogan disturbance changed this. What the disturbance demonstrated, for anyone who was paying attention, was that military force was now the actual currency of political power, that the elaborate rituals and the careful management of precedent and the distribution of ranks and titles that had sustained the court's authority for centuries were dependent, for their continued operation, on the willingness of people with swords to respect them. Kiyomori was paying attention. 3 years later, in 1159, the second crisis arrived. This one is known as the Heiji no Run, the Heiji disturbance, and it was, in some ways, more consequential than the Hogan disturbance, because it involved not just the question of which political faction would prevail, but the direct question of which warrior family would dominate. The Heiji disturbance was, at its core, a conflict between the Taira and the Minamoto, the two great warrior families whose rivalry would eventually produce the Genpei War. In 1159, the Minamoto, under Minamoto no Yoshitomo, moved against the Taira in a sudden attack that, for a brief period, appeared to give the Minamoto the upper hand. Kiyomori was not in the capital when the attack came. He was returning from a pilgrimage, and the timing of the attack had been calculated to take advantage of his absence. He returned. This is the moment, in many tellings of Kiyomori's story, that is presented as the decisive demonstration of his quality. The moment when the man who had chosen correctly in the Hogan disturbance showed that he was not simply lucky, but genuinely capable. He returned to a capital that the Minamoto had, temporarily, seized. He assessed the situation. He moved. The response he organized was swift and effective, exactly the kind of response that the combination of military capability and political awareness that Kiyomori had been developing for decades was designed to produce. The Minamoto attack was reversed. Yoshitomo was defeated. The Taira prevailed. What Kiyomori did in the aftermath of the Heiji disturbance was something that had not been done before in quite this way, something that revealed the specific quality of his thinking about power and about the relationship between military victory and political position. He spared Yoshitomo's sons, not all of them. The oldest sons were executed, as the warrior logic of eliminating potential future rivals would require, but the youngest sons were spared, allowed to live in exile, scattered to distant provinces, apparently too young and too powerless to represent a threat. One of these youngest sons was Minamoto no Yoritomo. Kiyomori's decision to spare Yoritomo is one of the most discussed decisions in Japanese history, the decision that, in retrospect, made the Genpei War possible, that created the conditions for everything this series has been exploring. Why did Kiyomori spare him? The Heike Monogatari presents various explanations, some involving the intercession of a woman who pleaded for the child's life, some involving Kiyomori's own assessment that the boy was too young to be a genuine threat. The question of why exactly Kiyomori made this decision is one that history cannot answer with certainty. What history can say is that the decision was made, that Yoritomo lived, that Yoritomo grew up in exile in the eastern provinces, and that 20 years later, Yoritomo raised his standard and began the war that destroyed everything Kiyomori had built. Kiyomori, who had spared Yoritomo, did not live to see the destruction. He died in 1181, 2 years into the war he had made possible by the decision he made in 1159. The sparing of Yoritomo is the hinge on which everything turns, and the man who made this decision, whatever his reasons, had no way of knowing, in 1159, what it would eventually mean. After the Heiji disturbance, Kiyomori was the dominant military figure in Japan. This is not an exaggeration. The Minamoto, the family whose rivalry with the Taira had defined the political landscape of the warrior world for generations, had been effectively destroyed as a political force. Yoshitomo was dead. The older sons were dead. The surviving sons were in exile, scattered, apparently neutralized. The Taira had won, Kiyomori had won, and now came the question that this specific victory, in the specific circumstances of 1160s Japan, made possible to ask in a way it had never been possible to ask before. What do you do with a victory like this? Previous warrior commanders who had achieved military dominance had, typically, done one of two things with that dominance. They had used it to accumulate land and formal appointments, to secure for themselves and their families a position within the existing hierarchies of the Heian system, a position that acknowledged their military importance while leaving the fundamental structure of the system intact. Or they had overreached, had pushed too hard against the limits that the system imposed on warrior power, and had triggered the kind of reaction that eventually brought them down. Kiyomori did neither of these things. Exactly. He did something that had not been done before, something that required a specific combination of ambition and patience and political intelligence that, combined with the military capability he had already demonstrated, made him uniquely capable of attempting it. He joined the system, not in the passive sense of accepting a position within the existing hierarchy, in the active sense of inserting himself into the system at the level where actual power resided, transforming himself from a warrior who operated at the margins of the court into a courtier who happened to command an army. The process of this transformation is one of the most remarkable in Japanese history, and it is worth following in some detail, because it is the foundation of everything else that follows. In 1160, the year after the Heiji disturbance, Kiyomori received an appointment that placed him formally within the court hierarchy, a position that acknowledged his military importance and also, crucially, integrated him into the ceremonial and administrative structures of the court itself. This appointment was not the highest position available. It was a significant step, but there were further steps to take, further positions in the court hierarchy that carried greater prestige and greater formal authority. Kiyomori took those steps. Methodically, over the following decade and a half, he accumulated appointments and titles and positions that moved him steadily upward through the court hierarchy, from significant warrior commander to something that the court hierarchy had no pre-existing category for. The court aristocracy watched this process with a mixture of calculation and alarm. The calculation was the calculation that powerful people always make when they encounter someone whose power they cannot simply ignore, the calculation of how to accommodate this person in a way that manages their influence without simply surrendering to it. The alarm was the alarm of people who understood, at some level, that what Kiyomori was doing was not simply seeking a higher position within the existing system, but transforming the system itself, that the insertion of a warrior of his capabilities into the court hierarchy at the level where he was inserting himself was changing what the court hierarchy was. But they could not stop him. The military reality of the Heiji disturbance had demonstrated that, whatever the court's preferences might be, the decision about who held power in Japan had been made by swords rather than by precedent, and the man with the swords was Kiyomori. By 1167, Kiyomori had reached the position of Dazio Daijin, the Grand Minister of State, the highest formal position in the Japanese administrative hierarchy, a position that had been, in previous centuries, the preserve of the most senior Fujiwara and their allies. A warrior had never held this position. The fact that Kiyomori held it represented, more than any other single event in his career up to this point, the specific transformation he had been working toward, the completion, in formal terms, of the movement from the warrior world into the court world. He did not hold this position for long, resigning after a few months, which was consistent with the specific way power operated in the Heian system, where formal offices were often less important than the informal networks of relationship and obligation that the holder of such an office could develop and maintain. but the fact that he had held it, that a warrior had held the highest administrative office in Japan, changed what was possible. It changed what Kiyomori was, and it changed what the Taira could be. What Kiyomori was by the late 1160s was something for which the existing vocabulary of the Heian world did not have an entirely adequate term. He was not simply a warrior, not in the sense that the warrior identity had previously been understood, a man whose power was military and whose relationship to the court was instrumental, a tool the court used and that needed to be managed, so it did not exceed its proper function. He was not simply a courtier, not in the sense that the court aristocracy understood themselves, men and women whose power derived from the accumulated prestige of ancient lineage and the specific kind of cultivation that only centuries of aristocratic tradition could produce. He was something in between, or something that contained both, a man whose military capability was the foundation of his position and whose political sophistication had allowed him to use that foundation to build something that went far beyond what any previous warrior had built. He was, in the most direct sense, the most powerful person in Japan, and he had not yet finished. The transformation from warrior to politician, in Kiyomori's case, was not a replacement of one identity by another. It was an addition, a layering of the political skills and the court relationships on top of the military foundation that had made everything else possible, so that the result was not a warrior who had become a courtier, or a courtier who happened to command warriors, but something more genuinely hybrid, a person who moved between these worlds with a facility that neither world, on its own, could have produced. This hybridity was, in some sense, Kiyomori's greatest achievement, and also, ultimately, the source of the specific kind of failure that produced the conditions for the Genpei War. The court world that Kiyomori inserted himself into was, by the 1160s, a world that had been managing its relationship with warrior power for decades, through a combination of formal recognition, strategic marriage, and the careful distribution of appointments that gave warriors the status they sought while maintaining the court's nominal control over the structures through which that status was distributed. This management strategy had worked, more or less, for the previous generation of warrior commanders. It had worked with Kiyomori's own father Tomomori, who had accepted the positions the court offered, and had not pushed beyond what the court was comfortable with. Kiyomori pushed, not in a way that was immediately recognizable as pushing, not in a way that produced an obvious crisis in the early stages. The pushing was patient, methodical, organized around an understanding of how the court's systems of precedent and appointment and formal hierarchy actually worked, an understanding that Kiyomori had been developing since his earliest involvement with the court, and that, by the 1160s, was probably more sophisticated than the understanding possessed by many of the court families who had grown up inside these systems. The specific instrument of Kiyomori's most consequential political moves was marriage, not his own marriage, though that too had its political dimensions. The marriages he arranged for the members of his family, the strategic placement of Taira women into the households of the court aristocracy, and, eventually, into the imperial household itself. This is a practice that the Fujiwara had perfected over centuries, the practice of using daughters as instruments of alliance, of placing the most eligible young women of the family into positions where their children would carry Fujiwara blood into the most important households in Japan. Kiyomori studied this practice. He understood it, and he applied it with the same combination of ambition and patience that characterized everything else he did. The culmination of this marriage strategy, the move that represented the full expression of what Kiyomori had been building toward, was the placement of his daughter Tokuko into the imperial household as the consort of the Emperor Takakura. This series has described this from Tokuko's perspective, in the series devoted to her story as Kenrei Mo-in, the series that begins with her departure from her father's household at 14 and follows her through the imperial household to the retreat from Kyoto to the sea at Dan-no-ura. From Kiyomori's perspective, the same event looks different. It was the completion of a strategy, the moment when the political program he had been pursuing since the Heiji disturbance reached the specific form he had been building toward. His daughter was in the imperial household. Her children would carry Taira blood. The next emperor could be his grandson. The court families understood what this meant. They had seen the Fujiwara play this game for centuries. They understood the logic of placing a family's women in the imperial household and then managing the succession to ensure that the children of those women became emperors. They had lived inside the world that this logic had produced, the world in which the Fujiwara's dominance had rested, for generations, on exactly this kind of strategic marriage and managed succession. And now the Taira were playing the same game. The court family's alarm, in the face of Kiyomori's maneuvering, was the alarm of people who recognized what was happening and understood that they did not have the tools to stop it. The political skills Kiyomori was deploying were the court's own skills. The institutional mechanisms he was using were the court's own mechanisms. He was not attacking the system. He was using the system against the people who had built it. Kiyomori's political genius in this period was precisely this: the ability to use the instruments that the Heian court had developed for its own purposes, in service of purposes that the court had not intended and would not have approved. The marriage politics that the Fujiwara had used to maintain aristocratic dominance, Kiyomori used to insert warrior blood into the imperial succession. The appointment system that the court had used to acknowledge warrior service while keeping warriors within defined limits, Kiyomori used to accumulate formal authority that went far beyond those limits. The networks of obligation and relationship that had structured court politics for centuries, Kiyomori used to build a web of connections that made the Taira central to more relationships than any warrior family had previously been central to. He was using the court's own tools. He was doing it better than the court, and the court could not stop him, because stopping him would have required either military force, which the court did not have, and which had been the decisive argument in every confrontation since the Hogan disturbance, or the kind of political sophistication that could match Kiyomori's at his own game, which the court by this point also did not have. Kiyomori won. The question, in the early 1170s, was not whether he had won, it was whether winning in this way was actually what it appeared to be. Kiyomori was an architect. Not literally, though the building he commissioned, the great shrine complex at Itsukushima, the shrine on the island in the inland sea, whose vermilion pillars rise from the tidal waters, is one of the most beautiful structures in Japan and remains, 8 centuries after Kiyomori ordered its construction, a testament to his aesthetic ambitions as well as his political ones. But architect in the larger sense, the sense of a person who understands that the most durable achievements are not the ones built from simple accumulation of power, but the ones built from the careful arrangement of relationships and structures that reinforce each other, that hold together, not because any single element is strong enough on its own, but because the whole is designed so that each element supports the others. The architecture Kiyomori built was the architecture of the Taira's position in Japan. He placed his sons in military commands, distributed across the provinces in a pattern that gave the Taira genuine reach into the territories that mattered for military and economic control. He placed his daughters in noble households, the strategic marriages that bound the court families to the Taira through the obligations that family relationships created. He placed his daughters, specifically Tokuko, at the center of the imperial household, creating the bloodline connection that was, ultimately, the most durable form of institutional claim. He managed the appointments that flowed from the court, ensuring that the positions carrying real administrative authority were occupied by people whose connection to the Taira made them, in practice, extensions of Taira power. This architecture required maintenance. Unlike a building, which, once constructed, maintains its structure through the physical properties of its materials, a political architecture requires continuous attention, the constant management of the relationships and the appointments and the obligations that give it its form. Kiyomori provided this maintenance. The accounts of his activity during the 1160s and 1170s describe a man in constant motion, managing a web of relationships and negotiations and decisions that would have been overwhelming to anyone who did not have both the intelligence and the stamina that Kiyomori possessed. He was not simply accumulating power in some abstract sense, he was building something specific, a structure that would, if maintained, allow the Taira to continue dominating Japan after his own death. The model he was working from was, in some ways, the Fujiwara model, the model that had allowed a single aristocratic family to dominate Japanese politics for centuries through the strategic use of marriage and appointment and the management of the imperial succession. But Kiyomori's version of this model had a specific difference that made it more powerful, and ultimately, more fragile than the Fujiwara version. The Fujiwara had built their position on the cultivation of genuine relationships with the imperial household, relationships that were, whatever their political dimensions, also personal, grounded in the specific human connections that centuries of propinquity and shared ceremony had produced. Kiyomori's position was built more directly on the demonstration of military force as the foundation of political authority. The Fujiwara had made the court dependent on them because the court could not imagine functioning without them. Kiyomori made the court dependent on him because the court could not function against him. This difference is subtle but important. Dependence that comes from genuine need, from the sense that a certain person or family provides something that cannot be provided any other way, is durable in a way that dependence that comes from the inability to resist is not. The Fujiwara, at their height, were genuinely indispensable to the court's functioning. The court families had, over centuries, developed such deep relationships with the Fujiwara that the idea of the court without the Fujiwara was, for most purposes, simply inconceivable. Kiyomori's position, while resting on the same formal structures, was built on a foundation that could, in principle, be challenged by anyone with sufficient military force to make the challenge credible. He had eliminated the Minamoto, but he had not eliminated the possibility of challenge. He had not made his position so genuinely indispensable, so woven into the fabric of what the court was and how it functioned, that the removal of the Taira would require the reimagining of the entire system. Shigemori, his son, understood this. This is what the conflict between them was ultimately about, not simply the specific decisions about how to treat Go-Shirakawa or how to respond to this or that political challenge, but the deeper question of whether the Taira's position was being built on foundations that would last. Shigemori believed the foundations were inadequate. He believed that the military foundation, however impressively constructed, needed to be supplemented by genuine legitimacy, by the kind of relationship with the court establishment and the imperial institution that would make the Taira genuinely indispensable rather than simply overwhelmingly powerful. Kiyomori disagreed, not necessarily in explicit argument, but in the consistent pattern of his choices, which were the choices of a man who believed that sufficient force, skillfully applied, was its own legitimacy. The architecture Kiyomori built was extraordinary. It was the most ambitious thing any warrior had attempted in Japanese history up to that point. It produced, for a decade and more, a world that looked from the outside like exactly what Kiyomori had intended it to look like. The Taira were at the center of everything. The emperor was Kiyomori's grandson. The regalia was in Taira hands. The court functioned, as it had always functioned, but now with the Taira as its organizing principle rather than the Fujiwara. The architecture held, until it didn't. The peak of the Taira's power and of Kiyomori's personal achievement arrived in stages across the 1170s and into the early 1180s, each stage representing another element of the architecture he had been building clicking into place. The marriage of his daughter Tokuko to the Emperor Takakura in the early 1170s was one of these stages, the moment when the political marriage strategy that Kiyomori had been pursuing reached the specific form he had been working toward. But the marriage was only the beginning. The child that the marriage would produce was the goal. In 1178, Tokuko gave birth to a son. The child's name was Tokuhito. He was the son of the Emperor Takakura and the daughter of Tyranno Kiyomori. He was, in other words, exactly what Kiyomori had been positioning the family to produce for the better part of 2 decades. A child who was simultaneously imperial and Taira. A child whose claim to the throne was legitimate by the standards of the imperial succession, and whose blood connection to the Taira gave Kiyomori's family a claim on the imperial institution that went beyond the merely political. In 1180, when Tokuhito was 2 years old, he was enthroned as emperor. He is known to history as Antoku Tenno, the Emperor Antoku, and his reign, though it lasted only 5 years and ended at Dan-no-ura when he was 8 years old, is one of the most consequential in Japanese history, not because of anything that happened during the reign itself, but because of what the reign represented and what its ending meant. He was the culmination of everything Kiyomori had built, an emperor of Taira blood, sitting on the throne of Japan, surrounded by the apparatus of imperial legitimacy that the Taira now controlled. Kiyomori had done what the Fujiwara had done. He had placed his blood on the throne. The moment of Tokuhito's enthronement was, by any measure, the peak of Kiyomori's achievement, the moment when the trajectory from the Hogan disturbance to here, the 2 decades of accumulation and maneuvering and strategic marriage, and the careful cultivation of court relationships, reached its apparent culmination. The man who had been born in uncertain circumstances, who may or may not have been the illegitimate son of a retired emperor, who had risen from the warrior world into the court world, and had used the court's own instruments to build a position no warrior had previously occupied, had placed his grandson on the throne of Japan. If the story had ended here, the Kiyomori of history would be a different figure, a man whose ambition and capability had produced something extraordinary, something unprecedented, something that might have become the foundation of a new political order. But the story did not end here. Kiyomori was 62 years old when Tokuhito was enthroned. He had spent 40 years building toward this moment, and the moment was genuine, the peak was real, the achievement was everything he had said it would be. But the achievement had been built on a foundation that was, as Shigemori had understood, and as the events of the next 5 years would demonstrate, more precarious than it appeared from the top. The rebellion that Yoritomo had been preparing in the eastern provinces was ready. The resentments that Kiyomori's methods had generated in the court establishment and in the provinces and among the warrior families who had not been incorporated into the Taira's web of relationships had been accumulating for years. The peak was real. So was the edge. The 1180s began with Kiyomori at the height of his power and at the beginning of the end of it. The rebellion of Minamoto no Yoritomo in the summer of 1180 was the opening event of the crisis that would destroy the world Kiyomori had built. Not immediately. The rebellion's early progress was uneven, its outcome uncertain in the first months, the eastern provinces far from the capital, and the Minamoto's initial forces small relative to the Taira's military resources. But the rebellion had started, and the man who had made it possible, the man who had spared Yoritomo's life in 1159, rather than executing the 9-year-old boy who would become the leader of the force that destroyed the Taira, that man was now 62 years old and ill, his body already beginning the process that would, within a year, end his life. Kiyomori had built the world. He would not live to see it fall, but the falling had begun. The overreach that this series has discussed in the context of Shigemori's story, the pattern of decisions that progressively undermined the legitimacy that the Taira's position required to be durable, needs to be examined now from the other side, from the perspective of the man who was making these decisions, to understand what Kiyomori was thinking and what he believed he was doing. Because Kiyomori was not simply reckless, he was not a man who acted without thought, who pushed against limits because he lacked the awareness that limits existed. He was one of the most politically sophisticated figures in Japanese history. He understood how the systems worked. He understood the value of legitimacy. He had spent decades demonstrating his understanding of these things through the patient, methodical accumulation of position and relationship that produced the world of the 1170s. So what was the overreach about? The most honest answer is that it was about the specific quality of Kiyomori's intelligence, and the specific limitation that that intelligence contained. Kiyomori understood power instrumentally, as a tool to be accumulated and deployed in service of specific goals. He understood the court systems instrumentally, as mechanisms that could be used to achieve outcomes. He understood relationships instrumentally, as networks of obligation and interest that could be managed in service of the family's position. This instrumental understanding was the source of his greatest achievements. The same understanding of how the systems worked that allowed him to use them so effectively was also what prevented him from fully appreciating what the systems were, beyond their instrumental function. The Heian court systems were not simply tools. They were also, and more fundamentally, the specific form that Japanese civilization had given to the question of how power should be organized and exercised, the accumulated answer, refined over centuries, to the question of what made authority legitimate and what obligations came with legitimate authority. Kiyomori's instrumental understanding allowed him to use these systems brilliantly. It did not allow him to fully inhabit them in the way that would have given his use of them the specific quality of genuine legitimacy, as distinct from the appearance of legitimacy that the formal structures could produce without the underlying substance. Shigemori inhabited these systems. That is the difference this series has been describing throughout the story of their relationship. Kiyomori used them. Shigemori believed in them. The Shishitani incident of 1177, the conspiracy of those who opposed Kiyomori's dominance and Kiyomori's response to it, which this series has discussed in the context of Shigemori's intervention, represents one of the clearest expressions of this difference. Kiyomori's initial impulse upon learning of the conspiracy was to arrest Go-Shirakawa. This was, from a purely instrumental perspective, a logical response to the specific threat that Go-Shirakawa's continued political activity represented. But it was a response that, from the perspective of what the Taira's position actually required for its long-term survival, was catastrophic, the kind of action that, by violating the most basic norms of the court's political culture, would generate the specific kind of resentment that had no outlet except rebellion. Shigemori stopped him, not because Shigemori was cautious, not simply because he understood the tactical risks, because Shigemori believed that the retired emperor's person was genuinely inviolable, that there were obligations that simply could not be set aside without destroying something essential. The decade between the Shishitani incident and Kiyomori's death in 1181 was a decade of accumulating overreach, of decisions that, each individually explicable by the instrumental logic that guided Kiyomori's thinking, collectively produced the conditions for the crisis that eventually destroyed everything. The treatment of Go-Shirakawa became progressively more aggressive, culminating in the arrest that Kiyomori, with Shigemori gone, finally carried out in 1179. The management of court appointments became increasingly blatant in its disregard for the preferences of the court families. The demands that the Taira's provincial dominance imposed on the warrior families of the provinces created resentments that festered without resolution, and the general quality of the Taira's relationship with the institutions they controlled became, progressively, the quality of a relationship defined by force rather than by genuine service. Kiyomori knew all of this. He was not naive about the reactions his methods were generating, but his assessment of these reactions was, ultimately, that they could be managed, that the military dominance that the Taira commanded was sufficient to contain whatever resentment his methods produced, that the specific risks of legitimacy erosion were worth taking in exchange for the specific gains of more direct control. This assessment was wrong. Not completely wrong, not immediately wrong, but wrong in the way that matters most. Wrong about the timeline, wrong about the threshold at which accumulated resentment becomes something that military dominance can no longer contain. Yoritomo's rebellion was the proof. Kiyomori had been wrong about Yoritomo in 1159. He was wrong, in a different way, about the conditions that might produce another Yoritomo in the 1170s. The rebellion, when it came from the accumulated weight of 2 decades of exactly the decisions that Shigemori had been arguing against. The illness had been present for years before anyone outside Kiyomori's immediate household fully understood how serious it was. This is consistent with what the accounts suggest about Kiyomori's character, a man who had spent his entire career managing how he was perceived, who understood that the appearance of capability and control was itself a form of power, and who would not have willingly allowed a display of physical vulnerability to undermine the impression of strength that his position required. The fever that eventually became the defining symptom of his final illness was, by the accounts that describe it, extraordinary. The chronicles describe Kiyomori's body, in the final stages of his illness, as radiating heat so intense that those around him could not come close without feeling it, a fever so extreme that the water poured on his body to cool, it was said to turn to steam before it reached his skin. This description is not, presumably, literally accurate in all its details. The chronicles of this period often describe extreme states in extreme language, and the specific details of Kiyomori's fever have the quality of the kind of dramatic elaboration that happens when people try to find language adequate to the memory of something that seemed, at the time, larger than ordinary description could contain. But the underlying fact is clear. Kiyomori was, in the final year of his life, seriously ill with a condition that produced extreme heat, that incapacitated him progressively, and that eventually killed him. The question of what this illness was, from a modern medical perspective, is one that historians and physicians have discussed without reaching a definitive answer. The symptoms as described are consistent with several conditions, including severe infections and other serious systemic illnesses. The specific combination of extreme fever and the rapid progression from incapacitation to death within a period of weeks or months is consistent with the kind of acute illness that, in the pre-antibiotic era, could carry off even apparently healthy adults in a short time. What is clear is that the illness was real, that it was severe, and that it was present, in some form, through the period that this series has been discussing, the period of the Hogan and Heiji disturbances, the accumulation of power in the 1160s and 1170s, the arrangement of marriages and appointments, and the decisions and the overreaches that defined Kiyomori's relationship with Shigemori. There is also the matter of Fukuhara. In 1180, the same year that Yoritomo raised his standard and the Genpei War began, Kiyomori made one of the most disruptive decisions of his entire career, the decision to move the capital from Kyoto to a new location on the coast, the site known as Fukuhara, near what is now Kobe. This decision has been discussed in this series in the context of Kenrei Moin's story, from her perspective as the woman who had to leave the city she had grown up in. From Kiyomori's perspective, the decision represented something specific. Fukuhara was in the western provinces, closer to the inland sea trade routes that had been the foundation of the Taira's original wealth, closer to the territory where the Taira's roots were deepest. Moving the capital, there was, in one sense, a strategic withdrawal, a repositioning of the court in territory that the Taira controlled more completely than they controlled the ancient capital. But it was also, arguably, a symptom of the illness that had been progressing through Kiyomori's body, an expression of the specific kind of judgment that illness can distort, the grandiosity of a man who had built so much and who, feeling the ground shifting beneath him, reached for the kind of sweeping, dramatic gesture that seemed adequate to the scale of what he had built. The court hated Fukuhara. The move was reversed after 5 months. The court returned to Kyoto. The reversal of the Fukuhara relocation was, in some ways, one of the most damaging episodes of the entire Genpei period for the Taira's standing, not because of the specific military or political consequences of moving and then unmoving the capital, but because of what it demonstrated about Kiyomori's judgment, a man who had built his position on the specific quality of his political intelligence, who had accumulated power over decades precisely because his assessments of the political situation and his calculations of what each situation required had consistently proven more accurate than those of the people around him, had made a decision that was, by any reasonable assessment, a mistake, and had been forced to reverse it after 5 months. The reversal was the right thing to do, but it was also an admission that the original decision had been wrong, and the original decision had been Kiyomori's. Kiyomori, in the last year of his life, was a man whose judgment was being progressively affected by illness, who was losing the specific quality of clear-sightedness that had made him what he was, who was making decisions that the Kiyomori of the 1160s would probably not have made. This is, in its own way, one of the saddest aspects of his story, the fact that the end of his life was characterized by exactly the kind of failure of judgment that he had spent his career avoiding, that the man who had been so consistently more right than the people around him ended his life making decisions that those around him could see were wrong. The fever was consuming him. The world he had built was beginning, at its edges, to come apart. Kiyomori was still alive, but the worst was coming. Antoku Tenno was 3 years old when he was enthroned. This series has encountered him before, in many contexts, always from the outside, always as the central presence around whom the events of the Genpei War's final years were organized, the symbolic center of the Taira's claim to legitimacy, the person whose safety was the primary justification for every decision the Taira made in the years of the retreat. From Kiyomori's perspective, Antoku was something more personal than this, something that the word symbol does not quite capture. He was the proof. A man who had spent his life building toward a specific goal, who had organized decades of effort around a vision of what was possible, who had survived the skepticism and the opposition and the specific dangers that the pursuit of such a goal inevitably produces, and who then sees the goal achieved, holds something in that moment that is different from what external observers see when they look at the same achievement. They see the outcome. He feels the proof that the vision was correct, the proof that the decades of effort were worth it, the proof that the specific combination of ambition and patience and intelligence and the willingness to keep going when the going was difficult had produced what it was supposed to produce. And Toku, enthroned at age 3, was this proof for Kiyomori. The boy himself was, by any account, an appealing child, as far as the records allow us to see him. He was, by the accounts that describe him, bright and calm and affectionate, a child whose specific qualities, whatever they were in the brief time he lived, are not what history has primarily remembered him for. History has remembered him primarily as the emperor who died at 8 years old in the cold water of Dan-no-ura, in his great-grandmother Nidono's arms. Kiyomori never saw this. He died before it happened. But the child he held in his arms in the brief period when his illness had not yet entirely incapacitated him, the 3-year-old grandson who was the emperor of Japan, was not the doomed child of history. He was simply a small boy, and Kiyomori was simply his grandfather. The relationship between grandfather and grandson is one of the relationships that political power, when it operates through the mechanism of dynastic succession, has always been organized around. The Fujiwara had understood this, had built their dominance around the specific relationship between powerful Fujiwara men and the imperial grandsons, who were simultaneously the heirs of the imperial institution and the children of Fujiwara daughters. Kiyomori had studied this model. He had replicated it. And now he had the thing itself, the specific personal experience of the relationship that the model had always been about, the grandfather holding the grandson, who was also the emperor. Kiyomori did not know, in the years after Antoku's enthronement, how short the time was. He knew he was ill. He knew the rebellion had started. He knew the specific challenges that the rebellion presented, both militarily and in terms of the political position the Taira needed to maintain to give its resistance to the rebellion legitimacy. But he did not know the outcome. No one in 1180 or 1181 knew the outcome with certainty. The outcome that we know, looking back from 8 centuries later, was not obvious in 1180. The Minamoto were powerful, but the Taira were not without resources. Yoritomo was capable, but so were the Taira commanders, including Tomomori, whose clear-sightedness this series has described, and Yoshitsune had not yet demonstrated the specific quality of his genius. Kiyomori, in the final year of his life, knew he was fighting a war he might not live to see the end of. He did not know it was a war his family would lose. The grandson, in these final months, was the specific human reality around which Kiyomori organized whatever clarity his illness allowed him to maintain. The child was the point. The child was the reason the whole architecture had been built. The child was the proof that the vision had been correct, and the decades of effort had been worth it. Kiyomori was dying. The war was beginning, and the grandson, who was 4 years old in the final months of Kiyomori's life, was in the imperial palace, surrounded by the apparatus of imperial authority, the living embodiment of everything Kiyomori had built. He was the proof. He was the answer to every question about whether the ambition had been worth it. 3 years after Kiyomori's death, Nidono would take him into the sea at Dan-no-ura. Kiyomori never knew. He died without knowing. And in the specific mercy of that ignorance, there is something that this story wants to acknowledge, however briefly. He built for his grandson. His grandson died in the sea at 8 years old. He never knew. The rebellion that began in the summer of 1180 has been described in this series from many perspectives, the perspectives of the people who were caught inside it as it developed, who experienced its campaigns and its retreats, and its final catastrophe from the specific positions they occupied within the Taira world. From Kiyomori's perspective, the rebellion had a specific quality that distinguished his experience of it from everyone else's. He had made it possible. Minamoto no Yoritomo, who raised his standard in the province of Izu in the summer of 1180 and began the war that would eventually destroy the Taira, was alive because Kiyomori had chosen not to kill him 21 years before. This fact, the fact that the leader of the force that was going to destroy everything Kiyomori had built, was a man Kiyomori had held in his hands as a child and had let live, was the specific irony that sits at the center of Kiyomori's story. Other figures in the Genpei War had their own specific irony, the specific quality of a situation that produced outcomes that the people inside it had not intended. Shigehira had not intended to burn the Daibutsu in the way that he did. Koremori had not intended to be the kind of warrior his family needed. Munemori had not intended to be the man who could not choose at Dan-no-ura. But Kiyomori's irony is different from these. It is not the irony of unintended consequences, or of being unable to be what circumstances required. It is the irony of a specific decision, made with full agency, by a man at the height of his powers, that turned out to be the decision that undid everything. Why did Kiyomori spare Yoritomo? This series has noted that the chronicles present various explanations: the intercession of a woman who pleaded for the child, the assessment that the 9-year-old was too young to be a genuine threat. But there is another explanation that this series wants to consider, not as the definitive answer, but as one element of a more complex truth. Kiyomori may have spared Yoritomo because, at some level, killing a 9-year-old child ran against something in him that all his political intelligence could not override. This would be consistent with everything else we know about Kiyomori, who was brutal in pursuit of his political goals, but who was also, this series has suggested, not simply a man of pure instrumental calculation. He spared Yoritomo. He allowed the Minamoto blood to survive. He made the calculation that the child was not a threat, and he was wrong. The rebellion of 1180 had been building for years before Yoritomo raised his standard. The accounts of Yoritomo in exile in Izu, the province on the peninsula south of what is now Shizuoka, where he had lived since his father's defeat in the Heiji disturbance, describe a man who had spent 20 years in forced inactivity, watching the Taira consolidate their dominance, cultivating the relationships with the warrior families of the eastern provinces that would become the foundation of his eventual challenge. Yoritomo was not simply waiting. He was preparing. He was building, in the eastern provinces, the kind of web of relationships and obligations that Kiyomori had built at the national level in the 1160s and 1170s, the specific network of loyalties and mutual dependencies that would, when the moment arrived, give him a foundation to act from. When the moment arrived in 1180, Yoritomo moved quickly. The initial response of the eastern warrior families was uneven, some joining immediately, others hesitating, calculating the risks against the potential benefits of backing a cause that was not yet clearly the stronger one. But the response was sufficient to establish Yoritomo's rebellion as a genuine force rather than simply a local disturbance, and as the months passed and the rebellion's momentum built, the calculation of individual warrior families shifted in Yoritomo's favor. Kiyomori, receiving reports of these developments from his sickbed in Kyoto, understood what was happening. He understood it clearly, in the way that a man who had spent his life reading political situations could understand even when his body was failing him, the specific quality of a challenge that was not simply another rebellion to be suppressed, but something more fundamental, a challenge to the architecture of authority itself. The Taira response to the rebellion in the summer and autumn of 1180 was the response of a family that still had significant military resources and that believed, not unreasonably at that point, that these resources were adequate to suppress what was happening in the east. They sent forces. The forces achieved mixed results. This is not the place for a detailed accounting of the military campaigns of the Genpei War's early months, campaigns this series has discussed in the context of the specific figures who participated in them. What matters, for Kiyomori's story, is the trajectory. The rebellion was not suppressed. It continued to grow. The specific combination of Yoritomo's political skill and the military genius of the commanders he would eventually deploy, particularly Yoshitsune, proved more than adequate to exploit the weaknesses in the Taira's position that Kiyomori's methods had created. Kiyomori had built something extraordinary. It was coming apart, and he was running out of time to do anything about it. The burning of Nara in the 12th month of 1180 has been discussed in this series in the context of Shigehira's story, the son who was given the command, who arrived at the temple complex with a force intended to suppress the Sohei hostility, and whose forces, in the chaos of a night engagement, produced a fire that consumed Todaiji and Kofukuji and the Daibutsu. From Kiyomori's perspective, this event represents one of the clearest expressions of the specific quality of his judgment in these final months, and it is worth examining carefully. Kiyomori ordered the campaign against Nara, not in the sense of personally directing every tactical decision, but in the sense that the authorization for the campaign, the decision to send a military force against the great temples of Nara in response to Sohei hostility to the Taira, was made at a level of the Taira hierarchy that reported to Kiyomori. Kiyomori was the head of the family. The campaign was the family's campaign. The outcome was the family's outcome, and the outcome was the destruction of one of the most sacred sites in Japan. The religious establishment's response to the burning of Nara was the response that this series has described from Shigehira's perspective: horror. The specific quality of dismay that comes from witnessing an offense against something genuinely sacred, something that exists at the foundation of the civilization rather than at its margins. But the response extended beyond the religious establishment. The court families, watching from Kyoto, processed the burning of Nara as another demonstration of what Kiyomori's dominance meant in practice, another instance of the pattern that Shigemori had been arguing against, and that without Shigemori was now producing consequences on a scale that went beyond what even the most pessimistic assessment of the Taira's trajectory had anticipated. The wider population, whose relationship to the temples of Nara was not the philosophical relationship of the court aristocracy, but the immediate, personal, daily relationship of people who had prayed at these temples and whose religious life was organized around them, experienced the burning as something closer to a wound, the destruction of something that belonged to them and that the Taira had no right to destroy. Kiyomori's response to the burning of Nara was, by most accounts, not the response that the scale of the damage required. He did not perform the acts of contrition that the religious tradition, and the court culture more broadly, expected from a powerful figure in the aftermath of such damage. He did not make the kind of reparative gestures that might have, if not repaired the damage, at least signaled that he understood its magnitude. His response was, instead, the response of a man who was focused on the military and political crisis that the rebellion represented, for whom the burning of Nara was a complication, an additional front in a situation that was already complicated, rather than a moral reckoning that required a different kind of response. This response, or the perception of this response, did something to how Kiyomori was understood, not just by the court families or the religious establishment, both of whom had already positioned him as the primary threat to the values they represented, but by a broader population that had, until this point, related to the Taira's dominance primarily as a political fact, rather than a moral one. The burning of Nara made the moral dimension unavoidable. A government that destroyed the great temples was not simply powerful, it was impious. It had violated something that existed at a level below the political, something that no amount of political calculation had the standing to override. Kiyomori did not see it this way, or if he saw it, he did not act as if he saw it. He continued to manage the military crisis. He continued to make the decisions that the crisis required, as he understood them. He continued to be, despite the fever, and despite the burning of Nara, and despite everything else that was happening, the person whose decisions shaped what the Taira did. This is, in some ways, one of the more remarkable things about Kiyomori in these final months. However diminished his judgment may have been by illness, however much the specific quality of his political intelligence may have been eroded by the fever that was consuming him, he continued to function. He continued to be present. He continued to be, even in this diminished form, the center of the family's decision-making. The fire at Nara burned. The rebellion continued. Kiyomori continued, until he could not. The last year of Kiyomori's life was not a quiet ending. It was a year of crisis managed from a sickbed, of decisions made by a man whose body was failing him, but whose mind, to the extent that the fever allowed it to function, was still the most capable political mind in the family. The specific paradox of Kiyomori's final year is that he was, simultaneously, more needed and less capable than he had been at any previous point in his career. The crisis was larger than anything the Taira had previously faced. The rebellion was growing. The military situation was deteriorating. The political position, eroded by years of overreach, was more precarious than it had appeared, and the man whose judgment had, for decades, been the thing that kept the Taira's position together was lying on a bed, burning with fever, unable to personally direct the response that the situation required. The people around him in these final months were the people this series has described from their own perspectives. Mori, the eldest surviving son, who held the formal position of heir, but who lacked, as this series has discussed at length, the specific qualities that position required. Kenrei-mo-in, his daughter, now the mother of the emperor, who was managing her own situation within the imperial household while her father's illness progressed. The other sons and daughters and grandchildren who populated the Taira household, each with their own specific relationship to the crisis that was developing, and their own specific capacity for responding to it. None of them were Kiyomori. The accounts of this period describe Kiyomori receiving reports of the military situation, sometimes responding with instructions, sometimes with outbursts of frustration at the news, sometimes with the kind of focused analysis that suggested his mind, even in these circumstances, was still working. He knew what was happening. He understood the situation. But understanding and being able to act effectively on that understanding are different things, and the specific gap between understanding and action, which had never been a significant problem for Kiyomori when he was healthy, was widening with each week of his illness. The Taira military response to the rebellion in this period was the response of a family that still had resources but that lacked the specific quality of direction that Kiyomori, at his best, had provided. Campaigns were organized and executed with varying degrees of effectiveness. Political negotiations were conducted with the court and with the provincial warrior families. The emperor was protected, the regalia was kept safe, but the coherence that had characterized the Taira's management of their position, the specific quality of integrated political and military thinking that Kiyomori had provided, was increasingly absent from the family's collective response to the crisis. The absence was Kiyomori's absence, present in the room, lying on the bed, burning with fever, but absent in the way that mattered, absent as the organizing intelligence that had held everything together. There's a specific quality to watching someone whose capabilities you have depended on losing those capabilities, a specific kind of grief that is different from the grief of straightforward loss, because the person is still there, is still present, is still in some sense themselves, but is no longer available in the way they were available, no longer able to be what they were. The people around Kiyomori in his final year were experiencing this. The sons and daughters who had grown up under the specific protection of his capabilities, who had lived their entire lives in a world organized around his judgment, were watching that judgment diminish, were realizing, perhaps for the first time, how much of what they had taken for granted as the structure of their world had been, in fact, the product of one specific man's specific capabilities. Kiyomori was still there, but the thing that had made him what he was, the thing that had built the world they lived in, was fading, and no one in the room had anything that could replace it. The dying wish of Taira Kiyomori is one of the most discussed moments in the entire Heike Monogatari, a moment that has been read and interpreted and argued over for 8 centuries, a moment that seems to contain, in compressed form, something essential about who Kiyomori was, and what he wanted, and what he could not let go of, even in the final hours of his life. He did not ask for sutras to be chanted. He did not ask for the memorial services that would ensure his passage to the Pure Land. He did not make the kind of final religious preparations that the Buddhist practice of the period specified, and that many people in his situation would have prioritized. He asked for Yoritomo's head. The accounts of this final wish present it with a specificity that suggests it was remembered by the people present as something that needed to be remembered exactly, the specific content of the request of a dying man who had been the most powerful person in Japan for 2 decades. He said he wanted no offerings made at his grave. He said he did not want memorial services. He wanted Yoritomo's head placed before his grave. This was what he wanted. This was his dying wish. The reading of this wish that is most common, the reading that has shaped how many people have understood it across the centuries, is the reading of bitterness and unfinished business, a dying man who cannot release the unresolved conflict that has defined the final years of his life, who organizes his final thoughts around the enemy, who has undone what he spent his life building. This reading is not wrong. It contains something true. Kiyomori was dying with his life's work under attack. The rebellion that Yoritomo had started was not over. The family whose architecture he had built over decades was fighting a war he had not expected to fight. The bitterness was real. The unfinished business was real. But there is another reading that this series wants to offer alongside this one, not as a replacement but as an addition, a reading that sees in the dying wish not simply bitterness, but something more complex. Kiyomori, in his final hours, could have asked for many things. He could have asked to see his children and grandchildren, the people whose lives his work had made possible. He could have made the religious preparations that the tradition specified. He could have dictated instructions for the management of the family's affairs after his death. He asked for Yoritomo's head. This request was not, in any practical sense, something that could be fulfilled. Yoritomo was alive and in the east, at the head of a growing army. No one in the room with Kiyomori had the ability to put Yoritomo's head before his grave. The request, understood as a practical matter, was impossible. Understood as something else, as the final expression of what Kiyomori's life had been about, and what he was unable to release even in dying, it is more interesting. Kiyomori had spent his entire life pursuing a single coherent vision, the vision of a Taira ascendancy that would, through the specific combination of military capability and political sophistication, and strategic marriage and patient accumulation, become so embedded in the structures of Japanese power that it could not be undone. Yoritomo was the proof that this vision had failed, or rather, that it had succeeded in building something extraordinary, but had not succeeded in making that something permanent. The dying wish was not simply a wish for vengeance, it was a wish for the completion of the project, the elimination of the specific threat that stood between what Kiyomori had built and the permanence he had always intended. It was also, and this may be the most honest way to read it, the wish of a man who was not ready to stop. Kiyomori had never stopped. From the Hogan disturbance to this sickbed, his life had been organized around the relentless pursuit of a vision, and the relentlessness was not simply ambition, not simply the drive to accumulate power for its own sake, but the specific quality of a person for whom stopping, releasing, accepting that something was out of their control was genuinely difficult. The dying wish was the final expression of this quality. He could not stop. He was dying, and he could not stop. He wanted Yoritomo's head. He did not get it. Taira Kiyomori died in the second month of 1181. He was 63 years old. The fever that had been consuming him for weeks, possibly longer, had reached the stage where the body could no longer sustain even the diminished form of activity that the sickbed had permitted, where the heat that the chronicles describe in such extraordinary terms had done what extreme fevers do, damaged the systems that sustain life past the point of recovery. He died. The accounts of his death describe it with the specific combination of physical detail and symbolic weight that the Heike Monogatari brings to the significant deaths in the chronicle, the deaths that are not simply the ends of individual lives, but the ends of eras, or the culminations of trajectories that the chronicle has been tracking. Kiyomori's death was both of these things. It was the end of an individual life, the life of a man who had been born in uncertain circumstances and had built, through decades of political and military genius, something that no warrior in Japanese history had previously built, who had placed his daughter in the imperial household and his grandson on the throne, who had accumulated power and position and formal authority on a scale that redefined what was possible for a warrior family in Heian Japan. And it was the end of an era, the era in which the Taira's ascendancy had been organized around the specific capabilities of the specific man who had built it, the era that had begun with the Hogan disturbance, and that ended, in the most direct sense, on the day in the second month of 1181 when Kiyomori died. The Genpei War would continue for 4 more years after Kiyomori's death. The Taira would fight at Ichinotani and Yashima and Dan-no-ura. Shigehira would be captured and eventually executed. Tomomori would watch everything end and choose his own ending with 2 anchors. Kenrei Mo-in would go into the sea and be given back, and spend the rest of her life in prayer in the mountain valley of Ohara. And Toku, the emperor who was Kiyomori's proof, would die in Nidono's arms in the cold water of Dan-no-ura at 8 years old. All of this would happen after Kiyomori's death. Kiyomori did not know any of it. What he knew when he died was the specific situation of the second month of 1181. The rebellion was underway. The outcome was uncertain. His family still held the emperor. The regalia was still in Taira hands. The war was not over. He died in the middle of it, which is different from dying at the end of it, different in the specific way that dying in the middle of something you have built leaves the thing itself, the work, The project, the architecture, still standing, still incomplete, still in the process of determining whether it will hold. He did not die in the ruins. He died while the building was still standing. This matters for understanding Kiyomori, because it means that the specific despair of watching what you built collapse was not something he experienced. The other figures in this series died, or made their final choices, or arrived at their final positions after the collapse, in the aftermath of Dan-no-ura, in the specific knowledge of what had happened to the world that Kiyomori had built. Genpei War lived 30 years after Dan-no-ura, carrying that knowledge through the daily rhythms of Ohara. Tomomori experienced the collapse in real time, watched it happen piece by piece, and then chose his ending in full awareness of what had happened. Kiyomori died before any of this. He died in the second month of 1181, not knowing how the war would end. There is something in this, a mercy that the world did not intend, and that Kiyomori did not ask for, something that distinguishes his death from the deaths of the people whose stories this series has told. He built it. He did not see it fall. He asked for Yoritomo's head and did not get it. And then he died, in the burning heat of the fever that had been consuming him, in the second month of 1181, 63 years old, the year before the Taira abandoned Kyoto forever. He had built everything. He had not seen the end of anything. He died in the middle. Everything else came after. What did Kiyomori build? This is the question that this series has been circling around from its first part, the question that every story in this series has been, in some sense, an attempt to answer from a different angle. This final part wants to look at the question directly. What Kiyomori built in the most concrete terms was a position for the Taira family within the structures of Japanese power that was, at its peak, unlike anything a warrior family had previously achieved. Control of military force throughout Japan, control of the major provincial governorships, control of the court appointments through which formal authority was distributed, a blood connection to the imperial succession through his daughter's marriage and his grandson's enthronement. This position was built over 2 decades, through the specific combination of military capability and political intelligence and strategic marriage and patient accumulation that this series has described. It was real, it was extraordinary. It was, for approximately a decade, the organizing fact of Japanese political life. What Kiyomori built, in the less concrete but more durable sense, was a precedent. Before Kiyomori, the question of how far a warrior family could go in transforming its military power into political authority had a practical answer that was significantly more limited than the theoretical answer. After Kiyomori, the answer to this question had changed. He had demonstrated that a warrior family could, with sufficient capability and sufficient patience, insert itself into the heart of the court system, could use the court's own instruments to build a position that was not simply military, but genuinely political, could place its blood on the imperial throne. He had done this. The doing of it changed what was possible. Yoritomo, watching Kiyomori from his exile in Izu, learned from what Kiyomori had done, and built on it, and eventually produced something more durable than what Kiyomori had built, the Kamakura government, which was the first warrior government in Japanese history, and which governed Japan for more than a century. Kiyomori made Yoritomo's achievement possible, not just by sparing his life, but by demonstrating the specific mechanisms through which warrior power could be transformed into governing authority. What Kiyomori built, in the terms that this series has been using throughout, was the world in which all the stories this series has told took place. The world in which Genpei War grew up as the daughter of the most powerful man in Japan, and became an empress, and lost everything. The world in which Kumagai Naozane fought as a warrior and found, on the beach at Ichinotani, the question that the warrior framework could not answer. The world in which Tomoe Gozen rode beside Yoshinaka and would not leave until ordered to. The world in which Shigehira burned the Daibutsu and carried that burning for the rest of his life. The world in which Tomomori saw everything clearly and chose the end he chose. The world in which Koremori left his wife and children and walked toward Nachi. The world in which Munemori stood on the ship at Dan-no-ura and could not choose. The world in which Atsumori carried a flute into battle inside his helmet. The world in which Shigemori spent his life trying to stop his father and ran out of time. All of these worlds were the world Kiyomori built. All of these lives were the lives that world produced. Kiyomori's specific achievement and Kiyomori's specific failure is that he built something real and built it without adequate foundations. The achievement was real. The architecture was genuine. The position he created was, at its height, exactly what he had intended it to be. But the foundations were, as Shigemori understood, and as the events of the Genpei War demonstrated, insufficient to support what had been built on them. Not because the ambition was wrong, not because the vision of what a warrior family could achieve was itself mistaken, but because the specific way Kiyomori pursued this ambition, the instrumental relationship to the court's legitimacy structures, the treatment of the obligations of genuine service as tools to be used rather than values to be lived, produced the specific accumulation of resentment that eventually gave the rebellion its force. He was both of these things. The man who built the most ambitious political architecture in Japanese history up to his time. The man whose specific methods of building created the conditions for that architecture's destruction. The father whose sons and daughter and grandson lived and died inside what he had made, each in their own way, each with their own specific relationship to the world he had created. The man who spared Yoritomo and could not have known what that sparing would mean. The man who died asking for Yoritomo's head. Kiyomori was 63 years old. He died in the second month of 1181. He had built everything this series has explored. He had not seen any of it fall. The Heike Monogatari begins with the sound of the bell at Gion Shoja, the bell that announces that all things are impermanent, that the proud do not endure, that the mighty fall at last. Kiyomori is the person the opening lines are about. He is the specific example of the universal truth that the Heike Monogatari opens by announcing. He built, he peaked, he fell, not personally, not in the sense of experiencing the fall that everything he built eventually underwent, but in the sense that the arc of his story, from the uncertain birth to the extraordinary ascent, to the peak, to the illness, to the dying wish, to the death in the middle of the war he had made possible, is the arc that the bell at Gion Shoja announces. The proud do not endure. Kiyomori did not endure, but he built the world that this series has been exploring, and that world, in its specific beauty and its specific catastrophe, was real. It was, for the people inside it, the only world there was. Kiyomori built it. It was his. He spent his life trying to stop his father. He ran out of time. Taira no Shigemori was 34 years old when he died, in the year 1179, the year before the war began. He never fought in the Genpei War. He never saw Dan-no-ura. He never saw his family destroyed. He died too early for any of that, and because he died too early, all of it happened. This is the story of the son who tried to stop Kiyomori, and what it cost him, and what it cost everyone else when he was gone. Taira no Shigemori was Kiyomori's eldest son. He was born in 1138, which placed him in the generation before the Genpei War, the generation that grew up in the years when Kiyomori's ambitions were still in the process of being realized, when the world that would eventually collapse had not yet fully taken the shape that would make its collapse so consequential. He was the heir, not just in the formal sense of the eldest son who would, in the ordinary course of things, inherit his father's position and continue the family's trajectory. He was the heir in the fuller sense, the person in whom the next generation of the family's identity was invested, the person whose own development was understood by everyone around him as the development of what the Taira would become after Kiyomori was gone. This is a specific kind of pressure, the pressure of being the heir, and it operates differently depending on what the person who is being succeeded is actually like. If the person you are inheriting from is someone whose qualities and values and ways of being in the world are qualities you share, the pressure of being the heir is the pressure of a continuity that feels natural, a path that leads in the direction you are already going. If the person you are inheriting from is someone whose qualities and values and ways of being in the world are fundamentally different from your own, the pressure of being the heir is something else entirely. The pressure of being expected to become, and to continue, something that is not quite what you are, a path that leads in a direction that your own nature does not naturally incline toward. Shigemori, as Kiyomori's heir, was in the second situation. Kiyomori, as this series has discussed in many contexts, was a man of extraordinary ambition, a man whose vision of what the Taira could be was larger than anything his predecessors had imagined, and whose willingness to pursue that vision, through political maneuvering and military force and strategic marriage, and the patient, ruthless management of every obstacle that the pursuit of power placed in his path, had actually produced the world that this series has been exploring. He was not a gentleman. He was not a man primarily shaped by the values of the Heian court, by the aesthetic sensibility, and the cultivation of beauty, and the specific kind of refinement that the court had spent centuries developing. He was a warrior who had used the court systems to achieve what warriors, before him, had not achieved, who had taken the tools the court provided and used them with a directness and an ambition that the court itself had not anticipated. This was his genius. This was also, as this series has discussed, the source of the overreach that ultimately produced the conditions for the Taira's fall. Shigemori, growing up in the world Kiyomori was building, absorbed something different from what his father embodied. He absorbed the court, not simply as a strategy, the way Kiyomori had absorbed enough of the court's values to use them for his own purposes, but genuinely, in the way that a person who has grown up inside a civilization's particular values comes to share those values, to find them meaningful, not because they are useful, but because they are true, because they represent an understanding of what matters in human life that the person has, through experience and temperament, and the specific attentiveness that some people bring to everything around them, come to believe. Shigemori believed in the court. He believed in its values, its ceremonies, its poetry, its specific understanding of the relationship between beauty and human dignity. He believed in the emperor's person as something that deserved genuine reverence, not simply tactical management. He believed in the forms of respect and restraint that the court had developed over centuries for managing the relationships between the powerful, forms that existed at their best, to prevent the specific kind of overreach that his father was, increasingly, engaged in. This difference between Kiyomori's relationship to the court and Shigemori's relationship to the court is the central fact of their relationship and the central fact of Shigemori's story. It was not simply a generational difference, not simply the ordinary kind of disagreement between a father who had built something and a son who had grown up inside what the father built and developed a different relationship to it. It was a difference that went to the most fundamental level of what each man believed the Taira were for, what the family's power was meant to accomplish, What obligations came with the position that Kiyomori had worked his entire life to achieve? Kiyomori believed the position was an end in itself, or if it had purposes, those purposes were the continuation and the expansion of Taira power, the maintenance of the family's dominance as the organizing principle of Japanese political life. Shigemori believed the position came with obligations that transcended the family's own interests, obligations to the court, to the emperor, to the structures of Japanese civilization that had been maintained for centuries, precisely because those structures, however imperfect, were what made the specific kind of life that both he and his father valued possible. This disagreement would define the rest of Shigemori's life. To understand Shigemori's story, you have to understand Kiyomori, not as the historical figure this series will eventually devote its own full exploration to, but as the specific father that Shigemori grew up with, the particular presence that shaped Shigemori's sense of what a person could be and what a person should be. Kiyomori, as a father, would have been exactly what he was in every other domain of his life: formidable, driven, entirely himself, a man whose presence in any room changed the quality of the air in that room, who commanded attention without asking for it, who moved through the world with the specific certainty of someone who had decided, very early and very completely, what he was going to do, and had spent every subsequent year doing it. Children who grow up with a parent like this develop, in response to that parent's specific force of character, in one of two directions. They become the same kind of person, absorbing the parent's values, and the parent's drive, and the parent's specific relationship to ambition, carrying forward, in the next generation, the essential qualities that made the parent what they were. Or they become the counterweight, the person who, precisely because they have grown up so close to this specific kind of force, understand it most clearly, see its limitations most acutely, and develop, in response, a set of values that are oriented in part by what that force is not, by what it lacks, by what it fails to account for or to value. Shigemori was this second kind of child. This does not mean that Shigemori did not love his father. The accounts of their relationship suggest something more complicated than simple opposition, more complicated than a son who had simply rejected his father and built himself entirely in opposition to what his father represented. Shigemori loved his father. The records of their interactions, particularly in the moments of crisis that this series will discuss in later parts, suggest a man who was genuinely trying to protect Kiyomori, to prevent his father from doing things that would harm not just the wider world, but the father himself, the family itself, the position that Kiyomori had spent his life building. But Shigemori also saw his father clearly, in a way that love does not always permit, and that this specific love permitted, because Shigemori, growing up beside this specific man, had had enough proximity over enough years to develop an understanding of Kiyomori that went beyond admiration or imitation. He understood what Kiyomori was willing to do that he himself was not willing to do. He understood what Kiyomori valued that he himself did not value in the same way. He understood the specific quality of Kiyomori's relationship to power, the relationship of a man for whom power was not a means to other ends, but something close to an end in itself, a man who experienced the accumulation of power as a form of expression, as the primary way in which his specific genius and his specific will expressed themselves in the world. Shigemori did not share this relationship to power. What Shigemori shared with his father, what made him unmistakably Kiyomori's son, rather than simply a person who happened to share a family name, was the capability, the intelligence, the judgment, the specific quality of mind that could read a complex situation and understand what it meant and what it required, that could navigate the competing claims and the competing personalities and the competing interests of the Heian court without being deceived by any of them. Shigemori had this. He had it in a form that the people around him recognized, that made him, from a relatively young age, a figure whose assessments were taken seriously, whose judgment was sought, whose presence in any council or negotiation changed the quality of what that council or negotiation could accomplish. He had his father's intelligence. He did not have his father's ambition. This combination, the intelligence without the ambition, made Shigemori one of the most significant figures in the Genpei period's political landscape, the person who might have changed the trajectory of events if circumstances had permitted, and who did not change it because the circumstances did not permit, and because the one force in the world that consistently overrode Shigemori's better judgment was the force of his own father's will. There is a specific dynamic that develops in a family like the Taira, where the head of the family has built the family's position through the specific qualities that distinguish them, between that head and the heir, who has different qualities. The head has succeeded because of who they are. The heir has been formed in part by observing that success, but the heir has also developed, through that observation, an understanding of what the success has cost, what has been sacrificed or ignored or damaged in the pursuit of it, what the world looks like from the perspective of the people who have been on the receiving end of the head's methods. Shigemori's awareness of these costs, of what Kiyomori's methods had cost and were continuing to cost, in terms of the relationships damaged and the obligations ignored and the restraints transgressed, was not simply an intellectual awareness. It was the awareness of someone who had grown up watching the costs accumulate, who had seen, close up, the specific choices that had been made and the specific things that had been set aside in the making of them, and who had concluded, from this extended observation, that the trajectory needed to change, that the family's position and the country's stability both required a different kind of leadership than the one that had built the position in the first place. He was ready to provide that different kind of leadership. He was just not yet in a position to do so, and by the time the circumstances might have allowed it, he would be dead. The difference between Kiyomori and Shigemori was not, at its core, a difference about tactics or strategy, about how to achieve the goals that both men shared, about the best path to the position of power and stability that the Taira needed. It was a difference about what goals were worth having. Kiyomori's goals, as this series has discussed in many contexts, were organized around the accumulation and maintenance of Taira power, the transformation of the family from a warrior clan that controlled military force into something closer to what the Fujiwara had been at the height of their influence, the family that sat at the center of the imperial system and shaped everything that emanated from that center. This goal was clear. It was pursued with extraordinary consistency and extraordinary effectiveness, and it produced extraordinary results. Shigemori's goals were organized around something else, something that is harder to name in the direct way that Kiyomori's goals can be named, because it is not the kind of thing that warrior cultures, or political cultures, or most kinds of cultures typically name as a goal. It was something like rightness. Not rightness in a moralistic sense, not the rightness of a person who believes they have access to absolute standards of correct behavior, and who judges others by those standards, but rightness in the sense that the Heian court's specific civilization had spent centuries cultivating and refining, the understanding that the relationships between people and their rulers, and between rulers and the institutions that give their rule legitimacy, should be governed by principles that transcend the immediate interests of any single party, that there are obligations that exist independently of whether fulfilling them is convenient or advantageous, and that a person of genuine quality recognizes and honors these obligations, even when the recognition and the honoring are costly. For Shigemori, The obligations that mattered most were the obligations to the emperor and to the retired emperor, the obligations that defined the relationship between the warrior class and the court that warrior class served. These obligations were not, in Shigemori's understanding, simply formal requirements, boxes to be checked in the management of political relationships. They were the substance of what it meant for a warrior family to be legitimate, to have a claim on the loyalty and the cooperation of the rest of the country that went beyond the simple fact of military force. A warrior family that served the emperor with genuine loyalty, that maintained the forms of respect and deference that the court required, that understood itself as an instrument of the imperial authority rather than a replacement for it, was a warrior family that had a legitimate claim on its position, that could justify its power by reference to something beyond simply having it. A warrior family that did not, that treated the emperor as a tool and the court as an obstacle, and the obligations of service as inconvenient fictions that existed to be worked around, was a warrior family whose position was ultimately founded on nothing but force, and force, Shigemori understood, was never a sufficient foundation for lasting power. This understanding, the understanding that the Taira's position required legitimacy, and that legitimacy required genuine service, not just the appearance of service, was the thing that most directly put Shigemori in conflict with Kiyomori, because Kiyomori's methods, increasingly as the family's power grew, were the methods of a man who had come to believe that the forms of service could be maintained, while the substance of service was set aside, that the emperor could be managed rather than served, that the court could be controlled rather than honored, that the obligations could be fulfilled in letter while being violated in spirit. Shigemori watched this happening. He watched it with the specific quality of attention, of someone who understood what it meant, who knew that what his father was doing, however effective it might be in the short term, was undermining the very foundation of the position his father had built. And, when the occasions arose, he said so. This was not a comfortable position to occupy. A son who disagrees with his father, in any culture, in any period, faces a specific set of pressures that make the disagreement difficult to sustain. The pressure of loyalty, the pressure of gratitude, the pressure of the accumulated history of the relationship, all the things that a father has been and done for a son that create obligations of a different kind from the obligations Shigemori was trying to honor. In the Taira clan, these pressures were compounded by the clan's internal structure, the authority that Kiyomori held as the clan's head, the way that authority translated into expectations of deference and agreement from the clan's members, including the member who was the formal heir. Shigemori disagreed with his father. He expressed this disagreement, when the occasions required it, in terms that made the disagreement clear. And then he continued, because what else was available to him, to occupy his position within the clan, to fulfill his responsibilities as the heir, to be, as best he could, the person he believed the heir should be, in a situation where the person whose leadership he was going to inherit was making choices that he believed were wrong. The relationship between Kiyomori and Shigemori across these years was not characterized by open hostility. The records do not describe a relationship in which the father and the son were enemies, in which the disagreements between them had hardened into mutual contempt or rejection. What the records describe is something more complicated and, in its way, more poignant. The relationship between a father and a son who loved each other, and who were, nonetheless, oriented toward fundamentally different understandings of what the family's power was for, understandings that would eventually, as the pressure of specific events forced specific choices, produce specific confrontations. Those confrontations were coming. But before they came, this story needs to spend some time inside the world that Shigemori loved, the world that his father had made available to him, the world that his father was, at the same time, in the process of undermining. Shigemori loved the Heian court. This is the simplest way to put what this series has been circling around in the previous parts, and simplicity is appropriate here, because the love was genuine, and it was not complicated by strategic calculation or by the desire to appear to love it while actually using it. Shigemori loved the court in the way that a person loves the specific civilization they have grown up inside and found beautiful, that has given them their language and their values and their understanding of what beauty is and what it means to live well. The Heian court in the third quarter of the 12th century was still producing the specific kind of beauty that had defined it for centuries, even as the political foundations of that beauty were becoming increasingly uncertain. The poetry was still written, the seasonal ceremonies were still observed, the particular quality of attention that the court had cultivated, the attention to the specific quality of light at specific times of day and specific times of year, to the precise emotional weight of specific combinations of color in the robes worn at specific occasions, to the way that a poem's imagery could evoke, in the right reader, an experience that was simultaneously aesthetic and emotional, and even, in some sense, philosophical. This attention was still being practiced, still being transmitted, still being recognized as the highest expression of what human cultivation could achieve. Shigemori was part of this. He wrote poetry. The records preserve examples of his poetry, verses that are not simply competent exercises in the standard forms, but that carry the specific quality that distinguishes poetry, that comes from genuine feeling, from poetry that comes from the obligation to produce it. He participated in the court's social world, the gatherings and the ceremonies, and the specific occasions on which the court's sense of itself as a civilization was expressed and renewed, not because participation was required of someone in his position, though it was, but because he found in this participation something genuine, the specific pleasure and the specific meaning that the court's world had to offer to people who were attuned to it. He was also, in his participation in the court world, something that his father was not quite able to be, genuinely liked. Kiyomori was respected, feared, and in certain quarters admired, but the court families, the ancient aristocratic houses that had managed the emperor's household for generations, regarded Kiyomori with a specific quality of wariness that was not entirely compatible with genuine affection. He was too direct. He was too obviously using them, the court families and their connections and their accumulated prestige, in the service of goals that were, in the end, the Taira's goals, not the court's. Shigemori was different. The court families found in Shigemori something they could respond to with something closer to genuine warmth, a man whose appreciation for the values they had spent their lives embodying was genuine, whose manners expressed an actual respect rather than a performed one, whose intelligence and cultivation were qualities they could recognize as shared rather than as instruments being deployed against them. This social position, Shigemori's genuine integration into the court world, was not simply a personal achievement. It was a political asset of the first order, one that Shigemori understood, and that distinguished his approach to the Taira's position from his father's. A warrior family that was genuinely integrated into the court world, that had members who were respected and liked by the ancient courthouses on the basis of genuine quality, rather than simply feared because of military force, was a warrior family with a more secure foundation than one that was merely dominant. The court family's cooperation was more reliable, more genuinely useful, when it was given because of genuine respect rather than extracted because of fear. The emperor's own relationship to the Taira was more likely to be productive less likely to produce the specific kind of resentment that power exercised without sensitivity always eventually produces when the person representing the Taira in that relationship was someone the emperor and his household could genuinely deal with. Shigemori understood this. He embodied it, and in embodying it, he represented something that the Taira, with his father's approach, were increasingly failing to be: a family that deserved the position it held, not just a family that had the force to maintain it. There is a specific sadness in this, a sadness that this series wants to hold rather than pass over. Shigemori, in his genuine love of the court and his genuine integration into its world, was, in some sense, the answer to the question of what the Taira could have been, the version of the family that could have made the position Kiyomori had built into something lasting, something that the court families could have accepted rather than resented, something that the institutional structure of Heian Japan could have incorporated rather than eventually moving to displace. He was this answer, and he died at 34 in 1179, the year before the war began, before he had the opportunity to demonstrate what his version of Taira leadership might have produced. His death is what made everything else possible. This is what this series means when it says that this is the story of the son who tried to stop him. Shigemori did not have to stop his father through confrontation. He could have stopped him, eventually, simply by outliving him and providing as the successor a different kind of leadership. But he did not outlive him, and the world that might have been possible, the world in which Shigemori's values, rather than Kiyomori's overreach, had shaped the Taira's trajectory, remained a possibility that the course of actual events did not allow to become actual. The first major crisis that brought Shigemori's difference from his father into direct, public confrontation was the incident known as the Shishitani no Inbo, the conspiracy of Shishitani, in 1177. This event, and Shigemori's response to it, is one of the most revealing moments in the record of their relationship, the moment where the difference that this series has been describing in the abstract became, in the most concrete and consequential way, visible. The conspiracy of Shishitani was, in essence, a plot by a group of men connected to the retired emperor Go-Shirakawa, the same Go-Shirakawa who appears in this series in the context of Kenrei Moin's story, the retired emperor who was a permanent feature of the political landscape of this period, the man who had been managing Japanese politics for decades, and who remained, despite everything the Taira had done to limit his influence, a persistent source of opposition to Kiyomori's dominance. The plotters, meeting at a villa in the hills of Kyoto, in the area known as Shishitani, discussed the possibility of action against the Taira, of challenging Kiyomori's dominance in ways that went beyond the normal channels of political opposition. The plot was discovered. Its participants were arrested, punished, exiled, and in one case executed. Kiyomori's response to the discovery of the Shishigu conspiracy was, characteristically, the response of a man who saw in the conspiracy a threat that required the most decisive possible countermeasure. He moved to arrest Go-Shirakawa himself. This is the moment that forced Shigemori into direct confrontation with his father, and it is worth dwelling on what exactly Shigemori was objecting to, because the objection is not simply the objection of a cautious man who thought the action was tactically unwise. It was the objection of a man who believed the action was wrong. The retired emperor, in the political and cultural framework of Heian Japan, was not simply a powerful political figure whose power could be challenged or managed through the normal instruments of political and military force. He was the embodiment of imperial authority, the person in whose name the entire legitimacy of the court system rested, the symbolic center around which the entire apparatus of Japanese governance, however imperfect its actual functioning, was organized. To lay hands on the retired emperor, to arrest him, to use military force against his person was not simply a political action with political consequences. It was a violation of the fundamental order of things, the order that the Taira had been claiming to serve, that the Taira's position depended on for its legitimacy. Shigemori said this to his father. The accounts of this confrontation describe Shigemori making the argument, directly and forcefully, that arresting Goshirakawa was not something the Taira should do, not because it was strategically inadvisable, though it was, but because it was wrong, because it violated obligations that the Taira owed to the imperial institution, obligations that were not negotiable and that could not be set aside because they were inconvenient. He argued with his father. He argued against a course of action that Kiyomori, by every indication, was determined to pursue, and he prevailed. Kiyomori backed down. Goshirakawa was not arrested. The plan was abandoned. This outcome, the abandonment of the plan at Shigemori's insistence, is one of the most significant moments in the story of their relationship, because it demonstrates something that this series has not yet had occasion to demonstrate directly: the fact that Shigemori's influence over his father, the moral authority that Shigemori's position as the heir and his evident integrity had given him, was genuine, was real, was capable of producing actual changes in Kiyomori's behavior when Shigemori deployed it. Kiyomori listened to his son, not always, not in every case where Shigemori disagreed, but in this case, in the case of Goshirakawa's arrest, Kiyomori backed down. This moment of backing down has been read differently by different historians and different readers of the Heike monogatari across the centuries. Some read it as evidence of genuine restraint in Kiyomori, the capacity, however rarely it was expressed, to hear the argument of someone he trusted and to change course. Others read it as evidence of something more pragmatic, the calculation that the specific action of arresting Goshirakawa would produce consequences that Kiyomori, even in his anger, could see were worse than the alternative of backing down. Still others read it as evidence of Shigemori's specific influence, the kind of influence that a son can have over a father that is different from the influence that advisors or political allies have, more personal, more direct, operating through the accumulated weight of a relationship rather than through rational argument alone. All of these readings may be partially true. What is not in question is the outcome. Kiyomori did not arrest Goshirakawa, and Shigemori's intervention was the reason. The larger significance of this moment is not simply what it tells us about the specific incident. It is what it tells us about the potential that existed in the relationship between Kiyomori and Shigemori for a different kind of Taira politics, the politics of a clan that was powerful enough to dominate but restrained enough to govern, that could use its power without the specific kind of overreach that ultimately produced the conditions for its own destruction. If Shigemori had lived, if he had been in a position to continue providing this kind of restraining influence on his father's worst impulses, if he had eventually succeeded to the clan's leadership and shaped its trajectory with the different values this series has been describing, the history of the Genpei period might have been different in ways that are genuinely difficult to calculate, but Shigemori did not live, and the potential that the Shishitani incident demonstrated, the potential for a different kind of Taira leadership, died with him. The Shishitani incident was not an isolated confrontation. It was the most dramatic and the most clearly documented instance of the pattern that defined Shigemori's relationship with his father throughout the years of Kiyomori's ascendancy, the pattern of Shigemori opposing, arguing against, and sometimes preventing the specific excesses that Kiyomori's pursuit of power periodically produced. But the Shishitani incident was not the only such moment, and the argument about Goshirakawa was not the only argument. The relationship between Kiyomori and Goshirakawa was, Throughout this period, one of the central dynamics of Japanese politics, a relationship between two men who were both extraordinarily capable, both extraordinarily determined, both pursuing goals that were, at certain points, compatible and, at other points, directly opposed. Kiyomori needed Go-Shirakawa, in the sense that the retired emperor's cooperation, or at least his acquiescence, was necessary for the legitimacy of the various arrangements through which Taira power expressed itself. Go-Shirakawa needed Kiyomori, in the sense that the retired emperor's political survival, in a world where military force had become the ultimate arbiter of political outcomes, depended on his ability to navigate the relationship with the family that controlled that force. Both men understood this. Both men pursued their own interests within and around the constraints that the other's existence imposed. Shigemori's relationship with Go-Shirakawa was different from Kiyomori's, where Kiyomori's relationship with the retired emperor was fundamentally a relationship of management, of control, of the specific way that a very powerful person manages another very powerful person who is, nonetheless, less powerful than themselves. Shigemori's relationship with Go-Shirakawa was something closer to genuine respect, not uncritical respect. Go-Shirakawa was a complicated man, whose own behavior was not always characterized by the restraint and the principled action that Shigemori valued. But Go-Shirakawa was also the retired emperor, the embodiment of the imperial institution, and Shigemori's respect for that institution was genuine, in the way this series has discussed, a respect that extended to the person who embodied it, even when that person's own behavior was not always easy to respect. The arguments between Kiyomori and Shigemori about how to treat Go-Shirakawa were not, in this context, simply arguments about tactics. They were arguments about what kind of family the Taira were, about what their power meant, and what it was for, and what obligations came with it. Kiyomori argued, implicitly and sometimes explicitly, that power was its own justification, that a family with the Taira's military dominance could and should use that dominance to manage its political environment in whatever way served the family's interests, including by managing Go-Shirakawa in ways that the retired emperor himself found objectionable. Shigemori argued, with equal persistence, that this approach was both wrong and self-defeating. Wrong because it violated the obligations that gave the Taira's power its legitimacy, and self-defeating because a power that was resented rather than accepted was a power that was continuously generating the conditions of its own eventual challenge. These arguments went on across years. They were not always dramatic confrontations of the kind that the Shishitani incident represented. More often, they were the ongoing, recurring, lower-key expression of a fundamental disagreement that never resolved itself, because neither man had the ability or the desire to simply abandon the position they held. Kiyomori was not going to stop being the man he was because his son disagreed with him. Shigemori was not going to stop being the man he was because his father's example pushed in a different direction. The disagreement was structural, rooted in the most fundamental differences of character and value between the two men, and it persisted because neither man was going to change who they were. What changed across these years was not the disagreement itself, but its consequences. Each instance where Kiyomori acted in the ways Shigemori opposed, each instance where the resentment of the court families and of Go-Shirakawa and of the broader establishment deepened, was an instance that confirmed Shigemori's understanding of where this was going, that built the case for the argument he had been making, that produced the specific accumulated damage to the Taira's legitimacy that would eventually create the conditions for the Genpei War. Shigemori saw this happening. He continued to argue against it. and the situation continued to develop in the direction he had been warning against, because his father's will, in the domain of political and military power, was stronger than his son's moral authority, and because the one resource Shigemori had that was capable of changing that balance, time, the time that would eventually have transferred the clan's leadership to him, was the resource he was, unknown to himself, running out of. There is a moment in the record of Shigemori's life that this series wants to spend particular time with, a moment that is not a dramatic confrontation, not a political crisis, not one of the specific incidents where Shigemori argued against his father and either prevailed or did not prevail. It is a quieter moment, or at least the account of it in the Heike Monogatari is presented with a quietness that the dramatic incidents do not have, and this quietness is part of what makes it significant. The moment is Shigemori's statement of the line he would not cross. The Heike Monogatari preserves, in its account of Shigemori, a statement that has been discussed and interpreted by readers for 8 centuries, a statement that is both simple and inexhaustible, that says something fundamental about who Shigemori was, and what he believed, and what he was willing to do, and what he was not willing to do. The statement, in its substance, is this: Shigemori said that he would not raise arms against the emperor or the retired emperor. He said this not as a conditional statement, not as an expression of his current reluctance that might change if circumstances changed, but as an absolute commitment, a declaration of what he was and what he was not, a line drawn in the most fundamental terms available. This statement needs to be understood in context. The political situation of the 1170s and 1180s was a situation in which the question of raising arms against the emperor or the retired emperor was not abstract. Kiyomori's management of Go-Shirakawa had, at various points, approached the line where management shaded into coercion, where the influence the Taira exercised over the imperial household shaded into the kind of direct control that would have required, if it were to be maintained against resistance, something close to force. The possibility of a direct confrontation between Taira military power and imperial resistance was not, in the political landscape of this period, something that existed only in the imagination. And Shigemori, stating that he would not be part of such a confrontation, was stating something that had direct relevance to the actual political situation he and his family were in. The statement also had a specific kind of moral weight in the context of the warrior culture of this period that it might not have in a different context. Warriors, in this culture, were defined by their loyalty, by the commitment to serve the Lord to whose service they had dedicated themselves, and by the willingness to act in the Lord's service even when that action was costly. Shigemori, in stating that there was something he would not do even in his father's service, even as the heir of the family whose head he would eventually become, was saying something that went against the warrior culture's deepest expectations of what a warrior was. He was saying that there were obligations that transcended loyalty to his lord, that the obligations he owed to the imperial institution were not simply subordinate to the obligations he owed to his father, that there was a hierarchy of obligations in which some things came before the family's interests, even when the family in question was his own. This was not a comfortable position to take, in a culture that did not have well-developed frameworks for the idea that a warrior's loyalty could be limited by higher obligations. It was not a comfortable position to take, in a family led by a man whose entire political career had been built on the expansion and the consolidation of the family's interests, who would have understood Shigemori's statement as a challenge to the absolute nature of that loyalty. Shigemori took it anyway. He drew the line. He said what he would not do. He placed himself, in the most public and the most permanent way available, on the side of the obligation to the imperial institution, over the obligation to the family's immediate interests. What did this cost him? Within the family, it established a limit on how fully Shigemori could be relied upon for the things that Kiyomori, in his more extreme moments, might have wanted to rely on him for. It established Shigemori, within the Taira clan's internal politics, as a figure with his own principles, which is a different thing from being a figure with his own agenda, though the two can be confused. And in a political environment as charged as the Taira's internal dynamics in the 1170s, the confusion was probably not always avoided. But it also established something else, something that this series has been trying to articulate throughout these parts, about Shigemori, the specific kind of authority that comes from being known to have principles that cannot be bought or managed or overridden by the pressure of circumstances. Shigemori's word, because everyone who dealt with him understood that his word was backed by this kind of commitment, was worth more than the word of someone whose commitments were always potentially negotiable. This was the specific resource that Shigemori brought to the Taira's political position, the resource that his father, for all his political genius, could not provide, because Kiyomori's commitments were always, in the final analysis, in service of Kiyomori's goals. Shigemori's commitments were in service of something else, and this made him, in the specific ways that mattered, irreplaceable. The loneliness of Shigemori's position within the Taira clan is something that the records do not describe directly, in the way that they do not directly describe the internal experiences of most figures from this period. But the loneliness is there, present in the patterns of behavior and the specific choices that the records do preserve, in the quality of a position that was, in some fundamental sense, impossible to fully share with anyone else in the family. Kiyomori could not fully share it, because Kiyomori was the person whose choices were the primary source of what Shigemori was struggling with, the specific challenge that Shigemori's position required him to navigate. Munemori, Shigemori's younger brother, the person who would eventually inherit the clan's leadership after Shigemori's death, could not fully share it, because Munemori was, by the accounts of the period, not someone who was engaging with the same level of awareness about the family's situation and its implications that Shigemori was. The other brothers and cousins and members of the broader Taira family were similarly unavailable as genuine interlocutors for the specific quality of concern that Shigemori was carrying, because the specific quality of that concern required a combination of intelligence and principle and awareness of the larger stakes that was, it seems, specific to Shigemori within the family. He could share certain aspects of his position with figures outside the family, with the court families whose respect he had earned, with people in Goshirakawa's circle who understood and appreciated his different approach to the relationship between warrior power and court legitimacy. But these relationships, however genuine, had their own limitations, the limitation that the people he was most genuinely aligned with in terms of values were, in structural terms, the people whose interests were most directly in tension with his family's interests, and whose appreciation of Shigemori was, at least in part, an appreciation of the ways in which Shigemori could be a moderating influence on a family whose dominance they would have preferred not to be subject to. Shigemori understood this complexity. He navigated it as best he could, maintaining genuine relationships across the divide between the Taira and the court establishment, while also, when the situation required it, acting in the family's interests in ways that made clear he was, at the end, a Taira. This navigation, the attempt to be genuine with people across a fundamental structural divide, while also being faithful to the obligations that the divide imposed, is exhausting in ways that are difficult to sustain over long periods. The energy that is required to be, simultaneously, the son who is trying to restrain the father, the heir who was trying to demonstrate what a different kind of Taira leadership could look like, the court figure who has genuine relationships with people on the other side of the family's primary antagonism, and the warrior who, when push came to shove, was still a Taira and still understood what that meant, is the kind of energy that demands a great deal of the person who is trying to supply it. Shigemori supplied it. For years through the 1170s, as Kiyomori's methods became more extreme and the political situation became more fraught, Shigemori continued to occupy this impossible position, continued to be the moderating influence, the voice of restraint, the person in the clan who was willing to say what others were not willing to say. The cost of this, in terms of Shigemori's own well-being, was real. The accounts of his final years, the years leading up to his death in 1179, describe a man who was increasingly unwell, whose health had been deteriorating in ways that, in retrospect, make his death at 34 less surprising than it might otherwise seem. The specific nature of his illness is not described with enough precision in the surviving records to permit a modern medical interpretation. What the records convey is a pattern of declining health, of a man whose physical resources were, in the years before his death, becoming increasingly inadequate to the demands his situation was placing on them. There is, in this pattern, something that this series does not want to overstate, but also does not want to pass over entirely. The relationship between the kind of sustained psychological and moral burden that Shigemori was carrying, the burden of being the person in his family who saw most clearly what was wrong and most consistently bore the weight of trying to correct it, and the deterioration of his physical health, is the kind of relationship that neither historical research nor medical knowledge can establish with certainty. The connection between sustained stress, sustained moral burden, sustained effort to hold an impossible position, and physical health is something that the evidence of human experience across many cultures and many periods suggests is real, even when its specific mechanisms remain difficult to pin down. Shigemori was carrying a great deal. His health gave out at 34. Whether these facts are connected, and how, is something this series cannot say with certainty. But this series does not want to pretend the question is not there. The illness that would eventually kill Shigemori was present, in some form, in the years before his death. The years when the political situation he was navigating was reaching new levels of intensity, and the demands on him were, correspondingly, at their highest. The specific symptoms that the accounts describe, to the extent they describe symptoms at all, are consistent with the kind of chronic deterioration that could have a number of causes, physical, psychological, or some combination, and the accounts themselves are not detailed enough to permit the kind of retrospective diagnosis that might clarify what was actually happening to his body in these years. What the accounts are clear about is the progressive quality of his decline, the sense that Shigemori was, in the years leading up to 1179, a man whose vitality was diminishing, whose capacity to sustain the effort that his position required was becoming increasingly limited. In 1179, the same year as Shigemori's death, Kiyomori made one of the most consequential political moves of his career, the move that Shigemori had spent years trying to prevent, and that, with Shigemori no longer available to prevent it, Kiyomori was finally free to make. He arrested Go-Shirakawa, the retired emperor who had been the persistent source of political opposition to Taira dominance, who had been the focal point of the kind of resistance that Shigemori had been arguing, for years, needed to be managed through different means, was placed under arrest, deprived of his ability to exercise the functions of his office, removed as an active political actor. This is the action that Shigemori had stopped, years before, at the time of the Shishitani incident. He was not alive to stop it this time. The timing of Kiyomori's arrest of Go Shirakawa, following closely after Shigemori's death, is one of the most striking patterns in the political history of this period, a pattern that suggests, as clearly as any circumstantial evidence can suggest, that the restraint Kiyomori had exercised in this domain was, in significant part, the restraint imposed by Shigemori's presence and argument, and that the removal of that presence was the removal of the primary constraint on Kiyomori's worst impulses. This is not simply a claim about political cause and effect. It is also a claim about the relationship between personal character and historical outcomes, the claim that a specific person's presence in a specific position, with specific qualities and specific commitments, can make the difference between a set of events going one way and going another. Historical understanding is often skeptical of this kind of claim, preferring to explain historical outcomes in terms of structural forces, of large-scale social and economic and political patterns that would have produced similar outcomes regardless of which specific individuals happen to be in which specific positions. This skepticism contains something important, a reminder that individuals are shaped by structures, that the choices individuals make are constrained by contexts they did not create, that the story of history is not simply the story of individual choices accumulating. But the case of Shigemori and Kiyomori is one of those cases where the role of the specific individual seems genuinely significant, where the difference between the outcomes that occurred and the outcomes that might have occurred if Shigemori had lived seems plausibly attributable, at least in part, to the difference that this specific person's presence would have made. Kiyomori, without Shigemori, arrested Go Shirakawa. What would Kiyomori have done, with Shigemori still present, still arguing, still exercising the specific restraining influence that he had exercised in the Shishitani incident and in the years of ongoing argument about how to manage the relationship with the imperial household? The honest answer is that we cannot know. Kiyomori was not simply a man who did what his son told him to do, who was entirely subject to Shigemori's influence. He was a man of extraordinary will and extraordinary ambition, who, in the final analysis, did what he was going to do. But he had also, in at least one documented case, not done what he was going to do, because Shigemori had argued against it. This is the question that Shigemori's death leaves open, the question that this series wants to sit with rather than resolve, because the honest response to it is not a resolution, but a recognition of contingency, of the specific way that history depends on the specific people who are in specific positions at specific moments, and of how different things might have been if the people had been different, or if the same people had had more time. Shigemori was ill. He was ill in the years when the political situation was reaching the point of no return. He died before the point of no return was reached, and without him, the point of no return was reached, in the specific form of Kiyomori's arrest of Go Shirakawa, the action that Shigemori had spent years preventing, the action that, once taken, accelerated the deterioration of the Taira's political position in ways that could not be reversed. Shigemori was ill. This is the simple fact. The implications of that simple fact are not simple at all. In the years before his death, as his health declined and the political situation continued to develop in the directions he had been warning against, Shigemori made a pilgrimage to Kumano. This series has encountered Kumano before, in the story of Koremori, who traveled there in the months after Dan-no-ura, heading toward Nachi and the sea, and the ending he chose there. Kumano, for Shigemori, represented something different, the same sacred landscape, the same deep mountains of the Kii Peninsula, the same associations with the boundary between the ordinary world and the other world that lay beyond it, but visited in different circumstances and with different purposes. Shigemori's pilgrimage to Kumano was a religious journey, in the specific sense that the major shrines and temples of Kumano were destinations for pilgrimage in the religious culture of the period, places where the journey itself, the physical effort of traveling through the mountains, was understood as part of the devotional act, where the specific landscape, with its waterfalls and its ancient forests and its particular quality of sacred wildness, created conditions for a kind of experience that ordinary life in the capital did not provide. Emperors had made this pilgrimage. Aristocrats had made it. The retired Emperor Go-Shirakawa himself was known for his devotion to Kumano, for the many times he had made the journey to these mountains. Shigemori's pilgrimage placed him within this tradition, the tradition of powerful and cultivated people who sought, in the specific landscape of Kumano, something that power and cultivation did not by themselves provide. What Shigemori prayed for at Kumano is recorded in the accounts of this period with a specificity that the Heike Monogatari does not always provide for the inner lives of its figures. He prayed for his own death, not in the sense of seeking it, not in the sense of wanting to die, but in the specific and poignant sense of a man who had looked at the situation his family and his country were in, who had understood what his own continued presence meant and what his death would mean, and who had concluded that if his death was necessary to prevent his father from doing something worse, then his death was what he would pray for. This prayer, the prayer of a son who believes that his own death might be preferable to the alternative, deserves to be held with the attention it demands. It is not a prayer of despair, not the prayer of a man who has given up on the world and wishes to leave it. It is something stranger and more difficult, the prayer of a man who has thought carefully about the relationship between his life and the larger situation, and who has concluded that there is a specific way in which his death, by removing him as a constraint on his father, would make things worse, and a different way in which his death, by removing him as a burden and a distraction, would allow the situation to resolve in a different direction. The logic of the prayer requires some unpacking. Shigemori, in his role as the heir, was, in a sense, the person around whom Kiyomori's worst impulses were currently organized, the person whose presence required Kiyomori to at least consider the restraining argument, whose arguments gave the opposition to Kiyomori's excesses a voice within the family that it would not otherwise have. If Shigemori died, this restraining influence would be removed. This seems like it would make things worse, and in one sense it would. But Shigemori may also have been thinking about something else, about the possibility that the situation was already past the point where his restraining influence could make the decisive difference, that the momentum of Kiyomori's ambitions had already built to the point where no amount of internal opposition could redirect it, and that, in this context, his continued presence was simply delaying an inevitable confrontation while imposing on his own health a burden that would, in any case, eventually overcome it. If the situation was already past saving, in other words, perhaps the best that could be hoped for was that the consequences of Kiyomori's overreach would arrive quickly and produce in their arrival the kind of correction that Shigemori's living presence had been failing to produce. This is a bleak analysis. It is the analysis of a man who had been watching and arguing and being largely unsuccessful, who had seen the situation develop despite his best efforts, and who had concluded, in the sacred landscape of Kumano, that he might have reached the limit of what his efforts could accomplish. Shigemori prayed for his own death. He was, in this prayer, accepting a conclusion that his years of effort had led him to. The prayer was answered. He died, the following year, in 1179. Whether the answer was what he had hoped, whether the manner in which things unfolded after his death, Kiyomori's arrest of Go-Shirakawa, the Genpei War, The eventual destruction of everything the family had built was the kind of correction he had been hoping the situation might produce in his absence, is a question that this series cannot answer with any certainty. What is clear is that he was not there for it. He prayed to leave. He left. The prayer at Kumano sits at the center of Shigemori's story, the moment that reveals, more directly than any of the political confrontations or the documented arguments, something essential about how Shigemori understood his own situation and his own role within it. It sits at the center because it is, in some sense, the opposite of everything that the warrior culture and the political culture of this period valued. Prayers for longevity were common, prayers for success were common, prayers for the health of one's family, for the flourishing of one's cause, for victory in the competitions and the conflicts that structured political and military life. These were the normal content of the religious practices that the people of this period engaged in. Prayers for one's own death were something else. In the religious framework of the period, specifically within the Buddhist traditions that were woven through every level of Heian culture, the acceptance of death, the willingness to release attachment to continued existence, was understood as a high spiritual achievement, the expression of a developed understanding of impermanence and of the suffering that comes from resistance to impermanence. But this is not quite what Shigemori's prayer was, or not simply what it was. Shigemori was not praying for his own death as the expression of spiritual detachment, as the demonstration of a realized wisdom about the nature of existence. He was praying for his own death because he believed it might be better for the people and the institutions he cared about than his continued life. This is a different thing, a thing that contains within it both the spiritual acceptance and something more immediately practical, the practical judgment of a man who had assessed the situation and concluded that his death was, in some sense, the most useful thing he could contribute at this stage. The contrast with other figures in this series is instructive here. Tomomori also accepted death at Dan-no-ura, the deliberate prepared ending with the anchors. But Tomomori's acceptance was the acceptance of a man who had seen a situation reach its final stage, and who was responding to that finality with the clarity that had defined him throughout. Nidono's taking of the emperor into the sea was an act that combined the acceptance of death with the specific decision about how the emperor should die, and where and in what circumstances. These acts were in response to something that had already happened, to the final stage of a situation that had run its course. Shigemori's prayer was different, a prayer made while the situation was still unfolding, while the worst outcomes were still in the future, while, in the most direct sense, there was still something to be lost and something to be done. To pray for your own death while there is still something to be done is an act of a specific kind of faith, or a specific kind of despair, or some combination of both that is difficult to separate into its constituent parts. It is an act of faith, in the sense that it requires a belief that the unfolding of events, without your presence and your efforts, will produce something that your presence and your efforts cannot produce, that there is a larger process at work whose course is better served by your absence than by your continued intervention. It is also an act of despair, in the sense that it reflects the conclusion that your efforts have reached their limit, that what you have been trying to do is not working and is not going to work, that the situation has moved beyond the reach of the specific kind of influence you are capable of exercising. Shigemori's prayer at Kumano was both of these things, a faith that the larger situation would resolve itself, and a despair that his own role in shaping that resolution had been exhausted. What the prayer also was, and this is perhaps the aspect of it that this series finds most difficult to hold, is an act of love. A son who prays for his own death because he believes it will be better for the people and the institutions he loves is performing a specific kind of love, the love that is willing to remove itself from the equation, if removing itself from the equation serves those who are loved. This is not a love that is easy to recognize as love, because love in the ordinary sense is a presence, an attachment, a desire for the continuation of the beloved's life and one's own relationship to it. Shigemori's love in this prayer was a departure, a relinquishment, the specific act of someone who loves enough to remove the constraint that their love imposes, to stop being the person whose presence requires the father to at least hear the argument, because hearing the argument is not producing the change, and the effort of making it is consuming the son's remaining vitality. He prayed to leave. He loved his father. These were not contradictions. They were, in the specific circumstances of this specific relationship, the same thing. Taira no Shigemori died in the 8th month of 1179. He was 34 years old. This fact, the specific age, needs to be held alongside everything else this series has discussed about him, because 34 is not old, and the person who died at 34 was not the person that Shigemori's capabilities and his values and his specific place within the Taira clan story suggested he would become. 34 is the age of someone who is still, in the fullest sense, becoming. Still in the process of learning what his qualities, his intelligence, and his principle and his genuine cultivation could accomplish when given the time and the circumstances to be fully deployed. The accounts of his death describe it without the kind of dramatic detail that the Heike Monogatari gives to other significant deaths in the clan's story. There is no battle. There is no final confrontation. There is no moment of choice, as there is for Tomomori, or for Koremori, or for Nidono. There is illness, and then death, in the way that deaths from illness come, without the specific drama that the warrior culture expected of a warrior's death, without the possibility of facing the end with the specific kind of bearing that the culture valued and rewarded. Shigemori died in his bed, or at least without a sword in his hand, which was not how the Taira's deaths were supposed to go, in the understanding of the warrior culture that the family represented. The timing of his death, in relation to the events that followed it, has already been noted in this series. Kiyomori's arrest of Goshirakawa came in the same year as Shigemori's death, in the 11th month, 3 months after Shigemori died. This is not a coincidence. The Heike Monogatari does not suggest it is a coincidence. The tradition of reading this story has not, across 8 centuries, treated it as a coincidence. The most natural reading, the reading that the sequence of events almost demands, is that these two events are connected, that the arrest of Goshirakawa happened in 1179, after years of not happening, because the person who had been preventing it died in 1179. This reading has something to be said for it and something to be said against it. In favor of it is the simple fact of the sequence, the death in the 8th month and the arrest in the 11th month, and the record that Shigemori had, on at least one previous occasion, prevented exactly this kind of action. Against it is the point that Kiyomori was a complex figure whose decisions were shaped by many factors beyond his son's influence, and that the arrest of Goshirakawa may have been, in part, the product of specific political developments in the late months of 1179 that are independent of Shigemori's death. But the tradition is probably right in its instinct that the connection is real, not in the simple sense that Shigemori's death was the direct and sole cause of Kiyomori's arrest of Goshirakawa, but in the larger sense that Shigemori's presence had been one of the significant constraints on Kiyomori's behavior in this domain, and that the removal of that constraint, whatever other factors may also have been in play, was part of the context within which the arrest became possible. Kiyomori, hearing of his son's death, is described in the accounts with a grief that the records suggest was genuine. Whatever the limitations of their relationship, whatever the recurring disagreements and the specific tensions that had characterized their interactions across the years, Kiyomori loved his son. The records give him grief that is not performed, not the formal expression of mourning that the culture required from a father who had lost a son, but something more direct and more personal, the grief of a man who understood, even if he did not articulate it in the specific terms that this series has been using, what he had lost. He had lost the person who saw him most clearly. He had lost the person whose opposition was the most honest testimony to his own excesses. He had lost the person whose presence kept him, in however limited a way, from the worst of what he was capable of. He grieved, and then, 3 months later, he arrested Goshirakawa. Shigemori was 34. His son Koremori was 11 or 12 when his father died. Munemori, who would inherit the clan's leadership, was several years older. These facts are worth holding, because they represent the specific human aftermath of Shigemori's death, the children who lost a father, and the brother who gained, earlier than anyone had expected, a responsibility for which he was, as this series has discussed, not fully prepared. His death was not an abstraction. It was the death of a father and a brother and a son, a death that left specific people in specific circumstances that would shape the rest of their lives, including the circumstances that this series has already explored from Koremori's and Munemori's perspectives. Shigemori was 34. The consequences of his being 34 when he died, rather than 60 or 65, when his death would have been the natural conclusion of a full life, played out across the next 6 years of Japanese history in ways that this series has been tracing from many different angles. What changed when Shigemori died? This is the question that this series wants to address directly, not in the abstract way that historical analysis sometimes addresses questions of causation, but in the specific, concrete way that asks what was different in the world that followed Shigemori's death from the world that might have existed if he had lived. The most immediate change was the one already noted, Kiyomori's arrest of Goshirakawa in the same year. This action, which this series has discussed in several contexts, had consequences that extended far beyond the immediate political situation. It confirmed, for the court families who had been watching Kiyomori's management of the imperial household with increasing alarm, that the restraints on Kiyomori's behavior that had existed were no longer in place. It confirmed, for Goshirakawa himself, that the approach of managing his relationship with Kiyomori through the kinds of subtle political maneuvering that the court had developed for exactly these situations was no longer adequate to the circumstances. And it confirmed, for the forces in the eastern provinces who were watching these events and assessing when and how to move, that the political situation in the capital was developing in ways that might, at some point, make rebellion viable. The second change was the succession. Without Shigemori, the heir was Munemori, and this series has discussed at length what that meant for the Taira clan's capacity to navigate the crisis that was coming. Munemori was not Shigemori. Munemori did not have Shigemori's intelligence or his principle or his genuine integration into the court world or his specific influence over Kiyomori. Munemori was the heir by default, the consequence of the death of the person who had been prepared to be the heir, and the constraints of this default would shape the Taira's behavior in the crisis years in ways that this series has already explored. The third change was subtler but perhaps more significant, the moral authority of the Taira's position, the claim that the clan made, explicitly or implicitly, to be something more than simply the most powerful military family in Japan, to be a family whose power served legitimate purposes and was exercised with genuine regard for the obligations of service, was not something that could be maintained by a family that had just arrested the retired emperor, and that was now led, in succession from the man who had built this claim, by a man who could not himself make this claim. Shigemori had been the embodiment of this moral authority within the family. He had been, in his genuine love of the court, and his genuine commitment to the obligations of service, the evidence that the Taira could be something more than what critics had always suspected they were. Without him, this evidence was no longer available. The Taira were what they were, without the complication that Shigemori's presence had introduced, the complication of a family that might, under a different kind of leadership, have become something more compatible with the legitimacy claims that Japanese political culture required. The fourth change was Koremori. Koremori, as this series has described, grew up without his father, grew up as the eldest son of a man who had died young, in circumstances that shaped Koremori's sense of his own position within the family and his own obligations as the heir of a man who had been something specific, something that the family needed and could no longer provide. The sense of a father he had not had enough time with, the sense of a legacy he was expected to carry, but that he had not had long enough to fully understand, is part of what shaped him into the person he became, the person who could not be what the family needed, who left Yashima before the end, who prayed at Kumano, like his father had prayed at Kumano, and entered the sea at Nachi. These connections between Shigemori's death and the subsequent stories that this series has already told, Koremori and Munamori and the others, are not simply biographical coincidences. They are the specific human consequences of a specific death at a specific moment, the ripples that spread outward from the loss of a person who was, in the most direct terms, the best that the Taira had to offer, and whose death left a family and a political situation without the one resource that might have made a different kind of ending possible. Shigemori died at 34. What followed was what followed, and everything that followed, the war, the defeats, the desperate retreat, the destruction at Dan-no-ura, the captivities and the executions and the long aftermath that this series has been exploring from so many different angles, all of it contains, somewhere in its background, the absence that Shigemori's death created, the specific gap that his 34 years were not enough to fill. The what-if question. History does not permit what-if questions to be answered with certainty, and historians are generally, and rightly, cautious about entertaining them too seriously, because the variables are too many and too complex, because the world is not a controlled experiment where you can change one factor and observe the result, because the specific contingencies that shape the actual course of events are not separable from the larger patterns that would have continued to operate in any alternative scenario. This series understands all of this. This series is going to ask the what-if question anyway, because Shigemori's story demands it, because the specific nature of what was lost when he died makes the question unavoidable for anyone who has spent time with this story. What if Shigemori had lived? Not in the specific sense of imagining a single alternative where he did not get sick at 34 and lived for another 30 years and everything worked out. Life is not like that, and history is not like that, and this series is not going to pretend otherwise. But in the more modest sense of asking what his presence might have changed, in the specific years that immediately followed his death, the years when the decisions that led to the Genpei War were being made, when the trajectory that produced Dan-no-ura was being set. If Shigemori had lived and remained healthy through the late 1170s and into the 1180s, the most immediate likely difference is the one already noted, Kiyomori's arrest of Go Shirakawa in November 1179 probably does not happen, or happens in a different form, or is reversed more quickly if it does happen. This matters, because the arrest of Go Shirakawa, was one of the events that most directly accelerated the deterioration of the Taira's political legitimacy, that confirmed for the court families and for the opposition that Kiyomori was not going to be restrained by any consideration except his own interests. A Taira leadership that had not taken this step, that had managed its relationship with Go-Shirakawa through the more careful approach that Shigemori had always advocated, would have had a different relationship with the court establishment as the larger crisis developed. Beyond this specific issue, Shigemori's continued presence would have meant continued pressure on the clan's internal decision-making in the direction of restraint, of the kind of governance that takes the clan's legitimacy seriously as something that needs to be maintained rather than simply assumed. This does not mean that the tensions between the Taira and the Minamoto, between the Taira's dominance and the resentments that dominance had generated in the eastern provinces, would have simply disappeared. The structural forces that produced the Genpei War were real and would have continued to operate regardless of whether Shigemori was alive to restrain specific manifestations of his father's overreach. But structural forces operate through specific events and specific decisions, and specific events and specific decisions are shaped by the specific people who are making them. Shigemori's presence might not have prevented the Genpei War. It might have produced a Genpei War that was smaller, or that started later, or that ended differently, one in which the Taira's legitimacy had been better maintained, and their political foundation was therefore stronger. The most speculative question is the question of succession. If Shigemori had lived, he would eventually have become the head of the Taira clan after Kiyomori's death in 1181, and a Taira clan led by Shigemori would have been a fundamentally different political entity from the Taira clan led by Mune-mori, different in the ways that this series has discussed across many parts, different in its relationship to the court establishment, different in its capacity to exercise genuine leadership rather than simply formal authority, different in its ability to make the kinds of decisions that the crisis of the Genpei War required. Could Shigemori have navigated the crisis in a way that preserved the Taira, or at least produced a less catastrophic outcome than the one that actually occurred? This is impossible to know. The Minamoto forces, under Yoshitsune's genius, were formidable, and the military trajectory of the war might have been difficult to change regardless of the quality of Taira leadership. But the political dimension of the war, the question of legitimacy, and of which side the court establishment and the provincial families would ultimately support, was more open, and a Taira clan with Shigemori's kind of genuine integration into the court world at its head might have been able to compete in this dimension more effectively than Mune-mori's clan did. These questions will never be answered. Shigemori died at 34. The what-if remains what it is, a question that history poses and cannot resolve. But the asking of the question is itself significant, because it is a testimony to what was lost, a recognition that the person who died at 34 was not simply a life that ended prematurely, but a possibility that ended with it, a different trajectory that was foreclosed not by the large forces of history alone, but by the specific, contingent, ultimately unremarkable fact of a man getting sick and dying before he had the time to do what he might have done. Shigemori died. History went the way it went, and in the specific way that these two facts are connected, there is something worth mourning that is different from, and in addition to, the mourning for the specific person who died. This series began by saying that this story is different from the others. The other stories in this series have been stories about people who were shaped by the world Kiyomori made, who lived inside it, who were formed by it, who struggled with it, who were eventually destroyed by its collapse. This story is about the one person within the Taira clan who tried to shape the world differently, who argued, consistently and at cost to himself, for a different kind of power, a different kind of leadership, a different relationship between the family's strength and the obligations that strength imposed. Shigemori did not succeed. The world he tried to create, the world of a Taira that governed rather than dominated, that served rather than managed, that understood its power as something that came with obligations rather than simply with privileges, was not the world that his father built, and was not the world that survived Kiyomori's death. The world that survived was the world this series has been exploring from so many other perspectives, the world of the retreat and the battles and the desperate positions and the final catastrophe at Dan-no-ura, the world in which the Taira's power, built without adequate foundations in legitimate service, collapsed when the challenge to it came. Shigemori was not there for this collapse. He died before it began. But his influence on this series is, in some sense, the most pervasive of any figure this series has explored, because every other story this series has told has been shaped, in some way, by the absence of what Shigemori might have provided. Kenrei-mo-in went into the sea at Dan-no-ura because the world her father had built, without the kind of correction that Shigemori had been advocating, collapsed in a way that left her no other choice. Shigehira burned the Daibutsu because he was given a command, by a family that was already, by 1180, operating without the restraining influence that Shigemori had provided while he lived. Tomomori watched the empire fall, piece by piece, presiding over the tactical intelligence of a family that lacked, at the level of strategic leadership, the quality that Shigemori would have brought. Munemori did not choose at Dan-no-ura in part because he had never had the example of Shigemori's kind of leadership close enough to him, for long enough, to understand what it looked like to make the hard choices. Koremori left his wife and children and walked toward Nachi, following a path that his own father might have described, if Shigemori had lived long enough to describe anything, as the only path available when the world you were born into does not match who you actually are. This is not to say that everything that happened in the Genpei War, and everything that happened to these figures, was Shigemori's fault for dying. That would be to make the what if question too literal, to collapse the distinction between the absence of a person and the direct causation of the events that followed that absence. Shigemori's death was not the cause of the Genpei War. It was not the cause of Dan-no-ura, or of Shigehira's capture at Ichinotani, or of Tomonori's anchors, or of Munemori's absence of choice, but it was part of the context within which all of these things happened, and the specific quality of that context, the quality of a family that was without its best representative when the worst challenge it had ever faced arrived, is part of what makes the story of the Taira the story it is. The Heike Monogatari, in how it handles Shigemori, gives him a specific quality that it gives to very few other figures. It gives him the quality of someone who was right and who was not heeded, and who died before he had the opportunity to demonstrate what being right and having the power to act on being right might have produced. This is a specific kind of tragedy, different from the tragedy of Atsumori, who was cut off at 16 before he had time to become what he might have been. Different from the tragedy of Kenrei-mo-in, whose survival of Dan-no-ura was a survival into loss. Different from the tragedy of Tomomori, whose clear-sightedness saw the ending coming and could not prevent it. Shigemori's tragedy is the tragedy of someone who had the right answers and not enough time to implement them, who was, in the specific years when his qualities were most needed, being consumed by illness while the situation he had been trying to shape was moving beyond the reach of his influence. He tried. This is the simplest thing that can be said about Shigemori, and it is, in a story full of figures who did not try, or who tried and failed for different reasons, or who were not in a position to try. Something worth saying. He tried to be different from his father in the ways that mattered. He tried to use the intelligence and the principle and the genuine cultivation that the Heian world had given him in the service of a different kind of Taira leadership. He tried to argue against the overreach that he understood was creating the conditions for catastrophe. He tried to stop the things that could be stopped, and succeeded, in at least one case, in stopping them. He tried, even at the end, even when his health was failing and his influence was diminishing, to find some way to use his own situation in service of the values he had always held, and what he arrived at was the prayer at Kumano, the acceptance that his departure was the last thing he had to offer. He tried. He died at 34. The world went the way it went, but the trying was real. And in a story about the end of a world, the presence of someone who tried, genuinely and at cost to himself, to prevent that end, is not a small thing. It is, in some ways, the most important thing. There is a particular kind of weight that comes with being the son of the most powerful man in the country, a weight that is different depending on where you fall in the order of sons, different again depending on what your father expects of you, and different again depending on what the world eventually asks you to do with the name you were given. Tairano Shigehira was born into this weight. He was the fifth son of Tairano Kiyomori, the man who had made the Taira into the most powerful family in Japan. By the time Shigehira was old enough to understand what his name meant, his father's power was already close to its peak, and the world that Shigehira grew up in was a world that had been built, piece by piece, by the man whose son he was. The fifth son occupies a specific position in a family like the Taira. The eldest sons carry the expectations of succession, the weight of being the ones who will eventually inherit the position their father has built. They are watched. They are trained. Every decision about their future is made with the larger trajectory of the family in mind. The fifth son is watched less. This is not a small thing. It creates a different kind of childhood, a childhood with more room in it, a childhood where the things you do are less likely to be read as signals about the future of the clan, and more likely to simply be the things a young man does. Shigehira grew up with this room. He was a Taira, and that meant everything that being a Taira meant in Kyoto in the 1160s and 1170s. But he was not the heir. He was not the second son managing the political alliances. He was the fifth son, and the fifth son had a kind of freedom that the others did not. What he did with that freedom is recorded in fragments, the kind of fragments that survive about a person who was not, for most of his early life, considered important enough to document thoroughly. He was known for his appearance. The records describe him as remarkably handsome, a young man whose physical presence was noted by the people around him in the way that physical presence was noted in the Heian world, as a quality with its own significance, its own weight in the social calculations of a court that valued beauty as much as it valued lineage. He was known for his temperament. The word that appears in the records is closer to bold or impetuous, a young man with a quick temper and a directness that stood out in a court built around indirection, around the careful management of every interaction, through layers of protocol and implication. He was, in other words, not entirely suited to the world he had been born into. This mattered less than it might have in a different family. The Taira were warriors who had become courtiers, a military family that had spent a generation acquiring the trappings of the Heian aristocracy without entirely losing the qualities that had made them formidable in the first place. Shigehira's directness, his quickness to anger, his physical presence were not disqualifying qualities in this context. They were, in some ways, qualities that the Taira valued, remnants of the warrior identity that the family had not entirely traded away for the silk and ceremony of the court. He was a Taira son who looked like a Taira son was supposed to look, who carried himself the way a man with his name was supposed to carry himself. The world he grew up in was the world at its height. His father had placed an infant emperor on the throne. His sister, Kenrei Moin, was the mother of that emperor. The Taira controlled the court, controlled the provincial governorships, controlled the flow of wealth through the inland sea trade that had been the foundation of the family's rise. Shigehira grew up believing, as everyone in his world believed, that this was simply how things were. The Taira were powerful. They would remain powerful. The arrangement of the world around his family's position was not something that required explanation or justification. It was simply the world. He had a position appropriate to his rank. He held court titles, the kind of titles that the sons of powerful families accumulated as a matter of course, markers of status that came with income and with the expectation of further advancement as circumstances allowed. He had a wife. Her name was Sukano Tsubone, and she was a woman of the court, the kind of marriage that Taira sons made, alliances that wove the family further into the fabric of the aristocracy it had joined. He had, by the standards of the world he was born into, everything that a fifth son of the most powerful family in Japan could reasonably expect: a position, a marriage, a future that would unfold within the structures his father had built, structures that seemed, in the 1170s, as permanent as anything in the world could seem. Then the war came. The rebellion of 1180, the Minamoto in the east, the gradual realization that the world the Taira had built was not as permanent as it had appeared. Shigehira was 25 years old when the first stirrings of rebellion reached Kyoto. He was a young man with a temper and a presence and a name that carried weight, a fifth son who had grown up in the shadow of his father's achievements, without yet having achieved anything of his own. The war was about to give him the opportunity to achieve something. What he achieved would follow him for the rest of his life, and into the centuries after his life ended. Kyoto, in the years before the war, was a city that Shigehira moved through as a man who belonged to it completely. This is worth dwelling on, because the city he belonged to was about to become, for a brief period, the city he was responsible for the loss of, and the contrast between belonging to a place and being the reason it can no longer be inhabited is one of the central tensions of his story. But before any of that, there was simply the capital, and Shigehira moving through it the way a young man of his position moved through it, with the specific confidence that comes from knowing that the city, in some fundamental sense, exists for people like you. The Heian capital was organized around the seasons in a way that gave the year a specific rhythm, a sequence of festivals and ceremonies and observances that marked the passage of time not as an abstract continuity, but as a series of specific occasions, each with its own customs, its own appropriate activities, its own aesthetic requirements. Shigehira participated in this rhythm. The records that survive from before the war show him at court functions, at the seasonal observances, at the ceremonies that a man of his rank was expected to attend. He was not, by these records, a particularly notable courtier. He was not known for poetry in the way that some of his relatives were. He was not known for political acumen. He was known for being Tairano Shigehira, the fifth son of Kiyomori, a young man whose family name opened doors that his individual accomplishments had not yet opened on their own. The temperament that would later become significant was already visible in these years, though in the context of court life it expressed itself in ways that were more social than consequential. He had a reputation for directness in conversation, for saying things that other courtiers would have found ways to imply rather than state. This is the kind of quality that can read very differently depending on context. In the careful, indirect world of the Heian court, directness could seem refreshing to some people and crude to others. Shigehira's directness seems to have produced both reactions, depending on who was describing him and in what context. What is consistent across the descriptions is that he was a presence. He was not someone who blended into the background of court life. He was noticed. The relationship between Shigehira and the city of Kyoto was, in these years, the relationship of someone who had never had to think about what the city meant, because the city had always simply been there, the given context within which his life happened, as unremarkable in its presence as the air. He had grown up in it. He knew its streets, its temples, its seasonal rhythms, the specific quality of its light in each month of the year. He did not think of it as fragile. He did not think of it as something that could be lost. This is perhaps the most important thing to understand about Shigehira in these years before the war. He was a young man who had never had to consider the possibility that the world he had grown up in might not continue exactly as it was. The Taira were powerful. The capital was the capital. These were not propositions that required defending. They were simply the facts of his existence. In 1180, these facts began to come apart. The rebellion in the east was, at first, something distant, a problem for the generals and the strategists, not something that touched the daily life of a fifth son attending court functions in Kyoto. But the distance closed quickly. The Minamoto forces under Yoritomo were not simply a provincial disturbance that would be put down in the ordinary course of things. They were growing, they were winning engagements that the Taira commanders had expected to win easily. The court began to feel, for the first time in a generation, something that it had not had to feel for a long time. Uncertainty. Shigehira in 1180 was 25. He had spent his entire life in a world where his family's power was the foundation of everything else. The uncertainty that was beginning to spread through the capital in 1180 was not yet, for him, a personal crisis. It was a problem that his father and his brothers and the Taira military leadership would solve, the way the Taira had always solved problems, through the combination of military capability and political maneuvering that had built the family's position in the first place. He did not yet know that the solution to this particular problem would involve him directly, that the war that was beginning in the eastern provinces would, within a year, place him at the center of one of the most consequential decisions of the entire conflict, a decision that would define how he was remembered for the rest of his life, and for the 8 centuries after it. The capital he knew so well was about to become the place from which an order would be given, an order that would change the relationship between the Taira and the rest of Japan in ways that no military victory could undo. To understand what happened at Nara in the 12th month of 1180, you have to understand what Nara was, and what the great temples there represented, not just religiously, but politically, in the world that the Taira were trying to hold together. Nara had been the capital of Japan before Kyoto, It had been the center of Japanese Buddhism since Buddhism had become a major force in Japanese life, centuries before the Taira or the Minamoto had existed as families of any significance. The great temples of Nara, Todaiji, and Kofukuji above all others were not simply religious institutions. They were among the largest landholders in Japan. They maintained their own armed forces, the Sohei, the warrior monks who had been a factor in Japanese politics for as long as anyone could remember. They had political influence that operated independently of, and sometimes in opposition to, the court in Kyoto. When the Minamoto Rebellion began in 1180, the great temples of Nara made their position known. They did not formally declare for the Minamoto. The situation was more complicated than a simple choice of sides, but the warrior monks of Kofukuji in particular had a long history of friction with the Taira, and as the rebellion gained momentum, elements within the Nara temples began to move toward open hostility. There were incidents. Taira officials traveling near Nara were attacked. The Sohei began to mobilize in ways that the Taira could not ignore. From Kyoto, the situation in Nara looked like exactly the kind of threat that the Taira, already fighting a war in the east, could not afford to have developing so close to the capital. Kiyomori's response was to send a force to Nara. The stated purpose was to suppress the Sohei hostility, to remind the temples of where the actual power in Japan resided, to prevent the situation from becoming a second front in a war the Taira were already fighting. The force was placed under Shigehira's command. This is the moment where the fifth son, the young man who had grown up in the relative freedom of not being the heir, stepped into the position that would define the rest of his life. Why Shigehira specifically was given this command is not entirely clear from the surviving records. He had military experience, the kind of experience that Taira sons of his generation accumulated as a matter of course. He was not the most senior of the available commanders, but he was not junior either. What is clear is that the command was given, and that Shigehira took his force toward Nara in the 12th month of 1180, in the cold, dark days of the year's end, toward a confrontation that no one, including Shigehira himself, fully anticipated the scale of. The engagement at Nara began as what military engagements of this period typically began as: a force arriving, a confrontation with the local defenders, in this case the Sohei of Todaiji and Kofukuji, fighting in and around the temple precincts. What happened next is described in the chronicles with a specificity that suggests the events made a profound impression on everyone who heard about them, an impression that has not faded in the 8 centuries since. It was night. The fighting had been going on for some time, and somewhere in the chaos of the engagement, fire broke out. The chronicles do not agree on exactly how the fire started. Some accounts suggest it began deliberately, that Shigehira's forces set fires as a tactic to drive out defenders who were using the temple buildings as fortified positions. Other accounts suggest it began accidentally, that torches carried by soldiers in the dark ignited buildings that were, by their nature, extraordinarily flammable, the wooden structures of Japanese temple architecture, with their dry timber and their paper screens and their thatch. What is not disputed is what happened once the fire started. Nara in the 12th month is a city in the grip of winter, and the winds that come down from the surrounding hills in this season are strong and dry. The fire that started that night did not stay contained. It spread through Todaiji. It spread through Kofukuji. It consumed buildings that had stood for centuries, structures that represented not just religious significance, but architectural and artistic achievement on a scale that had few equivalents anywhere in Japan. And inside Todaiji, in the great hall that had been built to house it, was the Daibutsu, the great Buddha of Nara, a bronze statue that had stood for over 4 centuries, one of the largest bronze Buddha images in the world, a symbol that was recognized throughout Japan as something close to the physical embodiment of the Buddhist faith in its national dimension. The fire reached the hall. The wooden structure that housed and protected the great bronze figure burned around it. The Daibutsu's head melted in the heat and fell from its body. By morning, Todaiji and Kofukuji were largely destroyed. The death toll among the Sohei and the people who had been in the temples when the fire broke out, monks, and also ordinary people from the surrounding area who had taken shelter in the temple precincts, believing them safe, was severe. The chronicles give numbers that vary, but all of them describe a catastrophe on a scale that went far beyond the suppression of an armed threat. Nara, the ancient capital, the center of Japanese Buddhism for 4 centuries, had burned in a single night. And the man whose forces had been there, the man under whose command the engagement had taken place, was Tyranno Shigehira. The fire at Nara needs to be understood not just as an event, but as a rupture. A before and after that changed the terms on which everything that followed would be judged. Before Nara, the war between the Taira and the Minamoto was, in the understanding of most people in Japan, a conflict between 2 warrior families over political dominance. It was the kind of conflict that had happened before and would happen again, the normal, if violent, mechanism by which power shifted between the great houses. After Nara, the war was something else. After Nara, the Taira were the family that had burned the great Buddha. The religious dimension of what happened cannot be overstated. Buddhism in 12th century Japan was not a private matter of individual faith. It was woven into every level of the society, into the legitimacy of the imperial institution itself, into the cosmology through which people understood the relationship between the human world and the larger order of which it was a part. The Daibutsu at Todaiji had been built in the 8th century as a national project, an expression of the aspiration that the Japanese state could embody and protect the Buddhist teaching on a scale appropriate to its significance. For 4 centuries, it had stood. Emperors had made pilgrimages to it. It had survived earthquakes and the ordinary wear of centuries. It had not survived the night Shigehira's forces came to Nara. The response in Kyoto was not what Shigehira might have expected from a military action against a hostile force. There was no celebration of a threat neutralized. There was, instead, something close to horror. The court, which depended on the cosmological framework that Buddhism provided for its own legitimacy, understood immediately that what had happened at Nara was not a victory. It was a catastrophe that happened to have been inflicted by Taira forces, which meant that the Taira now bore the weight of having caused it, regardless of what the military justification for the Nara expedition had been. Kiyomori's reaction to the news from Nara is recorded with a complexity that reflects the complexity of his own position. He was the head of the Taira. The forces that had burned Nara had been acting, ultimately, under his authority, even if the specific decisions that led to the fire had been made by Shigehira in the chaos of the engagement itself. Kiyomori did not, by most accounts, express the horror that the rest of the court was expressing. He had a war to fight. The threat from Nara had been real. The Sohei had been mobilizing against Taira interests. Whatever had happened to the temples in the course of neutralizing that threat was, from Kiyomori's perspective, a cost of the war, regrettable perhaps, but not something that changed the strategic calculus. This response, or the perception of this response, did not help how the Taira were subsequently viewed. Shigehira himself returned to Kyoto from Nara as the commander whose forces had been present when the Daibutsu burned. The records do not give us a clear picture of his internal response to what had happened. What they give us is the external situation he returned to, a capital where the event was being discussed with a specific quality of dread, where the religious establishment was processing what amounted to a wound to the cosmological order itself, and where Shigehira's name was now attached, permanently, to that wound. He had been 25 years old when he led the force to Nara. He returned from Nara as something different, not a hero, not, in any straightforward sense, even a successful commander, despite the fact that the immediate military objective, the suppression of the Sohei threat, had been achieved. He returned as the man associated with Nara, and Nara, after that night, meant something that overwhelmed any military assessment of what had been accomplished there. The war continued. The Minamoto in the east were not affected by what had happened at Nara, except insofar as the event added to the growing sense across Japan that the Taira had lost something beyond the merely military, that their claim to represent the proper order of things had been damaged in a way that battles alone could not repair. Shigehira went on to other engagements. The war that had begun in 1180 would continue for several more years, through the campaigns that took the Taira from Kyoto to Fukuhara, and eventually into the long retreat toward the western provinces. But Nara went with him. It would go with him to Ichinotani, where he would fight again, and where his war would end in a way that was, in its own manner, connected to everything that had happened that night in 1180, though no one, least of all Shigehira, could have known exactly how the connection would unfold. In the months after Nara, Shigehira continued to function as a Taira commander, which is to say he continued to fight in the war that was consuming more and more of the family's resources and attention. But something had changed in how he moved through the world, something that the records gesture toward without ever stating directly, because the records of this period are not interested in the internal lives of even prominent figures, only in their actions and the consequences of those actions. What can be inferred is that Shigehira was now a marked man, in a sense that had nothing to do with military reputation. Kyoto in 1181 was a city that had absorbed the shock of Nara and was processing it in the way that the Heian world processed things, through poetry, through religious observance, through the elaborate network of communication and gossip that connected the court families and the temples and the various factions that had interests in how the war was being conducted and who was responsible for what. Shigehira's name appears in this network as a specific kind of reference point, the man whose forces had been at Nara, the man associated with the burning of the Daibutsu, regardless of how the specific chain of events that led to the fire was actually understood by anyone with detailed knowledge of what had happened. Kiyomori died in 1181, in the spring, the burning fever that the chronicles describe in such vivid terms, the man who had built the Taira ascendancy dying before he could see how the war he had been fighting would end. His death changed the internal dynamics of the Taira leadership. The sons who remained, Munemori as the new head of the clan, and his brothers including Shigehira, had to manage not just the war, but the transition of authority within the family at a moment when the family's position was already under severe pressure. Shigehira's role in this transition is not prominent in the records. He was a commander, one of several brothers who held military positions and fought in the campaigns that followed. He was not, by most accounts, positioned for the highest leadership roles within the clan, which had perhaps always been true, given his position as a younger son, but which may also have been affected by the specific weight that his name now carried. The military campaigns of 1181 through 1183 took the Taira through a series of engagements in the provinces surrounding Kyoto and beyond, campaigns against Minamoto no Yoritomo's forces in the east and against Yoshinaka's forces in the north, the campaigns that would eventually lead to Kurikara Toge and the collapse of Taira control over the capital. Shigehira fought in some of these engagements. The records place him in various locations during this period, a commander among commanders, contributing to a war effort that was, despite occasional successes, gradually losing ground. The specific quality of his experience during these years, what it was like to be Tairano Shigehira in Kyoto in the early 1180s, carrying the association with Nara while also fighting in a war that was not going well, is something the historical record does not directly address. What can be said is that the burden of Nara did not go away. It was not the kind of event that faded as other, more recent events took precedence in the public attention. If anything, as the war continued and the Taira position deteriorated, Nara became part of the larger narrative that was forming about the Taira, the narrative that would eventually become central to how the Heike Monogatari told the story of the clan's fall. The Taira were powerful. The Taira had overreached. The Taira had committed an act so severe that it had offended not just political rivals, but the cosmological order itself. And the Taira were now inexorably falling. Shigehira was part of this narrative in a way that was specific and personal, in a way that none of his brothers or other Taira commanders quite were. He carried Nara the way a person carries a specific weight into every subsequent engagement, into the retreat from Kyoto in 1183, into the campaigns of the following winter, into Ichi-no-tani. By the time the Taira abandoned Kyoto in the summer of 1183, Shigehira had been living with the association for nearly 3 years. The retreat westward, the establishment of new positions in the provinces along the inland sea, the gradual contraction of Taira territory as Minamoto forces under Yoshitsune pressed from multiple directions, all of this Shigehira experienced as a commander who was, by this point, simply one of the figures trying to hold together a military situation that was deteriorating faster than anyone could fully account for. Nara was 3 years in the past. Ichi-no-tani was coming, and Ichi-no-tani would be the place where Shigehira's war, in the sense of fighting as a free man for the Taira cause, came to an end. The retreat from Kyoto in the summer of 1183 was, for the Taira, a movement into a different kind of existence. For 3 years, they had been fighting a war while remaining, in their own understanding, the legitimate center of Japanese political life, the family that controlled the emperor and the regalia and the institutional apparatus of the court, fighting to suppress a rebellion against a settled order. After Kyoto, they were something else. They were the forces of an emperor who no longer controlled the capital, fighting to recover what had been lost, rather than to suppress a threat to what they held. The psychological shift this represented was significant, and it affected every Taira commander, Shigehira among them. The western provinces where the Taira established their new positions were, in many ways, home ground. The inland sea had been the foundation of Taira power for generations. The trade routes and the provincial governorships that had built the family's wealth before Kiyomori had transformed that wealth into national political power. Shigehira, like his brothers, had connections in these provinces, familiarity with the territory, the kind of local knowledge that came from a family whose roots were genuinely Western, even after generations of involvement in the politics of Kyoto. This familiarity provided some advantages, but it could not by itself reverse the military situation. The campaigns of late 1183 and early 1184 were campaigns of consolidation for the Taira, attempts to establish defensible positions in the western provinces from which they could, eventually, mount a recovery of the territory they had lost. Ichi-no-tani, on the coast near what is now Kobe, was one of these positions. The geography was favorable in theory. A narrow stretch of coast, mountains to the north that were considered too steep for a serious attack, the sea to the south providing both a defensive barrier and, if necessary, an avenue of retreat via the Taira fleet, which remained the most powerful naval force in Japan. The Taira fortified this position through the early weeks of 1184, building the kind of defenses that the geography suggested would be sufficient. Shigehira was among the commanders at Ichi-no-tani. By this point, he had been fighting for nearly 4 years, since the campaign that had taken him to Nara in the winter of 1180. He was 28 years old. The man who had been a fifth son with relative freedom, known for his temper and his appearance and not much else, had become, over 4 years of war, something else. A commander, a man with a reputation, though the reputation was complicated, weighted by Nara in ways that his military record alone could not offset. A man who had been fighting for most of his adult life, who had seen the world he grew up in contract from the capital of Japan to a fortified position on a narrow beach, and who was now, in the early weeks of 1184, preparing to defend that position against an enemy that had not yet been stopped by anything the Taira had tried. The mood among the Taira at Ichi-no-tani in those weeks is described in the chronicles with a quality that combines determination and something else, something closer to the specific awareness that comes from having been pushed back repeatedly, of knowing that the positions you are defending now are not positions you chose from strength, but positions you have retreated to. There was still music in the Taira camp in the evenings. This is the detail that would become significant in connection with a different Taira warrior, Tairano Atsumori, whose flute would be found on this same beach in the aftermath of the battle that was coming. The Taira, even in retreat, even in a fortified position on a beach they had built defenses on because they had nowhere else to go, remained, in some essential way, themselves. The music continued. The forms were maintained. Shigehira was part of this world, this final iteration of the Taira court in arms, the civilization that had produced him continuing to express itself even as the military situation around it deteriorated. What Shigehira thought, in those final days before the battle, about Nara, about the 4 years since that night, about what his life had become since he was 25 and had led a force toward a temple complex expecting a straightforward suppression of a local threat, is not recorded. The records give us the military situation, the positions, the preparations. They do not give us the interior life of a man who was, by this point, carrying something that the war itself had not given him the opportunity to set down. a weight that had been with him through every campaign since Nara, and that was about to become, in a way he could not anticipate, the defining fact of the rest of his life. The Battle of Ichinotani was about to begin. The Battle of Ichinotani has appeared before in this channel from other perspectives, the perspective of Kumagai Naozane, who fought there and whose encounter with a young Taira warrior on the beach became one of the most enduring images in Japanese literature. This is the same battle, seen from inside the Taira lines, from the perspective of a commander who was there not as a witness to someone else's story, but as a participant in his own. Shigehira was positioned in the western defenses, the fortifications along the beach approach that the Taira had built to stop an attack from the direction they expected it. The attack, when it came from two directions at once, the frontal assault that the fortifications had been built to withstand, and the descent from the cliffs to the north, Yoshitsune's maneuver that the Taira had not believed possible. The chaos that followed has been described before, the lines breaking, the rush toward the ships, the battle becoming a rout. Shigehira was in the middle of this, what the records describe as a commander fighting in the collapse of his own position, trying to organize some kind of resistance or retreat as the battle became unmanageable around him. The specific sequence of events that led to Shigehira's capture is recorded with more detail than is typical for individual commanders in the chaos of Ichinotani, because what happened to him was, in itself, notable. He was on horseback, attempting to reach the ships, in the same general movement toward the sea that was happening across the Taira position as the battle collapsed. His horse was struck. This is the kind of detail that, in the chronicles of this period, often marks the moment where a commander's fate shifts from the general chaos of battle to something more specific, more personal. A horse that has carried a warrior through a campaign that represents, in a very direct sense, the warrior's mobility, and therefore his options, suddenly failing at the critical moment removes those options all at once. Shigehira's horse went down or was disabled in the chaos near the beach. He was left, in the moment that mattered most, without the means to reach the ships the way the warriors around him were reaching them. What happened next involved another Taira warrior, a retainer who, seeing Shigehira's situation, gave up his own horse to him, an act of loyalty that was, in the warrior culture of this period, understood as one of the highest expressions of the retainer's duty, the willingness to sacrifice one's own chances of survival for the sake of one's lord. Shigehira took the horse. The retainer who had given it to him did not escape. Shigehira, on the borrowed horse, attempted to reach the ships. He did not make it. The pursuing Minamoto forces, specifically a group of warriors from the eastern provinces, caught up with him before he reached the water. What followed was not a battle in the sense of a contested fight to the death. Shigehira, on a horse that was not his own, in the chaos of a battle that had already been lost, surrounded by pursuing warriors, was taken alive. He was captured. The capture of Shigehira was, for the Minamoto, a significant outcome of Ichinotani, beyond the general military victory the battle represented. Shigehira was a son of Kiyomori, a member of the Taira leadership, a commander whose name carried weight within the clan, and, because of Nara, weight that extended far beyond the clan, into the religious establishment and the broader population that had been horrified by what happened at Todaiji. A living Taira commander, specifically Shigehira, was not simply a military trophy. He was a symbol, and what would be done with him, how he would be treated, what would eventually happen to him, were questions that carried significance far beyond the ordinary calculations of what to do with a captured enemy commander. Shigehira was taken from Ichinotani as a prisoner. The man who had ridden to Nara 4 years earlier as a Taira commander, leading a force on what was meant to be a straightforward military operation, who had returned from Nara carrying an association that would follow him for the rest of the war, was now, at 28, a captive of the family that had been fighting his family for 4 years. The Taira fleet sailed from Ichinotani carrying the survivors of the battle, including the boy emperor and his mother Kenrei Mo-in, toward the next position, toward Yashima, and eventually toward Dan-no-ura. Shigehira did not sail with them. He was going east, not west. He was going, though he could not have known the specific details yet, toward Kamakura, toward Yoritomo, toward an encounter with the leadership of the family that was, within a year, going to destroy everything Shigehira had been part of. To be captured alive in the warrior culture of 12th century Japan was a complicated status. It was not, in itself, shameful in the way that later samurai traditions would come to regard surviving capture. The codes that would eventually make death preferable to capture an absolute requirement of warrior honor had not yet fully crystallized in the way they would centuries later. But it was also not a neutral status. A captured commander was a problem for everyone involved, a person whose continued existence raised questions that his death would have resolved. For Shigehira specifically, the questions were sharper than they would have been for almost any other Taira commander. If he had simply been a military leader, captured in the ordinary course of a battle, his fate would likely have followed the patterns that governed such situations, patterns that included the possibility of execution, the possibility of imprisonment, the possibility, in some cases, of being held as a hostage or bargaining piece in the larger political negotiations that wars eventually require. But Shigehira was not just a military leader, he was the man associated with Nara. The religious establishment of Japan had not forgotten what happened at Todaiji in 1180. The destruction of the Daibutsu was not the kind of event that faded from significance as other events took precedence. If anything, the 4 years since Nara had given the event time to settle into the larger narrative of the war, the narrative in which the Taira's defeat was understood, by many, as a kind of cosmic justice, the consequence of an offense against the Buddhist order that could not go unanswered. Shigehira, captured and alive, was the embodiment of that offense, in human form, now in the hands of the family that was winning the war that the offense had supposedly brought about. The journey east took Shigehira through territory he had likely never seen before. He had grown up in Kyoto, fought in the western provinces, been part of the Taira world that was centered on the capital and the inland sea. The road east, toward Kamakura, took him through provinces that were Minamoto territory, the heartland of the family that had been fighting his family for 4 years, the territory where Yoritomo had built the foundations of what would become the Kamakura government. He traveled as a prisoner, under guard, through a landscape that belonged, in every meaningful sense, to the people who had defeated him. What Shigehira experienced on this journey is not directly recorded, but the journey itself tells us something about the situation he was in. He was not executed immediately. This is significant. A captured commander whose fate had already been decided would typically not survive a long journey to a distant location. The fact that Shigehira was being taken to Kamakura, to Yoritomo directly, suggests that his fate was, at this point, still being determined, that the question of what to do with him was important enough to require Yoritomo's personal involvement, rather than being settled by the commanders who had captured him in the field. The journey east also took Shigehira away from everything that had been his life. His wife Tsukino Tsubone remained in the west, or in Kyoto, separated from him by the war and by his capture, in circumstances that the records do not detail. His brothers, the surviving Taira leadership, were sailing west with the fleet toward Yashima and the positions that would, within months, lead to Dan-no-ura and the final destruction of the Taira as a military force. Shigehira was going in the opposite direction, toward Kamakura, toward Yoritomo, toward an uncertain fate that was connected to events from 4 years earlier, events that had happened before the war had reached its current terminal phase. He was, in a sense, already separated from the war that was about to end his family's power. He was facing something else, something that had been waiting since Nara, and that was now, finally, catching up to him. The journey to Kamakura was long. The distance between Kyoto and Kamakura, in the geography of late 12th century Japan, represented not just physical distance, but a kind of conceptual distance. The journey from the ancient center of Japanese civilization to the new center that Yoritomo was in the process of building, a journey that traced, in its own way, the larger shift that the Genpei War represented, the movement of power away from the court and its ceremonies and toward the warrior government that would govern Japan for centuries afterward. Shigehira traveled this distance as a prisoner, under guard, in the spring of 1184. The accounts of this journey that survive focus on a specific aspect of it, an aspect that might seem, at first, incongruous given the circumstances. Shigehira on this journey is described as composing poetry. This requires some unpacking. The Heian aristocratic tradition, the tradition that Shigehira had grown up in, treated poetry not as an occasional or decorative activity, but as a fundamental mode of expression, the medium through which significant moments, significant emotions, significant observations about the world were appropriately articulated. A man of Shigehira's background, facing an uncertain and likely grim fate, traveling through unfamiliar territory as a captive, would have understood poetry as one of the available responses to his situation, perhaps the most available response, the cultural tool that his entire upbringing had equipped him with for exactly this kind of moment. The specific poems that Shigehira composed during this journey, or that are attributed to him from this period, deal with themes that are not surprising given the circumstances, the transience of fortune, the contrast between what had been and what was now, the specific quality of traveling through landscapes that were beautiful in their own right, but that carried, for him, the weight of being landscapes he was passing through as a captive, moving toward an uncertain future, in territory that belonged to the people who had defeated his family. This kind of poetry, poetry of reflection on reversal of fortune, had a long tradition in Japanese literature, going back centuries, to poets and courtiers who had experienced political exile or downfall, and who had, in their poetry, found a way to process and articulate what had happened to them. Shigehira was drawing on this tradition, placing his own experience within a framework that Japanese culture had developed specifically for situations like his. What is notable is how this poetry was received by the people around him during the journey. The guards, the Minamoto warriors escorting him east, were not, by background, men of the Heian poetic tradition. They were Eastern warriors, men whose culture was the culture that Kumagai Naozane came from, the culture of the Kanto Plain, of mounted archery, and direct, practical approaches to most aspects of life. And yet the accounts suggest that Shigehira's poetry, his bearing during the journey, the quality of cultivation that he displayed even as a captive in difficult circumstances, made an impression on these men. This impression matters for understanding what happens in the next phase of Shigehira's story. The captive who arrived in Kamakura was not, to the people who received him, simply the man associated with Nara, the symbol of an offense against the Buddhist order. He was also, to at least some of the people who had escorted him and who would subsequently interact with him, a man of genuine cultivation, someone whose poetry and whose manner suggested a person of real depth, regardless of what he had been involved in 4 years earlier. These two perceptions, Shigehira as the burner of the Daibutsu and Shigehira as a man of cultivation and dignity, even in captivity, would coexist throughout the remainder of his life, and the tension between them is part of what makes his story distinctive among the figures of the Heike Monogatari. He arrived in Kamakura carrying both. Kamakura, in 1184, was not yet the city it would become. Yoritomo had established his base there in 1180, in the early months of his rebellion, and over 4 years it had grown from a strategic choice into something closer to a capital, the administrative center of the territory Yoritomo controlled, the place from which the Minamoto war effort was directed. It was not Kyoto. It did not have the temples and gardens and accumulated aesthetic weight of 4 centuries of imperial civilization. It was a working city, a military and administrative center, built around the practical requirements of governing and fighting a war. Shigehira arrived here in the spring of 1184, a captive from the world Kamakura was in the process of displacing. The meeting between Shigehira and Yoritomo is one of the moments in this story that the chronicles give particular attention to, because the meeting itself carried significance beyond the immediate practical questions of what to do with a captured enemy. Yoritomo was, by 1184, the leader of a movement that had transformed from a rebellion into something close to an alternative center of power for Japan. He had not yet won the war completely. Dan-no-ura was still a year away, but the trajectory was clear. The man who sat across from Shigehira was the man who was going to determine not just Shigehira's fate, but the shape of Japan's political future. The accounts of this meeting describe Yoritomo treating Shigehira with a degree of formal respect that might seem at first surprising, given who Shigehira was and what he was associated with. Yoritomo is described as acknowledging Shigehira's status, his lineage, the position he had held within the Taira hierarchy. This was not necessarily personal warmth. Yoritomo was, among other things, a man who understood the importance of appearances, of how his treatment of captured enemies would be perceived by the wider world, including by Taira forces who had not yet been defeated, and who might, depending on how this situation was handled, be more or less inclined toward continued resistance or eventual accommodation. But there was also, according to the accounts, something that went beyond pure calculation. Yoritomo is described as being interested in Shigehira, as a person in a way that suggests genuine curiosity about the man who had been at the center of one of the war's most significant and most controversial events. The question of Nara would have been impossible to avoid. What had actually happened that night, from Shigehira's own account, the question of intent versus accident, of what he had ordered and what had simply occurred in the chaos of the engagement, these were questions that Yoritomo, as the man who would ultimately decide Shigehira's fate, had reason to explore. What Shigehira said in response to these questions is not preserved in detail, but the general sense that comes through in the accounts is that Shigehira did not deny his responsibility for what had happened at Nara, even as the specific mechanics of how the fire started remained, as they had always been, somewhat ambiguous. He had been the commander. The force had been under his authority. Whatever the specific sequence of decisions that led to the fire, the responsibility, in the way that responsibility worked in this culture, rested with him. He did not, by the accounts that survive, attempt to deflect this or to argue that he bore no responsibility. This acceptance of responsibility, combined with the dignity and cultivation that Shigehira had displayed during the journey and continued to display in Kamakura, created a specific impression. Shigehira was not, to the people who encountered him in Kamakura, simply a villain who deserved whatever fate awaited him. He was a man who had done something terrible, who acknowledged that he had done it, and who carried himself, in the aftermath, with a quality of bearing that the warrior culture, despite everything, recognized and, in its own way, respected. He was not freed. He remained a captive, but the captivity that followed was not, at least initially, the kind of captivity that ended quickly in execution. Shigehira was going to live for a while in Kamakura as a prisoner whose fate remained for the moment undetermined. The period of Shigehira's captivity in Kamakura produced one of the more unusual relationships recorded in the literature of the Genpei War, a relationship that exists in the space between captor and captive, between the warrior culture of the East and the courtly culture that Shigehira represented, between two people who, under almost any other circumstances, would have had no reason to encounter each other at all. Her name was Senjuno Mae. Senjuno Mae was, according to the accounts, a woman associated with Yoritomo's household, in some versions described as having a connection to Yoritomo's wife, Hojo Masako, or to the household more generally, a woman of some standing within the Kamakura establishment, though her exact position is described differently in different sources. What is consistent across the accounts is that she was assigned, or took it upon herself, to attend to Shigehira during his captivity, and that this attendance became something more than the formal management of a prisoner's basic needs. Shigehira, during this period, continued to do what he had done on the journey east. He composed poetry, he played music, specifically the biwa, the lute that was central to the Heian musical tradition, the same tradition that had produced the flute Atsumori had carried to Ichinotani. These were the skills of his upbringing, the accomplishments that a man of his background and education had cultivated since childhood, and in the circumstances of captivity, they were essentially all he had left. Senjuno Mae responded to this. The accounts describe her appreciation for Shigehira's music and poetry, an appreciation that, in the context of Kamakura, a city built around practical, martial culture rather than the aesthetic refinements of Kyoto, represented something unusual, a recognition of value in exactly the kind of cultivation that the Eastern warrior world did not typically prioritize. The relationship that developed between them is described in some accounts with the specific emotional register of genuine connection, two people finding, in an unlikely set of circumstances, something that mattered to both of them. It is worth pausing on what this represents. Shigehira, at this point in his story, was the man associated with Nara, a prisoner whose ultimate fate remained undetermined, a member of a family that was, even as this relationship was developing, being destroyed in the West, the campaigns that would lead to Dan-no-ura unfolding during this same period. And in the midst of this, in Kamakura, in the household of the family that had destroyed his own, he found someone who valued what he could offer, who responded to his poetry and his music not as the accomplishments of an enemy or a curiosity, but as things of genuine worth. The chronicles that record this relationship do not present it as romantic in any straightforward sense, though some later interpretations have read it that way. What the chronicles emphasize is the human connection, the recognition across the lines that the war had drawn, of a person, not a symbol, not a representative of a hated cause, but a specific individual with specific gifts and a specific way of being in the world that, even in the worst circumstances, remained recognizable and, to at least one person in Kamakura, valuable. This relationship would not change Shigehira's ultimate fate, but it represents something important about how he was perceived, during this period of his life, by at least some of the people around him, not simply as the man who burned the daibutsu, also as a person. While Shigehira lived in Kamakura, under captivity but with the specific quality of life that his relationship with Senjuno Mae and the recognition of his cultivation had produced, the war that had brought him there was ending. Dan-no-ura was fought in the third month of 1185, while Shigehira was still in Kamakura. The news would have reached him the way news reached Kamakura, through the channels that connected the Minamoto government to its forces in the field. The confirmation that the Taira fleet had been destroyed, that the boy emperor had died in the sea, that Kenrei Moin had been pulled from the water against her will, that the Taira as a military and political force no longer existed. For Shigehira, this news meant something specific. His brothers, Munemori and the others who had survived Ichinotani and continued the war in the West, were now dead or captured. The clan he had been born into, the family whose name he carried, the power structure that had defined his entire life until 1180, no longer existed in any form that could meaningfully continue. Shigehira in Kamakura was now one of very few surviving Taira leaders, and the question of his fate, which had remained unresolved during the period when the war was still being fought, no longer had the same strategic considerations attached to it. The decision that was eventually made about Shigehira involved sending him back to Nara. This decision needs to be understood in terms of what Nara represented, both to Shigehira specifically and to the broader process of resolution that the end of the Genpei War required. The temples of Nara, Todaiji, and Kohukuji had been devastated in 1180. The religious establishment had been seeking for years some form of acknowledgement, some form of resolution to what had happened, and Shigehira, as the surviving Taira commander most directly associated with the events of that night, represented the most direct available means of providing that resolution. The journey from Kamakura back toward Nara retraced, in reverse, the journey Shigehira had made the year before, from Ichinotani to Kamakura. But the circumstances were different now. The war was over. The Taira no longer existed as a fighting force. Shigehira was not being taken to an uncertain fate that might, depending on political circumstances, resolve in various ways. He was being taken to Nara specifically for a specific purpose, and the purpose was understood by everyone involved, including almost certainly Shigehira himself. What Senjuno Mae felt as Shigehira was taken from Kamakura toward his final destination is not directly recorded, but the relationship that had developed during his captivity, the recognition of him as a person, the appreciation of his poetry and music, suggests that her response to his departure was not indifference. Some accounts suggest that she grieved, that the connection formed during those months in Kamakura had been real enough that Shigehira's departure, and what it meant, affected her in ways that went beyond the formal relationship between a captive and his attendant. Shigehira left Kamakura carrying perhaps some version of what he had carried on the journey east the year before: poetry, music, the specific quality of bearing that had, even in captivity, made an impression on the people around him. He was going to Nara. He was going to the place where, 4 years and 5 months earlier, the Daibutsu had burned. The road to Nara in the summer of 1185 was a different road from the one Shigehira had traveled 5 years before, when he had led a force toward what was supposed to be a routine suppression of local hostilities. That journey had been the journey of a commander, 25 years old, at the head of a military force, moving toward an objective that was, at the outset, unremarkable. This journey was the journey of a prisoner, 29 years old, moving toward a destination that everyone understood would be the end. Nara itself had changed in the 5 years since the fire. The chronicles describe the scale of the destruction that had occurred that night, and the years since had been spent by the surviving religious community in the early stages of what would become a massive reconstruction effort, the rebuilding of Todaiji and Kofukuji, a project that would, in fact, take decades, extending well beyond the lifetimes of everyone involved in 1185. Shigehira, arriving in Nara in the summer of 1185, would have seen a landscape that bore the visible marks of what had happened, the absence of structures that had stood for centuries, the early evidence of rebuilding efforts, the specific quality of a place that has been devastated and is in the slow process of recovery. This was the place he was being brought to. This was the place where, according to the decision that had been made, the resolution of his fate would occur. The specific reasoning behind this choice of location is not difficult to understand. Nara represented the wound that Shigehira's actions had inflicted. For the resolution of his fate to occur anywhere else, in Kamakura, or in some other location connected to the Minamoto, or to the broader political settlement of the war, would have been, in a sense, incomplete. Nara was where the offense had occurred. Nara, in some sense, was owed a resolution that occurred on its own ground. The accounts of Shigehira's final days describe him continuing, to the extent the circumstances allowed, the practices that had defined his captivity in Kamakura. Religious observance. This is worth noting specifically. Shigehira, in his final period, is described as engaging seriously with Buddhist practice, a turn that, given everything that had happened, given that the central fact of his life, the thing he was known for and was now, in the most direct way, being held accountable for, was an offense against the Buddhist order, carries a particular weight. whether this represented genuine spiritual development, a response to the specific circumstances he found himself in, or some combination, is not something the records allow us to determine with certainty. What is recorded is that he engaged with the practice in the time that remained to him. The location chosen for the final resolution of Shigehira's fate was the Kizukawa, the Kizu River, which runs near Nara, in the area between the old capital and the surrounding provinces. A river is a significant location in the geography of this kind of event, in the cultural framework of the period. Rivers represented, in various ways, boundaries, the crossing from one state to another, and the choice of a riverside location for what was about to happen carries, in the symbolic vocabulary of the period, a specific resonance. Shigehira was brought to the Kizukawa. The people of Nara, or representatives of the religious community that had been devastated 5 years before, were present. The execution of Shigehira took place at the Kizugawa in the 6th month of 1185, a little more than a year after Dan-no-ura, a little more than 4.5 years after Nara. The accounts of this event are, in the Heike Monogatari and related texts, treated with a specific kind of attention, the same kind of attention that the chronicle gives to other significant deaths. Atsumori on the beach, the Taira commanders who chose the sea over capture at Dan-no-ura, Kenrei Moin's attempted entry into the water, and her rescue against her will. Shigehira's death is part of this sequence of significant endings, and the chronicle handles it with the same combination of specific detail and larger resonance that characterizes its treatment of the others. What the accounts emphasize is Shigehira's bearing in the final moments. This is consistent with everything that has been recorded about him since his capture at Ichinotani, the dignity that had impressed the warriors who escorted him to Kamakura, the cultivation that Senjuno Mae had valued, the engagement with Buddhist practice in his final period. The chronicle presents Shigehira meeting his end with the composure that the warrior culture valued, and that the Buddhist framework he had been engaging with provided its own resources for. He had, according to the accounts, made his peace, to whatever extent peace was available to a man in his circumstances. The location, the Kizugawa, near Nara, meant that Shigehira's death occurred within sight, or at least within proximity, of the temples he had been associated with burning. This proximity was not incidental. It was, in the understanding of everyone involved, the point. The man who had been at Nara in 1180, whatever the precise mechanics of his responsibility for what happened that night, was now, 5 years later, meeting his end near the same place, in a resolution that the religious community had, in some sense, been waiting for since the fire. There is a way of reading this resolution that emphasizes its quality as justice, as the closing of a circle that had been opened in 1180, the man responsible for the destruction of the Daibutsu meeting his end near the site of that destruction, a symmetry that the Buddhist understanding of karma would have found appropriate, even necessary. There is another way of reading it that emphasizes its quality as tragedy, the young man who had been, in 1180, a fifth son with a temper and a striking appearance and not much else, who had been given a command in circumstances he had not fully chosen, and whose actions in that command, whatever their precise nature, had defined the rest of his life and ultimately ended it. Both readings are present in how the Heike Monogatari handles Shigehira. The chronicle does not choose between them. Shigehira died at the Kizugawa in 1185. He was 29 years old, the fifth son of Kiyomori, the man associated with Nara, the captive whose poetry and music had been valued in Kamakura, the prisoner who had engaged with Buddhist practice in his final months, died near the city whose great temples had burned under his command 5 years before. The Taira, as a clan, no longer existed. His brothers were dead. His sister was in a mountain temple, beginning the religious life that would define the rest of her years. Shigehira's death was, in a sense, one of the last acts of the war, a resolution that occurred after the war itself had ended, a settling of an account that had been open since before Dan-no-ura, before Ichinotani, before any of the events that had defined the war's final years. It went back to Nara. It always went back to Nara. The Daibutsu was rebuilt. This took decades. The reconstruction of Tadaiji and the great bronze image that had stood there for over 4 centuries before Shigehira's forces came to Nara was a project that extended across multiple generations, funded and organized by the religious community and, eventually, by the very government that had emerged from the war that Shigehira had been part of. The new Daibutsu was completed and consecrated years after Shigehira's death, years after the Taira had ceased to exist as anything but a memory and a story. The Buddha that stands at Tadaiji today is, in its essential form, the Buddha that was rebuilt in the aftermath of the fire that Shigehira's forces caused. Shigehira's story occupies a specific place in the larger structure of the Heike Monogatari, a place that is different from Kenrei Moen's, different from Kumagai Naozane's, different from Tomomori's. Kenrei Moen survived into a long aftermath of prayer and reflection. Kumagai Naozane survived into a transformation, the warrior who became the monk. Shigehira did not survive. His story is the story of someone who did something catastrophic, who carried the weight of it for years, who was, in the final period of his life, recognized as more than the catastrophe, as a person of genuine depth and cultivation, and who then paid, with his life, for what had happened that night in 1180. The question of Shigehira's guilt, in the strict sense, the question of whether he personally ordered the fire that destroyed the Daibutsu, or whether the fire was an accident that occurred in the chaos of a military engagement he commanded, is a question that the historical record does not definitively resolve. The chronicles themselves present both possibilities, sometimes within the same account. What is not in question is that Shigehira bore the responsibility, in the way that responsibility worked in this culture, for what happened under his command. He did not, by the accounts that survive, attempt to escape this responsibility. He carried it, through the remaining years of the war, through captivity, to the Kizugawa. There is something in Shigehira's story that resonates with the larger themes of the Heike Monogatari, the impermanence of fortune, the way that a single night, a single decision or sequence of events, can define a life in ways that nothing before it or after it can undo. Shigehira was, before Nara, a fifth son with a temper and an appearance that people noticed and not much else. After Nara, he was the man who burned the Buddha, a designation that overrode everything else about him, that followed him to Ichinotani, to Kamakura, to the Kizugawa. And yet, in Kamakura, in his final months, something else was also visible: the poetry, the music, the dignity, the engagement with the very tradition he had, in 1180, been responsible for wounding. The man who burned the Buddha spent his final months in prayer. This is not a resolution, in the sense of a clean ending that ties together the threads of a story. It is, instead, the kind of complexity that the Heike monogatari specializes in, the recognition that people contain more than the single act that defines them in the historical record, that Shigehira was, simultaneously, the commander whose forces burned Todaiji and Kohokuji, and a man who, in his final months, turned toward the Buddhist practice that the institutions he had damaged existed to embody. Both of these were true. The chronicle holds them together, the way it holds together the rise and the fall, the beauty and the loss, the things that the opening lines of the Heike monogatari announce as the subject of everything that follows. The proud do not endure. Shigehira did not endure, but what he was, in the time he had, was more than the fire that defined him. The chronicle remembers both. There is a particular kind of pressure that comes with being born into the position of heir, not simply a son of a powerful family, but the specific son through whom the family's future is expected to continue, the one whose accomplishments and failures carry a weight that the accomplishments and failures of his siblings and cousins do not carry in quite the same way. Taira Koremori was born into this position. He was not Kiyomori's son. He was Kiyomori's grandson, the eldest son of Shigemori, Kiyomori's eldest son, and, for most of Kiyomori's life, the heir presumptive to the entire Taira position. This made Koremori, from birth, a figure of particular significance within the clan, the grandson who represented the continuation of the line through the branch of the family that was expected to lead it. Shigemori, Koremori's father, was, by most accounts, one of the more thoughtful and capable figures among Kiyomori's children, a man whose judgment was respected and whose position as heir seemed for many years secure and appropriate. Shigemori died in 1179, the year before the Genpei War began, at a relatively young age, in circumstances that the records describe with some ambiguity, though illness rather than violence appears to be the cause. This death changed the succession calculations within the Taira clan in ways that would have implications for the rest of the family's history. With Shigemori gone, the question of who would eventually lead the Taira after Kiyomori shifted toward Munemori, Kiyomori's second son, rather than continuing through Shigemori's branch, as had previously been expected. Koremori, at the time of his father's death, was a young man, old enough to understand what had happened, old enough to feel the shift in his own position within the clan's hierarchy, but not yet old enough to have established himself through his own accomplishments in a way that might have preserved his branch's position regardless of his father's death. He had been raised with certain expectations. The grandson of Kiyomori, the son of Shigemori, was expected to become, in time, a figure of significance within the Taira military and political structure, someone whose role would reflect the importance of his lineage. His father's death, just as the family's position was about to be tested by the greatest crisis it had ever faced, meant that Koremori would have to establish himself, would have to demonstrate that he could fulfill the expectations his birth had created at exactly the moment when the family's circumstances were about to become far more difficult than anyone had anticipated. Koremori was known, in the records that describe him before the war, for his appearance and his cultivation in terms that echo, in some ways, the descriptions given of Shigehira. He was handsome, he was accomplished in the courtly arts, poetry, and music, the skills that a young man of his position and upbringing would have been expected to cultivate as a matter of course. He had, in other words, the qualities that the Heian court valued, the qualities that made a young aristocrat impressive in the specific context where such impressiveness mattered, the ceremonies and gatherings and social occasions that structured life in Kyoto. What these descriptions do not emphasize, in the way that descriptions of some other Taira warriors do, is martial accomplishment. This absence is not necessarily significant on its own. Many young aristocrats of this period were described primarily in terms of their courtly accomplishments, with martial training assumed but not specifically highlighted, simply because martial training was a standard part of a warrior family's education, and did not require special comment unless it was exceptional. But in Koremori's case, the absence of emphasis on martial accomplishment in the descriptions of him before the war becomes significant in light of what happens when the war actually arrives. When Koremori, as a young man of considerable lineage and considerable courtly polish, is called upon to do what his position required, to lead troops, to fight, to demonstrate the kind of capability that the warrior identity of his family was built around. Koremori had a wife. The records do not always preserve the names of the wives of even prominent figures from this period, but Koremori's wife, and the children they had together, would become significant figures in the later parts of his story, in ways that distinguish his narrative from those of Shigehira or Tomomori. Koremori, unlike Shigehira, who appears to have been unmarried or whose marriage is not given particular significance in the records, and unlike Tomomori, whose family life is not emphasized in the accounts of his role in the war, had a wife and children whose presence in his life, and whose situation as the war progressed, would become central to understanding the choices Koremori made. This is, in itself, a signal about the kind of story Koremori's would become, a story in which family, in the most immediate and personal sense, would play a role that it does not play in quite the same way in the stories of these other Taira figures. In 1180, when the war began, Koremori was in his early 20s, a young man with significant lineage, considerable courtly accomplishment, a wife and children, and a position within the Taira hierarchy that, following his father's death the previous year, was less secure than it had been expected to be. He had not yet been tested. He had not yet had the opportunity, or the requirement, to demonstrate what kind of warrior he would be, what kind of commander, what kind of Taira he would prove himself. The war was about to provide that opportunity, in the form of a campaign that would take Koremori to his first major command, against an enemy whose capabilities the Taira, in the early months of the rebellion, had not yet learned to take seriously. What happened in that first campaign would shape how Koremori was perceived, by his family and by himself, for the rest of his life. Before the war reached Koremori, before the campaign that would define how he was perceived for the rest of his life, there was the life he had before, the life in Kyoto, with his wife and his children, in the world that the Taira had built, and that Koremori, as one of Kiyomori's grandsons, had grown up taking for granted. This life is worth dwelling on, not because the records give us extensive detail about it, but because what we can infer about it, and what we know about how Koremori would later think and act in relation to it, tells us something important about the kind of person he was, and about what would eventually distinguish his story from the stories of the other Taira figures whose lives this channel has explored. Koromori's wife is sometimes referred to in the records by her relationship to him, rather than by a name that has been clearly preserved across all sources, a common pattern for women of this period whose significance to history is primarily as the wife or mother of significant men. What is clear is that Koromori's marriage was not simply a political alliance in the way that many marriages among the Taira and the court aristocracy were, arrangements designed to cement relationships between families. The accounts of Koromori's relationship with his wife, and later with his children, carry a quality of genuine attachment, the kind of attachment that becomes significant precisely because of how it shapes Koromori's later choices, choices that would not make sense if his family had been, to him, simply the formal arrangements that a man of his position was expected to have. The children Koromori had with his wife would have been young, in the years before the war, the kind of young children whose presence in a household shapes its daily rhythms in ways that are universal across cultures and centuries, the specific demands and specific joys of small children, the ways that a father's attention and affection are claimed by these small people whose entire world, at this age, is the household they live in and the people who care for them. Koromori, in these years, was a young father, a young husband, a young aristocrat with significant lineage and considerable accomplishment in the courtly arts, living in Kyoto in the years when the Taira ascendancy still seemed, to almost everyone, like the permanent arrangement of the world. The death of Shigemori, Koromori's father, in 1179, would have affected this household directly, not just in terms of the succession questions it raised within the broader Taira hierarchy, but in the immediate personal sense of a young family losing its patriarch, Koromori himself losing his father at a relatively young age, taking on, in whatever ways the household required, the role that Shigemori's death had left vacant. These were the circumstances Koromori was in, as 1179 became 1180, as the rumblings of rebellion in the eastern provinces began to reach Kyoto, as the world that Koromori had grown up in began, though no one yet understood this, to enter its final years. There is something worth noting about the contrast between Koromori's domestic situation and the situations of Shigehira and Tomomori, as this channel has explored them. Shigehira, as far as the records indicate, was not similarly anchored by a wife and young children in the same way, and the trajectory of his story, the command at Nara, the years carrying that association, the capture and captivity and eventual execution, unfolds without the specific weight of a family waiting in Kyoto. Tomonori's family situation is similarly not emphasized in the accounts of his role in the war, and his story, the clear-sighted assessment, the witnessing at Dan-no-ura, the final choice with the anchors, is a story that unfolds without this particular kind of personal anchor being part of the narrative. Koromori's story, from its earliest stages, carries this anchor, the wife and children in Kyoto, in a way that will become increasingly significant as the war progresses and as Koromori's circumstances change. When the call came, when Kiyomori needed commanders for the campaign that would become Koromori's first major test, Koromori was a young man with everything that his birth had given him: lineage, accomplishment, a wife, children, and a position within the Taira hierarchy that, following his father's death, needed to be re-established through Koromori's own actions, through his own demonstration of capability. The campaign that came was against the Minamoto forces in the east, the early engagements of what would become the Genpei War, before anyone fully understood how long or how consequential this conflict would become. Koremori was given command of a significant Taira force. This was an opportunity, the kind of opportunity that a young aristocrat of his lineage would be expected to use to establish himself, to demonstrate that the family's confidence in placing him in this position was justified. He left Kyoto, left his wife and his children, and rode east, toward the campaign that would become known as the Battle of Fujigawa, and that would shape how Koremori was perceived by his family and by himself in ways that would echo through the rest of his life. Fujigawa, the Fuji River, in the province of Suruga, east of Kyoto, in the 10th month of 1180, was where Koremori's military career began, and where it suffered a setback so immediate and so total that it would shape the rest of his life. The campaign had been organized in response to the early successes of the Minamoto Rebellion, which by the autumn of 1180 had established Yoritomo's position in the eastern provinces and had begun to represent a threat that the Taira leadership in Kyoto could no longer dismiss as a minor disturbance. Koremori was given command of a substantial force sent east to confront the Minamoto and, if possible, to end the rebellion before it could grow further. This was Koremori's first major command, the test that would establish, or fail to establish, his standing as a military leader within the Taira hierarchy. What happened at Fujigawa has become, over the centuries, one of the more discussed episodes of the early Genpei War, not because of the scale of fighting that occurred, but because of how little fighting actually occurred and why. The Taira force, under Koremori's command, approached the area along the Fuji River where Yoritomo's forces were positioned. The accounts describe a night when the Taira army, encamped near the river, was disturbed by a sudden massive sound, the sound of a large number of birds, water birds that inhabited the marshes along the river, taking flight all at once, startled by something, perhaps an animal, perhaps simply each other, in the darkness. The sound of thousands of water birds taking flight simultaneously in the darkness near a river to an army that was tense, that was in unfamiliar territory, that was aware that an enemy force was somewhere nearby, was apparently interpreted by at least some portion of the Taira force as the sound of a Minamoto attack, a massive force moving through the darkness toward their position. The panic that followed is described in the chronicles with a quality of almost disbelieving detail. The Taira army, or significant portions of it, broke and fled in the darkness, away from a threat that, as far as the historical record indicates, did not actually exist in the form the panicked soldiers believed. There was no Minamoto attack that night, or at least, no attack on the scale that would justify the response. The Minamoto forces, by some accounts, were not even fully aware of what was happening on the Taira side until the retreat was already underway. Koremori, as the commander of this force, bears the responsibility, in the way that commanders bear responsibility for what happens to the forces under their command, for what happened at Fujigawa. Whether Koremori himself was among those who panicked, whether he attempted to maintain order and failed, whether the scale of the rout was simply beyond what any commander could have controlled once it began, the records do not allow for a definitive reconstruction of Koremori's specific actions on this night. What is not in dispute is the outcome. A significant Taira force under Koremori's command retreated from Fujigawa without having fought any meaningful battle, having been routed by what amounted to a false alarm, the sound of birds mistaken for an army. The return to Kyoto after Fujigawa would have been one of the most difficult journeys of Koremori's life, not because of any physical danger. The retreat itself appears to have been largely unimpeded by any actual Minamoto pursuit, but because of what awaited him at the end of it. Koremori was returning as the commander whose first major campaign had ended not in defeat through combat, which would have been understandable, even honorable in its way, a force overcome by a superior enemy, but in a rout that had been triggered by birds, an outcome that carried with it a specific quality of humiliation that defeat through actual fighting would not have carried. The grandson of Kiyomori, the son of Shigemori, the young man whose lineage had created expectations of significant accomplishment, was returning to Kyoto having achieved, in his first command, one of the more embarrassing outcomes that a Taira commander could have achieved. The reception Koremori received in Kyoto, in the aftermath of Fujigawa, is not described in the kind of direct detail that would let us reconstruct specific conversations or specific moments of confrontation, but the broader pattern of how Koremori is subsequently treated, within the Taira hierarchy, and within the larger narrative of the war as the Heike Monogatari tells it, suggests that Fujigawa established a perception of Koremori that would follow him in some form for the rest of his life. He was the grandson who had been given an opportunity and who had not risen to it, whose first test had ended not in the kind of failure that comes from facing a difficult situation and being overcome by it, but in a failure that seemed to reflect something about Koremori himself, about his capability, or his nerve, or his fitness for the role his lineage had positioned him for. Fujigawa was Koremori's first battle. It would not be his last, but the shadow it cast over how he was perceived, by his family and perhaps by himself, would be present in everything that followed. The years between Fujigawa and the Taira retreat from Kyoto in 1183 were years in which Koremori continued to hold positions within the Taira military structure, continued to participate in the campaigns that the war required, while carrying the specific weight that Fujigawa had created. This weight is worth examining carefully, because it represents something different from the burdens that Shigehira and Tomomori carried through these same years. Shigehira's burden was Nara, the association with a catastrophic act that, whatever its precise causes, had happened, had consequences that could not be undone, and that followed him because of what it represented to the wider world, the religious establishment, the population that understood the Taira as the family that had burned the great Buddha. Tomonori's burden, if it can be called that, was clear-sightedness itself, the capacity to see accurately what was happening to the Taira cause, a capacity that brought its own kind of difficulty, but that was, in its way, a strength, a capability that the clan needed even when it was not always heeded. Koremori's burden was different from both of these. It was the burden of having failed, in a way that was not catastrophic in the way Nara was catastrophic, that did not involve the death of thousands or the destruction of sacred sites, but that was, in its own register, deeply damaging to how Koremori was perceived, and perhaps to how he perceived himself. A young aristocrat of Koremori's lineage, given his first major command and producing, as the outcome, a rout triggered by birds, faces a specific kind of ongoing challenge in a warrior culture, the challenge of being seen, by the people around him, through the lens of this initial failure, regardless of whatever he might do subsequently. This is not necessarily fair, in the sense that a single early failure particularly one whose causes were arguably more about the general psychological state of an army in unfamiliar territory than about any specific failure of Koremori's individual leadership, might not accurately predict what kind of commander Koremori would prove to be over time. But warrior cultures, like most cultures, do not always operate according to strict fairness in how reputations are formed and maintained. First impressions matter. Early failures, particularly dramatic or embarrassing ones, tend to stick, becoming part of how a person is understood, a lens through which subsequent actions are interpreted, regardless of whether that lens accurately captures what is actually happening. Koremori, in the years after Fujigawa, would have been operating under this lens within a family, the Taira clan, that was simultaneously his family in the most immediate sense, the people he had grown up among, and the institution within which his reputation, his standing, his future role were determined by how he was perceived as a warrior and a commander. The accounts of Koremori during these years do not describe further catastrophic failures on the scale of Fujigawa, but they also do not describe the kind of dramatic successes that might have begun to counterbalance the perception that Fujigawa had created. Koremori appears, in the records of this period, as a competent but not exceptional commander, someone who fulfilled the roles assigned to him without particular distinction, in a family and in a war where particular distinction, the kind that Shigehira's brothers and cousins were achieving or failing to achieve in their own dramatic ways, was the currency that mattered. There is a specific kind of psychological situation that develops when a person, particularly a young person, experiences an early and visible failure in a domain that matters enormously to their identity and their family's expectations of them, and then continues to operate within that domain, surrounded by people who, whatever they might say explicitly, are aware of that early failure and, consciously or not, factor it into how they perceive everything the person subsequently does. Koremori, as a Taira commander in the early 1180s, was operating within this kind of situation. He was a member of one of the most warrior-identified families in Japan, a family whose entire social position was built on military capability and the demonstration of that capability through victory in battle. And he was a member of this family who had, in his first major test, failed in a way that was, in the specific cultural context of warrior honor and capability, deeply resonant, not death in battle, which carried its own honor, not even defeat through being outmatched by a superior enemy, but a rout triggered by birds, an outcome that seemed to suggest something about Koremori's own composure, his own fitness for the role. What this situation does to a person, over years, is not the kind of thing that the chronicles of this period typically document directly. The Heike Monogatari and related texts are interested in actions and outcomes, not in the internal psychological states that might explain why certain actions were taken or why certain outcomes occurred, but the broader arc of Koremori's story, the choices he would eventually make, the trajectory his life would follow as the war progressed toward its final phases, suggests a man who was carrying something, some combination of awareness of how he was perceived, awareness of the gap between what his lineage had positioned him to be, and what he had, so far, demonstrated himself to be, and the ordinary human difficulty of continuing to function, to hold positions, to participate in a war while carrying this awareness. Koremori continued. He held his positions. He participated in the campaigns, but the weight was there, accumulating through these years, alongside the other weight that was accumulating for everyone in the Taira clan as 1183 approached, and the situation in Kyoto became increasingly difficult to sustain. The retreat from Kyoto in the summer of 1183 has been described in this channel from multiple perspectives now: Kenrei Moin's, Tomomori's, and the broader context that Shigehira's story established about the years leading up to this moment. For Koremori, this retreat carried a specific significance that distinguished his experience of it from these other figures. Koremori left Kyoto with the Taira clan as part of the general exodus that took the emperor, the regalia, and the Taira court westward, away from the capital that had been the center of their world. But Koremori, unlike Kenrei Moin, unlike Tomomori, unlike Shigehira, who was not present for this retreat having been captured at Ichinotani the following year, Koremori left Kyoto with a specific awareness of what and who he was leaving behind. Koremori's wife and children did not accompany him in this retreat. The reasons for this, the specific decisions and circumstances that led to Koremori's family remaining in Kyoto while Koremori himself joined the Taira exodus westward, are not detailed with complete clarity in the surviving accounts. There are several possibilities, none of which are mutually exclusive, and all of which may have played some role. The retreat itself was chaotic, organized hastily, prioritizing the emperor, the regalia, and the core of the Taira military and political leadership, with less capacity for accommodating the full extended families of every Taira warrior. There may have been a calculation, on Koremori's part, or on the part of others, that his wife and children would be safer remaining in Kyoto, in a city that, whatever its new political alignment, was not expected to become an active battlefield in the way that the western provinces, where the Taira were retreating to, might become. There may also have been, though this is more speculative, considerations related to Koremori's wife's own family connections that might have provided her and the children with protection or accommodation in Kyoto that would not have been available to them in the uncertain circumstances of the Taira retreat. Whatever the specific reasons, the outcome was that Koremori rode west with the Taira clan, leaving his wife and children behind in a city that was, within days or weeks, going to be occupied by forces aligned with the Minamoto, a city that Koremori and the rest of the Taira clan understood they might never control again. This separation, from a husband and father's perspective, carries a weight that is different from the weight of losing a position, or a city, or even a military campaign. Koremori, riding west in the summer of 1183, was riding away from his wife and his children into an uncertain future, with no clear sense of when or whether he would see them again. The other Taira figures whose stories this channel has explored did not carry this specific weight in the same way. Kenrei Moin's situation was different. She was herself part of the core group that retreated. Her son, the emperor, was with her. Her separation was not from immediate family in the same configuration. Tomomori's family situation is not emphasized in the accounts in a way that suggests a similar separation was part of his experience of the retreat. Shigehira had not yet been captured at this point, and his wife Sukuno Tsubone's situation during this retreat is not detailed in a way that suggests the same kind of weight Koremori was carrying. Koremori, among the figures whose stories this channel has told, was uniquely positioned in the summer of 1183 as a man who was leaving behind, in a city about to fall to the enemy, the people who mattered to him most in the most immediate personal sense. The journey west for Koremori would have been the same journey in terms of the physical route and the general circumstances that Kenreimo Inn and the rest of the Taira court experienced. The carriages and palanquins and horses, the loss of the forms and rituals that had structured life in Kyoto, the gradual transition from the world of the capital to the world of the western provinces where the Taira had their original roots. But Koremori would have experienced this journey with the specific, additional weight of his family's absence, the awareness that every step westward was a step further from Kyoto, further from his wife and children, into a situation whose ultimate resolution, whether the Taira could somehow recover their position, whether some kind of reunion would eventually become possible, whether this separation was temporary or permanent, no one could predict. This is the Koremori who arrives in the western provinces in the autumn of 1183, a man who already carried the weight of Fujigawa, the perception of having failed at his first major test, and who now carried, additionally, the weight of separation from his family, a separation whose terms and whose duration were entirely uncertain. The campaigns that followed, Ichinotani in the first month of 1184, where Shigehira would be captured, Yashima in early 1185, where the Taira would establish what they hoped would be a secure position, would unfold with Koremori present, participating, carrying these accumulated weights in a war that was, for the Taira as a whole, moving toward Dan-no-ura and toward the kind of ending that Tomonori's clear-sightedness had been anticipating for years. For Koremori, the question that would eventually become unavoidable was not simply how this war would end for the Taira clan as a whole, it was how this war, and everything it had cost him, would end for him specifically, and what, if anything, he could do about the separation from his family that had been weighing on him since the summer of 1183. The western provinces, where the Taira established their positions in the years after the retreat from Kyoto, were not entirely cut off from the rest of Japan, even as the political situation made travel and communication increasingly difficult and dangerous. Some forms of communication between the Taira court in the west and the people who remained in Kyoto, or who had connections that allowed messages to pass between these two increasingly separate worlds, continued to be possible through intermediaries, through the networks of relationships that the court aristocracy had maintained for generations, and that did not simply disappear because of a change in military and political control of the capital. Koremori, during these years, maintained some form of connection to his wife and children in Kyoto, through whatever channels remained available. The specific content of any communications between Koremori and his family during this period is not preserved in the kind of detail that would let us reconstruct exact letters or exact messages. What the broader tradition surrounding Koremori's story conveys, and what becomes significant in understanding his later choices, is the sense that this separation was not simply accepted by Koremori as one of the unfortunate but unavoidable consequences of the war, something to be endured without particular ongoing emotional significance. The separation remained present for Koremori, an ongoing reality that did not fade into the background the way that, for many people in difficult circumstances, separations from loved ones can sometimes become normalized, a fact of life that, while regretted, no longer occupies the same emotional space it did at the moment of separation itself. For Koremori, by the accounts that inform how his story has been understood, the separation from his wife and children remained present, an ongoing source of what can only be described as longing, a word that appears in various forms in the traditions surrounding Koremori's later choices. This longing existed alongside, and in some tension with, Koremori's continued participation in the Taira military effort. He was, during these years, still a Taira commander, still expected to fulfill the roles his position required, still present at the councils and campaigns through which the Taira attempted to manage their increasingly difficult situation. The accounts of these years describe Koremori functioning in these roles, without further catastrophic failures of the kind Fujigawa had represented, but also without the kind of accomplishments that might have meaningfully shifted how he was perceived within the clan. He was, in a sense, present but not fully present, fulfilling his obligations while carrying, internally, an attachment to a life and to people that were no longer accessible to him in any direct way. The contrast between Koremori's situation and the situations of his cousins and uncles within the Taira leadership is worth considering here. Mori, as the clan's nominal head, was focused on the larger questions of strategy and survival that the clan's situation demanded. Tomomori was applying his clear-sightedness to the assessment of these same questions. Shigehira, until his capture at Ichinotani, was carrying the weight of Nara through his continued participation in the war. These men were, in their different ways, oriented toward the Taira cause itself, toward the question of what would happen to the clan, to the emperor, to the regalia, to the institutional and military structure that their family represented. Koremori, without abandoning his role within this structure, appears to have been oriented, at least in part, toward something else, toward Kyoto, toward the household he had left behind, toward a life that existed, now, only in memory and in whatever fragments of communication continued to reach him. This orientation, this divided attention between the Taira cause and the family he had left behind, is not something the warrior culture of this period had particularly developed frameworks for accommodating. A warrior was expected to be oriented toward his lord, his clan, his cause, with a completeness that did not leave significant room for competing attachments to interfere with the fulfillment of warrior obligations. Koremori's continued attachment to his wife and children, an attachment that the records suggest did not diminish, but if anything intensified as the years of separation continued, represented something that did not fit neatly into this framework, a competing claim on Koremori's attention and his sense of obligation that the warrior culture's expectations did not have a clear place for. By the time the Taira fleet established its position at Yashima, in the period before Yoshitsune's attack that this channel has described from Tomonori's perspective, Koremori had been separated from his family for approximately 2 years. 2 years of campaigns, of retreats, of the accumulating sense, shared by clear-sighted commanders like Tomonori, that the Taira cause was moving toward a difficult conclusion. 2 years of carrying Fujigawa, the perception of failure that had followed Koremori since his first command, and 2 years of separation from his wife and children, a separation that had not become easier with time, that remained for Koremori an active and growing source of difficulty, alongside everything else that the war's deteriorating trajectory was imposing on every member of the Taira clan. Yashima, for Koremori, would become the place where these accumulated weights, Fujigawa, the years of separation, the longing for Kyoto, and for the people he had left there, would converge into a decision that would set him apart, decisively, from how his cousins and uncles were responding to the same deteriorating circumstances. Yashima, in the months before Yoshitsune's attack, was a fortified position on an island in the inland sea, the new center of Taira resistance after the disaster at Ichinotani, where Shigehira had been captured and where Atsumori and many other Taira warriors had died on the beach. For Koremori, Yashima represented a continuation of everything that had defined his experience of the war since 1183, continued participation in a military effort whose trajectory was increasingly difficult, continued separation from his family in Kyoto, and continued existence within a Taira hierarchy where his standing, since Fujigawa, had never fully recovered. The island itself, like the other positions the Taira had occupied during their retreat, would have had its own specific character, its own landscape, its own particular qualities, as a place where a displaced court was attempting to maintain itself. The forms and rituals of Kyoto recreated, as best they could be, in increasingly difficult circumstances. The accounts of Yashima during this period describe a Taira court that, despite everything, continued to function as a court, continued the practices, the poetry, the music, the seasonal observances that had defined Heian aristocratic life. This continuation, in circumstances that were objectively dire, the clan having lost Kyoto, having suffered catastrophic defeat at Ichinotani, having lost one of its most prominent commanders to capture, represents something about the resilience of cultural forms, the way that practices and rituals can continue to provide structure and meaning even when the larger context that originally gave rise to them has become precarious. For Koremori, this continuation of courtly forms at Yashima would have been familiar, in the sense that it represented the same world he had grown up in, the same practices he had been trained in, the poetry and music that had been part of his education and his identity since childhood. But it would also have been, in its way, a kind of performance, a maintenance of forms that increasingly seemed disconnected from the actual circumstances the Taira found themselves in. Island fortifications and military positions dressed in the language and practices of courtly refinement. Koremori's specific role at Yashima in terms of military responsibilities, command positions, participation in the planning and execution of the Taira defensive efforts, is not detailed with the kind of specificity that would let us understand exactly what he was doing during these months in terms of his formal duties. What the broader tradition surrounding Koremori's story conveys is a man who was present, who was participating in the formal life of the Taira court at Yashima, the ceremonies and observances that continued despite everything, while carrying internally the accumulated weight of everything that had brought him to this point. Fujigawa, 4 years in the past, but never fully receding. The separation from his family, now approaching 2 years, with no resolution in sight, and, as the Taira's military situation continued to deteriorate, increasingly little reason to expect any resolution that would not involve either the Taira's eventual defeat, with whatever that might mean for Koremori personally, or some kind of negotiated outcome that seemed, by this point in the war, increasingly unlikely. There is a specific quality to existing within a community, a court, a military force, that is maintaining its forms and its routines, while everyone within it understands, at some level, that the larger situation is not sustainable, that the routines and forms are providing structure for a present that has an increasingly uncertain future. Koremori at Yashima was existing within this quality, participating in the poetry gatherings and the seasonal observances and the military preparations, all of it conducted with the outward forms of continuity, while the underlying reality, the reality that Tomonori's clear-sightedness understood, and that even less clear-sighted members of the Taira leadership could not entirely avoid sensing, was a reality of a clan whose options were narrowing, whose territory was shrinking, whose eventual fate was becoming, with each passing month, less and less uncertain. For Koremori specifically, existing within this situation meant existing within it as a man who carried, in addition to whatever general awareness of the Taira's deteriorating circumstances he shared with everyone else, his own specific and personal awareness, the awareness of his family in Kyoto, the awareness of the years that had passed since he had seen them, the awareness that whatever happened to the Taira clan as a whole, his own personal situation, his own relationship with his wife and children, was becoming increasingly disconnected from anything the Taira cause could provide for him. If the Taira somehow recovered, if some kind of restoration of their position became possible, would this restoration include any path back to Kyoto, back to his family, that did not depend on military victories Koremori had little role in achieving and little confidence, given Fujigawa and everything since, that he could meaningfully contribute to? And if the Taira did not recover, if the trajectory Tomonori's clear-sightedness had been tracking for years reached its inevitable conclusion, what would happen to Koremori as a Taira commander on the losing side of a war that was ending in catastrophe? These questions, whether Koremori articulated them to himself in these specific terms, or whether they existed for him in some less explicit form, some accumulated sense of dissatisfaction and longing that had not yet crystallized into specific thoughts about alternatives, were the questions that Yashima, in the months before Yoshitsune's attack, would have presented to a man in Koremori's position, a man who had failed at his first test, a man who had been separated from his family for years with no resolution, a man who was participating in a military effort whose trajectory, to anyone paying attention, was increasingly clearly heading toward catastrophe. What Koremori would eventually do in response to these accumulated circumstances would set him apart from every other Taira figure whose story this channel has told. He would not face Dan-no-ura. He would not be at Yashima when Yoshitsune's attack came. By the time that attack arrived, Koremori would already be gone. The decision Koremori made at Yashima, sometime before Yoshitsune's attack in the second month of 1185, was a decision that the warrior culture of this period had no good framework for, a decision that, depending on how it is understood, can be read as desertion, as a profound failure of duty at the moment when the Taira needed every commander they had, or as something else, something that the Heike Monogatari, in how it handles Koremori's story, seems to invite readers to consider with more complexity than a simple judgment of desertion would allow. Koremori left Yashima. He did not announce this departure to the Taira leadership. He did not request permission, did not explain his reasoning to Munemori, or to any of the other commanders who might have had authority over such a decision. He simply left, taking with him a small number of attendants, men whose loyalty to Koremori personally, rather than to the Taira cause in the abstract, was apparently sufficient that they chose to accompany him in this departure. The timing of this departure, before Yoshitsune's attack on Yashima, means that Koremori was not present for one of the war's significant engagements, an engagement that, as this channel has described from Tomomori's perspective, represented another instance of the pattern that had defined the war since Ichinotani, Yoshitsune finding an approach the Taira had not adequately prepared for, another Taira position that had seemed secure proving not to be. Koremori did not experience this directly. By the time it happened, he was already elsewhere, already engaged in the journey that his departure from Yashima had begun. Whether Koremori's absence from Yashima during this attack had any effect on the outcome, whether his presence might have made any difference to how the battle unfolded, is not something the records allow us to assess with any confidence. What is clear is that Koremori was not there, having chosen, before the attack came, to leave. The destination Koremori was heading toward when he left Yashima was not Kyoto, in the direct sense of returning to his wife and children immediately. The geography and the political circumstances made such a direct return essentially impossible. Kyoto was under Minamoto-aligned control. A Taira commander attempting to simply return to the capital would have faced immediate and obvious dangers, capture or worse, in a city that had no place for him in his current identity as a Taira warrior. Koremori's departure from Yashima was not, in this sense, a flight toward reunion with his family in any straightforward way. It was something else, a departure from the Taira cause itself, from the military and political identity that Koremori had carried since birth, toward a destination that represented a different kind of resolution to the accumulated weights he had been carrying. This departure, understood within the framework of warrior obligation that governed the Taira clan and the broader warrior culture of this period, was a serious transgression. A commander who left his post, who abandoned his position within the clan's military structure, without permission, without explanation, at a moment when the clan's situation was increasingly desperate, and every available commander and every available force was needed, was doing something that the culture's norms would generally categorize as desertion, as a failure of the most basic obligations that bound a warrior to his lord and his clan. The Heike Monogatari does not entirely avoid this framing. Koremori's departure is presented in the chronicle with an awareness of how it would be perceived, how it might be judged, within the warrior culture's terms. But the chronicle also presents Koremori's departure with something more than simple condemnation, with an attention to Koremori's internal state, to the accumulated weight of Fujigawa, and the years of separation from his family, that suggests the chronicle is inviting a more complex response than a straightforward judgment of desertion would represent. This is consistent with the Heike Monogatari's broader approach to the figures whose stories it tells, an approach that, as this channel has discussed in relation to Shigehira and to other figures, tends to resist simple categorization, tends to present even figures who did things that could be condemned, the way Shigehira's role at Nara, with an attention to their fuller humanity that complicates any simple judgment. Koremori's departure from Yashima, in this framing, is not simply desertion, though it has elements that the warrior culture would categorize as desertion. It is also, simultaneously, the action of a man who had reached a point where the accumulated weights he was carrying, Fujigawa, the years of separation, the increasingly clear trajectory of the Taira cause toward catastrophe, had become more than he could continue to carry within the role that his birth and his clan had assigned him. Koremori's destination, as he left Yashima, was Koyasan, Mount Koya, one of the most significant religious sites in Japan, a mountain complex of temples that had been, for centuries, a center of Buddhist practice, and a destination for those seeking to leave secular life behind. This destination tells us something about how Koremori understood his own departure, not as desertion towards some alternative secular life, not as an attempt to somehow reach Kyoto and his family through some path that circumvented the political and military realities that made such a reunion impossible, but as a departure toward religious life, toward the kind of renunciation that Rensei, the monk that Kumagai Naozane became, had also undertaken, though in different circumstances and for different reasons. Koremori was leaving the Taira cause. He was leaving, in the most fundamental sense, the warrior identity that his entire life had been organized around. He was heading toward Koyasan, toward whatever resolution religious life might offer to a man who had carried, for years, the weight of failure and separation, and who had concluded at Yashima, before Yoshitsune's attack, that he could not continue to carry these weights within the role he had been born into. The journey from Yashima to Koyasan was not a short one, and it was a journey that took Koremori through territory whose political alignment in the spring of 1185 was complicated and in places dangerous for a Taira commander traveling without the protection of a Taira military force. Koremori, with the small number of attendants who had chosen to accompany him, was traveling essentially as a private individual, no longer operating under the authority or the protection of the Taira military structure, in a landscape where that structure's authority was, in any case, increasingly limited to the shrinking territory the Taira still controlled. The specific route Koremori took, the specific encounters or difficulties he may have faced along the way, are not detailed with precision in the surviving accounts. What the broader tradition conveys is a journey undertaken with a kind of determination, Koremori moving toward Koyasan with the clarity of someone who had made a decision and was now executing it, whatever difficulties the execution might involve. Koyasan, when Koremori arrived, represented something that Yashima, despite its continuation of courtly forms, could not represent: a community organized entirely around religious practice, around the Buddhist tradition that had been part of Koremori's education and his cultural inheritance, as it had been part of the education and cultural inheritance of every member of the Heian aristocracy, but that had existed for Koremori as one element among many, alongside the warrior identity and the courtly accomplishments that had defined his life. At Koyasan, religious practice was not one element among many. It was the entire organizing principle of the community, the reason the community existed, the framework within which everyone present understood their own lives and their own purposes. For Koremori, arriving at Koyasan after years of carrying the weight of Fujigawa and the separation from his family, and the increasingly clear trajectory of the Taira cause toward catastrophe, this kind of community, organized around a single, clear, all-encompassing purpose, would have represented something that the world he had left behind, with its complicated mixture of warrior obligation and courtly refinement and personal attachment and clan loyalty, could not offer. Koremori took the tonsure at Koyasan, becoming formally a Buddhist monk in the same kind of transition that Rensei had undergone, the cutting of the hair, the receiving of the precepts and the new name, the formal break with secular identity that the religious tradition provided for those who chose this path. Koremori's monk name, according to the traditions that record his story, was Jo-en. This transition, from Koremori, the grandson of Kiyomori, The Taira commander, whose first battle had ended in a rout triggered by birds, to Joen, the monk, represents the kind of transformation that Rensei also underwent, a setting aside of the secular identity, with all its accumulated weight, in favor of a new identity organized around religious practice. But Koremori's transformation, unlike Rensei's, was not the end of his story. Rensei's renunciation, as this channel has described, was followed by decades of practice, of wandering, of the daily Nembutsu said in memory of Atsumori, a long aftermath that gave Rensei's story its particular shape, the warrior who became, through years of sustained practice, something genuinely transformed. Koremori, at Koyasan, had taken the tonsure, had become Joen, had entered the religious life, but the war that Koremori had left behind, the Taira cause that was, even as Koremori was arriving at Koyasan, moving toward its final catastrophic phase at Dan-no-ura, was not something that simply disappeared because Koremori had changed his name and his outward identity. Koremori, at Koyasan in the early months of 1185, would have received news of what was happening to the Taira, the attack on Yashima that he had departed before, the continued retreat westward, and eventually Dan-no-ura itself, the battle that ended the Taira as a military and political force that took the emperor and the regalia, and so many of Koremori's own family members into the sea. Koremori's brothers, his uncles, his cousins, the people he had grown up among, the people whose stories this channel has told from Tomomori's and Shigehira's perspectives, were, during these same months, living through the final catastrophic events of the war that Koremori had left. Koremori at Koyasan, having become Joen, was receiving this news from outside, as someone who had already departed from the Taira identity, but who could not, presumably, simply receive news of his own family's destruction with the detachment that a fully realized religious practice might, in theory, provide. The relationship between Koremori's religious transformation and his ongoing connection to his family, both the family he had left in Kyoto, his wife and children, and the family that was, during these months, being destroyed at Dan-no-ura, his Taira relatives, is one of the central tensions of the remaining parts of Koremori's story. He had left the warrior identity behind. He had become Joen, the monk. But the longing for his wife and children that had been part of what drove him to leave Yashima in the first place had not disappeared simply because Koremori had changed his outward identity. And the Taira clan, even as it was being destroyed at Dan-no-ura, remained, in the most basic sense, Koremori's family, the people he had grown up among, regardless of what identity Koremori had subsequently adopted. Koremori at Koyasan was Joen, the monk. He was also, still, Koremori, the man who had left his wife and children in Kyoto years before, and whose longing for them had not been resolved by his arrival at Koyasan. What Koremori or Joen would do next would be shaped by both of these realities, the religious identity he had adopted and the personal attachments that identity had not erased. Koyasan, Mount Koya, had been since its founding in the early 9th century by Kukai, the great monk who established Shingon Buddhism in Japan, one of the most significant religious sites in the country, a mountain complex of temples and monasteries that represented, for the Buddhist tradition in Japan, something close to a spiritual capital, a place set apart from the ordinary world, dedicated entirely to religious practice. For Koremori, now Joen, Arriving at Koyasan in the early months of 1185, this place represented a community that had existed for centuries, that would continue to exist regardless of what was happening to the Taira clan in the western provinces, a community whose rhythms and practices were organized around concerns that were, in the most fundamental sense, different from the concerns that had defined Koremori's life until this point. The life of a monk at Koyasan in the late 12th century involved a structure of daily practice, sutra recitation, meditation, the maintenance of the temple complex, the various rituals and observances that marked the religious calendar that would have been, for Koremori, both familiar in its broad outlines, the Buddhist practices that had been part of his education, and entirely new in its intensity and its centrality. Koremori, as Jo-en, would have begun to participate in this life, the daily structure of practice that Koyasan's community maintained, a structure that provided, in its way, exactly the kind of clear, single-purposed framework that Yashima, with its complicated mixture of courtly forms and military preparations and the accumulating weight of an increasingly desperate situation, could not provide. But Koyasan was not, in 1185, entirely separate from the larger events happening in Japan, however much it might have represented, in principle, a withdrawal from secular concerns. News traveled, even to religious communities on mountaintops, through the networks of communication that connected even the most withdrawn monasteries to the broader world, pilgrims and travelers, and the ordinary movement of people and information that did not simply stop because a war was being fought in the western provinces. Koremori, as Jo-en, would have received news of Dan-no-ura, of the battle that ended the war, of the deaths of so many people he had grown up among, his uncles, his cousins, the emperor who was his young relative, Nidono who was his great-grandmother. The specific content of Koremori's response to this news, his internal experience of learning that the clan he had been born into, the family whose expectations had shaped his entire life, the cause he had walked away from at Yashima, had been destroyed in the span of a single afternoon at Dan-no-ura is not something the records preserve in direct terms, but the broader trajectory of Koremori's story, what he did in the months after Dan-no-ura, after receiving this news at Koyasan, suggests that the religious transformation he had undergone, the becoming of Jo-en, did not simply resolve, for Koremori, the question of how to relate to everything that had happened, to everything that was still happening, to the family in Kyoto that he had left years before, and that, in the aftermath of Dan-no-ura, existed in circumstances that Koremori could not directly know. The Taira clan's destruction at Dan-no-ura had implications for everyone connected to the clan, including, potentially, Koremori's wife and children in Kyoto, who, whatever their specific circumstances during the years of Koremori's absence, were connected, through these family ties, to a clan that had just been militarily and politically destroyed. What would happen in the aftermath of Dan-no-ura to the families of Taira commanders, including commanders like Koremori, who had, in his case, already left the Taira military structure before Dan-no-ura occurred, was a question that the new political order, the Minamoto-dominated arrangement that was emerging from the war's conclusion, would need to address in ways that could range from relatively benign, families simply being left alone, to severe, families being targeted for their connections to the defeated clan. Koremori, at Koyasan, as Jo-en, was receiving news of Dan-no-ura while carrying still his ongoing concern for his wife and children, a concern that Dan-no-ura's outcome would have intensified rather than resolved. The months after Dan-no-ura, for Koremori at Koyasan, were months of processing what had happened. To his family, the Taira clan, and to his own situation, as a man who had renounced that clan's cause before its final destruction, but who remained, in the most fundamental sense, connected to it, by blood, by upbringing, by the family members who had died at Dan-no-ura, and the family members who remained, in Kyoto, in circumstances Koremori could not directly assess. Joen, the monk, continued the practices of Koyasan, but Koremori, the man, was carrying something that the religious life, however genuinely Koremori had embraced it, had not fully resolved. What Koremori would do next, the journey he would undertake from Koyasan, would represent an attempt to address this, in a way that would bring together the religious identity he had adopted and the personal connections that identity had not erased. At Koyasan, Koremori, as Joen, encountered another monk whose presence would become significant in the story of these final months of Koremori's life. This monk's name was Takiguchi Nyudo, the monk of Takiguchi, and his own history before he had become a monk connected to Koremori's world in ways that made an encounter between these two men at Koyasan carry a particular resonance. Takiguchi Nyudo had, before taking religious vows, been a member of the Taira household guard, a warrior whose position had brought him into contact with the Taira family, including, presumably, with Koremori himself, in the years before the war, when both men had been part of the world that Kyoto represented. Takiguchi Nyudo's path to Koyasan and to religious life had its own history, separate from Koremori's, a history that involved, according to the traditions that record it, a love affair that had been forbidden, that had been deemed inappropriate given the difference in status between Takiguchi and the woman he had loved, and that had led, eventually, to Takiguchi's decision to leave secular life and become a monk, rather than continue in a world where the relationship he wanted was not possible. This history gave Takiguchi Nyudo a particular kind of understanding, an understanding of what it meant to leave behind a life organized around attachments that the world, for whatever reason, would not accommodate, and to seek, in religious life, a different kind of resolution to that situation. For Koremori, encountering Takiguchi Nyudo at Koyasan, meeting a man who had once been part of the same world Koremori had grown up in, who had served the same family, who had walked away from that world for reasons that, while different in their specifics from Koremori's reasons, shared something in common, the experience of an attachment that could not be reconciled with the role the world had assigned, would have represented something significant. Here was someone who understood, from his own experience, what it meant to make the kind of choice Koremori had made, to leave behind a secular identity and its obligations in favor of religious life, while carrying still the attachments that had made the secular life untenable. The accounts of Koremori's time at Koyasan describe interactions with Takiguchi Nyudo that suggest a relationship of mutual recognition, two men who had each, in their own ways, made the choice to leave behind the world that had shaped them, and who could, in each other's presence, find a kind of understanding that the broader community at Koyasan, however supportive and however genuinely committed to religious practice, might not entirely provide. Takiguchi Nyudo had been a warrior. He had served the Taira. He had loved someone the world said he could not love, and had become a monk rather than continue in a world that would not accommodate that love. Koremori had been a warrior, had served the Taira, had loved his wife and children with an attachment that the world, the war, the collapse of the Taira cause, had made it impossible for him to maintain in any direct way, and had become a monk partly in response to this impossibility. What Koremori and Takiguchi Nyudo discussed in whatever conversations they had at Koyasan is not preserved in the kind of detail that would let us reconstruct specific exchanges, but the broader tradition surrounding Koremori's story suggests that Takiguchi Nyudo's presence, his own history, his own understanding of what it meant to leave behind attachments that the world would not accommodate, played some role in what Koremori did next, in the decision that would take Koremori away from Koyasan, toward a destination that represented in its way a continuation of the journey that had begun when Koremori left Yashima. Koremori at Koyasan, having become Joen, having received news of Dan-no-ura and the destruction of his family's clan, having found, in Takiguchi Nyudo, someone who understood something of his own situation, was approaching a decision about what came next, a decision that would take him away from Koyasan, toward Kumano, toward Nachi, toward the sea. Kumano, the Kumano region, in the southern part of the Ki Peninsula, had been, for centuries before Koremori's time, one of the most significant pilgrimage destinations in Japan, a region of mountains and forests and waterfalls considered sacred within both the native Shinto tradition and the Buddhist tradition that had, over centuries, become intertwined with Shinto practice in complex and locally specific ways. The Kumano Sanzan, the 3 grand shrines of Kumano, were destinations that emperors and aristocrats had made pilgrimages to for generations, journeys that were understood as having religious significance, as opportunities for purification, for the accumulation of religious merit, for connection with the sacred power that Kumano's landscape was understood to embody. For Koremori, now Joen, the decision to travel from Koyasan to Kumano represented on one level a continuation of religious practice, a pilgrimage of the kind that monks and devout aristocrats had undertaken for centuries. But the journey to Kumano for Koremori carried additional significance, significance connected to the specific circumstances of his situation. A man who had left the Taira cause before Dan-no-ura, whose family clan had just been destroyed, whose wife and children remained in Kyoto in circumstances Koremori could not directly know, and who was, in some sense, still working out what his religious transformation actually meant, in practice, for how he would live the remainder of his life. Kumano's significance, within the religious traditions of this period, included associations with death and rebirth, with the crossing from one state of existence to another, associations that made Kumano not simply a destination for pilgrimage in the sense of a journey undertaken and then returned from, but, for some who made this journey, a place where significant transitions, including the transition from life to death, could occur. The journey from Koyasan to Kumano would have taken Koremori and his small group of attendants, the same attendants who had accompanied him from Yashima, through the mountainous terrain of the Ki Peninsula, terrain that, in its remoteness and its specific quality of sacred landscape, would have represented a continuation of the withdrawal from secular concerns that Koyasan had begun. Koremori, as Joen, traveling through this landscape toward Kumano, was moving further, in both the literal and the figurative sense, from the world he had left behind, from Yashima and the Taira cause, from Kyoto and the wife and children he had not seen in years, toward a destination whose significance, for Koremori specifically, was still taking shape. The accounts of Koremori's journey to Kumano describe a man engaged in religious observance, visiting the shrines and sites that pilgrims to this region traditionally visited, participating in the practices that such a pilgrimage involved. But these accounts also describe something else, a quality of Koremori's engagement with this journey that suggests it was not simply a pilgrimage in the conventional sense, undertaken with the expectation of eventually returning to Koyasan or to wherever religious life might subsequently take him. There is a quality in how Koremori's journey to Kumano is described, of finality, of a journey toward a destination from which return was not necessarily part of the plan. Nachi, the Nachi region within Kumano, particularly significant for its great waterfall, Nachi-no Otaki, one of the most famous waterfalls in Japan, and for its associations with Fudaraku, the pure land of the Bodhisattva canon, which, in the religious geography of this period, was understood to be located across the sea to the south. This association, Fudaraku as a pure land located across the sea, gave rise to a specific practice, Fudaraku Tokai, the crossing to Fudaraku, in which devotees, seeking to reach this pure land, would set out to sea in small boats, often configured in ways that made return impossible, a practice that represented in its way a form of religious suicide, an attempt to reach, through death, a destination that could not be reached through life. Koremori, traveling toward Nachi, toward the coast where Fudaraku Tokai was practiced, was approaching a destination that had, within the religious framework of this period, a specific and significant meaning, a meaning connected to crossing, to the sea, to the pure land that lay, according to this tradition, beyond it. What Koremori intended as he traveled toward Nachi, whether he had, by this point, formed a specific intention about what he would do upon arrival, or whether the intention took shape during the journey itself, or upon arrival at the coast, is not something the records establish with certainty. But the destination itself, Nachi, with its associations with Fudaraku Tokai, with the crossing to the pure land across the sea, suggests that Koremori's journey from Koyasan was not simply a pilgrimage undertaken for its own sake, but a journey toward a specific kind of ending, an ending that would bring together everything Koremori had been carrying: Fujigawa, the years of separation from his family, the destruction of the Taira clan at Dan-no-ura, the religious transformation he had undergone at Koyasan, into a single, final act. Koremori was approaching the sea. What he would do there would be the last thing this story has to tell about him. The coast at Nachi, where Koremori and his attendants arrived, in the spring of 1185, in the months after Dan-no-ura, presented a landscape that combined the specific sacred significance of the Kumano region with the simple physical reality of the sea itself, the same sea, in the broadest sense, that had received the Taira fleet and the emperor and the regalia and so many of Koremori's own relatives weeks or months before at Dan-no-ura, hundreds of miles to the west. For Koremori, standing at this coast, the sea would have carried multiple layers of meaning: the religious significance of Fudaraku, the pure land understood to lie across these waters, and the more immediate personal significance of a sea that had already, in this same season, claimed so much of what Koremori had been born into: his family, his cousins, his uncles, the emperor who was his young relative, the entire world that Koremori's birth had positioned him within. The accounts of Koromori's final days at Nachi describe a period of continued religious observance, prayers, the recitation of sutras, the practices that Joen, the monk, would have continued to perform, even as these days approached their conclusion. Koromori's attendants, the small group who had accompanied him from Yashima through Koyasan and now to Nachi, were present for these final days, witnesses to whatever Koromori did and said during this period, in the way that Tomonori's role at Dan-no-ura had made him a witness to the deaths of his family members. These attendants became witnesses to Koromori's final days. The people whose accounts, transmitted afterward, became the basis for how these days have been understood. What Koromori said during these final days, according to the traditions that record his story, included reflections on everything that had brought him to this point: Fujigawa, the separation from his wife and children, the destruction of the Taira at Dan-no-ura, the religious transformation at Koyasan. These reflections are presented in the tradition not as a coherent philosophical resolution, a tidy summary of what Koromori had learned or concluded, but as the kind of fragmentary, emotionally complex reflection that a person in Koromori's circumstances might actually produce, attempting to make sense of an extraordinary accumulation of loss and longing and transformation without necessarily achieving the kind of clean resolution that a more constructed narrative might provide. The question of Koromori's wife and children during these final days appears in the traditions as a persistent presence, the longing that had been part of what drove Koromori from Yashima, that had not been resolved by his arrival at Koyasan, that remained, even now, at Nachi, facing the sea, an active and unresolved element of Koromori's internal experience. This persistence is significant. It suggests that whatever transformation Koromori had undergone, the becoming of Joen, the religious practice at Koyasan, the pilgrimage to Kumano, had not simply erased the attachments that had been part of Koromori's identity since long before the war, since the years in Kyoto with his wife and their children, in the household that Koromori had left behind in 1183. Koromori at Nachi facing the sea was still, in some essential way, a man who loved his wife and children and who had not seen them in years. The decision Koromori made at Nachi, facing the sea, was to enter the water. This decision, within the framework of Fudaraku Tokai, the crossing to the pure land across the sea, had a specific religious meaning, an attempt to reach, through this final act, the pure land of canon, understood to lie across these waters. But the decision also carried, for Koromori specifically, given everything that had brought him to this point, a meaning that went beyond the religious framework alone. Koromori, entering the sea at Nachi, was making a choice that brought together the religious identity he had adopted at Koyasan and the personal history, Fujigawa, the separation from his family, the destruction of the Taira, that he had carried throughout the journey that had brought him here. The Heike Monogatari's account of Koromori's death at Nachi does not present it in the same terms as Tomonori's death at Dan-no-ura. The deliberate, almost tactical preparation, the anchors secured to ensure no possibility of rescue, the clear-sighted execution of a decision made with full awareness of its finality. Koromori's death is presented with a different quality, a quality that emphasizes the religious framework, the recitation of the Buddha's name, the orientation toward Fudaraku, while also conveying, through the persistent presence of Koromori's longing for his family, even in these final moments, a sense of a man whose ending was not simply a religious act, cleanly separated from the personal history that had brought him to this point, but an ending that carried, within it, everything Koremori had been: the warrior who failed at Fujigawa, the husband and father separated from his family, the monk who had sought at Koyasan a different identity, and the man who, at Nachi, facing the sea, brought all of these identities together into a single final act. Koremori entered the water. He did not come back. Koremori's death at Nachi in the spring of 1185 represents one of the more distinctive endings among the Taira figures whose stories have been told in this series. Distinctive not because of the manner of death itself. Entering the sea was, as this channel has discussed in relation to Tomomori and to Nidono and the Emperor at Dan-no-ura, a death that many Taira figures chose or had chosen for them in this same period. But because of the path that led Koremori to this particular sea at this particular time, and the framework within which this death is understood, Tomomori died at Dan-no-ura in the midst of the battle that ended the Taira as a military force, his death an integral part of that battle's outcome, witnessed by, and witness to, the deaths of so many others in the same hours. Koremori died at Nachi, weeks or months after Dan-no-ura, having already left the Taira military structure before that battle occurred, his death not part of any battle, but a separate event, undertaken within a religious framework, Futaraku Tokai, that gave it a different kind of meaning than the deaths at Dan-no-ura carried. The question of whether Koremori's death should be understood primarily as a religious act, the culmination of the transformation that began at Koyasan, the crossing to Futaraku that the religious framework of Futaraku Tokai provided, or primarily as something else, an act that, whatever religious framework it employed, was fundamentally about Fujigawa, about years of separation from a beloved family, about the destruction of everything Koremori had been born into, is a question that the Heike Monogatari's handling of Koremori's story does not resolve in favor of one interpretation over the other. Both readings are present. Koremori was Jo-en, the monk, performing Futaraku Tokai, seeking the pure land across the sea, in accordance with a religious practice that had its own internal logic and its own significance within the Buddhist tradition of this period. Koremori was also, simultaneously, a man who had failed at his first battle, who had been separated from his wife and children for years, whose family clan had just been destroyed, and whose entry into the sea at Nachi represented, in some sense, the conclusion of everything that had accumulated since Fujigawa. This is, in its way, consistent with the broader pattern this series has identified in how the Heike Monogatari handles its figures, the refusal to reduce complex lives to single, clean narratives, the insistence on holding multiple, sometimes seemingly contradictory, truths about a person simultaneously. Shigehira was both the man who burned the Daibutsu and the man whose poetry and dignity in captivity earned the respect of his captors. Tomomori was both the clear-sighted strategist, whose warnings went unheeded, and the commander whose final act, the anchors, represented the ultimate expression of that same clear-sightedness applied to his own ending. Koremori is both Jo-en, the monk seeking Futaraku through the religious practice of Futaraku Tokai, and Koremori, the husband and father whose longing for his wife and children, whose sense of having failed at Fujigawa, whose grief at the destruction of his family's clan, accompanied him to the very edge of the sea and into it. There is something in Koromori's story that resonates with a question that the other Taira figures' stories do not raise in quite the same way. The question of what happens to a person who does not fit the role their birth assigned them, who is not, by temperament or by circumstance, suited to the warrior identity that their family and their culture expected them to embody. Shigehira was a warrior who did something catastrophic in the role he was given. Tomomori was a warrior whose particular gifts, clear-sightedness, made him valuable within the warrior role, even as that role's larger trajectory moved toward defeat. Koremori was, perhaps, simply not a warrior, not in the sense that the Taira clan's identity required, despite having been born into a family and a position that assumed he would be one. His first battle ended in a rout triggered by birds. His subsequent years were marked not by martial accomplishment, but by the accumulation of personal longing that the warrior role had no place for, and his eventual departure from the Taira cause before Dan-no-ura, his renunciation at Koyasan, and his death at Nachi can be understood in this light as the story of a man finally finding, or attempting to find, an identity and an ending that fit who he actually was, rather than who his birth had assigned him to be. Whether Koremori found this, whether his death at Nachi represented a genuine resolution, a man finally at peace with everything that had brought him to this point, or whether it represented something less resolved, an ending that brought together unresolved griefs and unresolved longings into a single act without actually resolving them, is a question that, like so much about Koremori's story, the records do not allow us to answer with certainty. What is clear is that Koremori's path from Fujigawa to Yashima to Koyasan to Kumano to Nachi represents a trajectory unlike any other Taira figure's story, a trajectory defined not by battle and clear-sighted assessment and deliberate, prepared endings, but by failure, longing, departure, transformation, and finally, an ending that brought these elements together at the edge of the sea. Koremori's wife and children in Kyoto, in the aftermath of Dan-no-ura and of Koremori's own death at Nachi, faced circumstances that the records do not detail with the kind of specificity that would let us know exactly what happened to them. This is, in its way, consistent with how women and children connected to defeated clans are often treated in the historical record of this period, present as the context for the more prominently recorded events involving the men whose stories the chronicles focus on, but not themselves the subjects of detailed ongoing accounts. What can be said is that Koremori's wife and children, whatever their specific circumstances, were now widow and orphans of a man who had been, in succession, a Taira commander whose first battle ended in disaster, a man who left his military post before his clan's final defeat, a monk who had taken religious vows, and finally, a man who had entered the sea at Nachi in an act that combined religious practice with the conclusion of years of accumulated personal history. The longing that had driven Koremori's choices, the longing for his wife and children that had remained present through Fujigawa's aftermath, through the years at Yashima, through the religious transformation at Koyasan, through the journey to Kumano, and that had been part of these final reflections at Nachi, did not, in any direct sense, reach the people it was directed toward. Koremori's wife and children in Kyoto would have learned eventually, through whatever channels carried such news, of Koremori's death at Nachi, news that would have arrived after the news of Dan-no-ura, after the destruction of the Taira clan, news that confirmed finally what had perhaps already been feared or assumed, that Koremori, like so many of his relatives, was not going to return. There is something particularly poignant in Koremori's story about this gap, the gap between Koremori's persistent longing for his family, a longing that the records suggest remained active and present through every stage of his journey, and the family's own experience, receiving eventually only the news of his death, with no opportunity for the reunion that Koremori's longing had, in some sense, been oriented toward, even if Koremori himself may have understood, by the time he reached Nachi, that such a reunion was no longer possible in any form, except perhaps the kind of reunion that religious frameworks sometimes offer, a reunion in some future existence, in the Pure Land, beyond the immediate circumstances of this life. Koremori's story, within the larger structure of the Heike Monogatari, and within this series' exploration of figures from this chronicle, occupies a position that complements and contrasts with the other figures whose stories have been told. Genpei survived Dan-no-ura and lived for years afterward, in prayer, in Ohara, processing the loss of her son and her world through decades of practice. Kumagai Naozane, as Rensei, survived the war and lived for decades as a wandering monk, his transformation from warrior to monk driven by a single moment, the killing of Atsumori, that he carried with him through years of practice. Shigehira did not survive, captured and eventually executed, his story ending with a death that closed the circle that Nara had opened 5 years before. Tomomori did not survive Dan-no-ura, his death the deliberate, prepared conclusion of a man who had seen everything and chosen his own ending with full clarity. Koremori did not survive either, but his path to his ending was different from any of these, a path that led away from the Taira cause before its final defeat, through religious transformation, toward an ending that brought together failure and longing and renunciation at the edge of the sea. What Koremori's story offers, that these other stories do not offer in quite the same way, is the perspective of someone who did not fit, who was not, by temperament, suited to the role his birth assigned him, and whose entire trajectory, from Fujigawa to Nachi, can be understood as the story of a person attempting, in the only ways available to him within the constraints of his time and his culture, to find some resolution to the gap between who he was and who he was supposed to be. He failed at his first battle. He was separated from the people he loved most, for years, with no resolution. He left the cause his birth had assigned him to before its final catastrophe. He sought, in religious life, a different identity, one that might accommodate who he actually was. And at Nachi, facing the sea, he brought all of this together into an ending that was, in its way, entirely his own, even if it was not the ending that anyone, including perhaps Koremori himself, in the years before Fujigawa, would have predicted for the grandson of Kiyomori, the heir of Shigemori, the young man on whom so much had once been expected. The sea at Nachi holds him now, as the strait at Dan-no-ura holds Tomomori, as the Kizugawa near Nara holds the place where Shigehira's life ended, as Ohara holds the decades of Genpei's prayer. Each of these places, in its way, holds something of the Taira, the family whose rise and fall this series has been telling, piece by piece, story by story, each story its own particular angle on what it meant to be born into greatness, and what it meant, when greatness ended, to find some way of ending too. Koremori found his way. It was not the way anyone expected, It was in the end his own. He saw the empire fall piece by piece, then he chose his own ending. Taira no Tomomori was the clearest-eyed commander in the Heike clan, the one who understood, better than anyone, exactly where things were heading. He was right about everything. It did not save anyone. At Dan-no-ura, when the battle was lost and his family was dying around him, Tomomori did not wait to be captured. He secured 2 anchors under his arms and stepped off his ship into the sea. He had made sure there was no way back. He was a son of Taira no Kiyomori, born into the same world of extraordinary power and refinement that produced Koremori and Shigehira and all of Kiyomori's other children. The exact place he occupied among Kiyomori's sons is recorded with some variation across different sources, but he was among the younger generation of brothers, born in the years when the Taira ascendancy was already well established. He grew up, like his siblings, in Kyoto, in the world of silk and ceremony, and the accumulated refinement of the Heian court that Kiyomori's political success had made available to his children. But what distinguished Tomomori, even from a young age, was a quality of temperament that set him apart from the more visible figures of the next Taira generation. Munemori, who would eventually become the head of the clan after Kiyomori's death, was a man whose position came primarily from his birth order, the eldest surviving son, and whose qualities by most accounts were not those of a particularly decisive leader. Shigehira, as we have seen, was known for his temper and his presence, qualities that led him toward command and toward Nara. Tomomori was known for something different. He was known for being clear-headed. The records that describe him use language that suggests a man who assessed situations accurately, who did not let wishful thinking distort his understanding of what was actually happening, and who was willing to say what he saw, even when what he saw was not what the people around him wanted to hear. This quality made him valuable. It also made him, in certain respects, isolated. A family in the process of building and maintaining enormous power does not always want clear-eyed assessment. It wants confirmation, the reassurance that the trajectory is correct, that the foundations are solid, that the things being risked are being risked for good reason and will pay off. Tomomori could provide military competence. He could provide strategic thinking. What he could not always provide, or what was not always welcomed when he provided it, was the kind of unwavering optimism that powerful families often prefer from the people around them. In the years before the Genpei War, Tomomori held positions appropriate to his rank, the kind of court titles and military responsibilities that Taira sons accumulated as the family's power expanded. He was not, in these years, a figure of particular prominence. The Taira were at their height. Kiyomori's decisions shaped everything. The sons, including Tomomori, occupied positions within the structure their father had built, contributing to its function without yet being called upon to demonstrate what they could do when the structure itself came under threat. That call would come soon enough. When the war began in 1180, Tomomori was already an adult, already a man with military experience and a developed sense of how the world worked. He was not, like Shigehira would be at Nara, a young man suddenly thrust into a defining moment without preparation. Tomomori entered the war as a man who already understood, perhaps better than most of his brothers, what kind of conflict this was likely to become. He had watched the Minamoto in the east for years. He had seen the patterns of provincial unrest, the slow accumulation of resentment against Taira dominance that had been building since long before Yoritomo raised his standard. What he thought about all of this, in the early days of the war, before anyone could know how it would end, is something the records do not directly preserve. But the man who would emerge, over the following 5 years, as one of the Taira commanders most associated with clear strategic thinking, with honest assessment of difficult situations, and ultimately with one of the most memorable deaths in the entire conflict, was already, in 1180, present in the world, watching, assessing, and waiting to see what would be asked of him. The early years of the Genpei War established roles for the Taira commanders that would, in large part, persist through the rest of the conflict. Munemori, as the eldest surviving son and the new head of the clan after Kiyomori's death in 1181, held overall command, at least in name. Shigehira, as we know, became associated with Nara and carried that association into every subsequent campaign. Koremori, another brother, held various commands, and Tomomori, over these years, became known as the commander whose assessments could be trusted, the man whose read of a military situation was, more often than not, the accurate one, even when the accuracy was unwelcome. This reputation was built through a series of engagements where Tomonori's judgment proved correct in ways that, in retrospect, the Taira leadership might have benefited from listening to more carefully at the time. The pattern that emerges from the surviving accounts is one of Tomonori consistently identifying the actual strength and capability of Minamoto forces, while other Taira commanders, operating from the assumption of Taira superiority that had been the family's experience for a generation, underestimated what they were facing. This was not Tomonori being pessimistic for its own sake. It was Tomonori looking at the actual evidence, the actual movements and capabilities of the forces opposing the Taira, and drawing conclusions based on that evidence rather than on the assumptions that had governed Taira strategic thinking for years. The defeat at Kurikara Toge in 1183, Yoshinaka's destruction of the largest Taira army ever assembled through the famous tactic of driving burning cattle into the Taira lines at night, was the kind of event that, in retrospect, validated the kind of caution that Tomonori had been advocating. Whether Tomonori specifically warned against the engagement, or against the assumptions that led to the Taira commitment of such a large force to a single battle in unfamiliar mountain terrain, is not something the records establish with certainty, but the pattern of his subsequent reputation, the way later accounts treat him as the commander whose foresight was repeatedly vindicated by events, suggests that Kurikara Toge was part of a larger pattern that Tomonori had been observing and, to whatever extent he could, trying to communicate. The retreat from Kyoto in the summer of 1183 was the moment when Tomonori's clear-sightedness became, in a sense, vindicated on the largest possible scale. The Taira were leaving the capital they had controlled for a generation. They were taking the emperor and the sacred regalia into a retreat whose ultimate outcome no one could predict, but whose immediate reality, the loss of Kyoto, the loss of the institutional center of Taira power, was undeniable. For a man like Tomonori, who had spent years assessing the actual military situation rather than the comfortable assumptions, this moment was not, presumably, a surprise in the way it was for commanders who had believed, until the very end, that Taira power was secure. This does not mean Tomonori welcomed it, or that clear-sightedness made the loss easier to bear. It means that Tomonori, perhaps more than most of his brothers, understood what was happening, and what it likely meant for everything that would follow. In the western provinces, as the Taira established their new positions, Tomonori's role became increasingly important. The Taira needed someone who could assess, accurately, what their actual remaining capabilities were, what positions could realistically be held, what engagements could realistically be won, and what the overall trajectory of the war looked like given the resources that remained. Tomomori provided this assessment. It was not always an encouraging assessment. The Taira, by 1184, were a clan fighting from a position of genuine weakness, despite still commanding significant forces, and despite still holding the symbolic authority of the emperor and the regalia. Tomomori understood this. The question, for him, was not whether the Taira could somehow return to the position of dominance they had held before 1180. That possibility, by 1184, was essentially gone. The question was, what could be salvaged, what positions could be held, and eventually, what kind of ending was available to a clan that was, by every realistic measure, losing a war it had once assumed it could not lose. Ichinotani, in the first month of 1184, was a disaster for the Taira in ways that went beyond the immediate military defeat. Shigehira was captured. Many Taira warriors died on the beach, including Atsumori, whose death at the hands of Kumagai Naozane would become one of the most remembered moments of the entire war. Tomomori survived Ichinotani. He was among the Taira who escaped to the ships, who continued the retreat westward toward Yashima, toward the next position, toward whatever came after. By this point, Tomomori's clear-sightedness was not a luxury or a personality trait that the Taira leadership could take or leave. It was becoming, increasingly, the only realistic framework through which the clan's remaining options could be understood. The man who had always seen things as they were was now the man whose vision of things as they were included the recognition that the things being seen were coming to an end. The retreat from Kyoto in 1183 is a moment that has appeared in this channel before, from the perspective of Kenrei Moin, whose departure from the only city she had ever known marked the beginning of the end of the world she had been born into. From Tomomori's perspective, the same event carried a different kind of weight. He was not, like Kenrei Moin, leaving behind a life organized around poetry and ceremony and the particular textures of court existence. He was leaving behind a strategic position, the capital, the institutional center, the symbolic heart of the authority the Taira claimed to represent, and he understood, with the clarity that defined him, exactly what that loss meant for everything that came after. A war fought from outside the capital is a fundamentally different war from a war fought to defend it. When the Taira controlled Kyoto, when they held the emperor and the regalia within the traditional seat of imperial authority, their cause had a specific kind of legitimacy, the legitimacy of the established order defending itself against rebellion. Once they left, once they became an army in the field, moving from position to position, carrying the emperor and the regalia with them, rather than housing them in the palace where they belonged, the nature of their cause changed. They were no longer simply the defenders of the existing order. They were increasingly one faction among several, fighting to recover something that had been lost, and the longer the recovery did not happen, the more the original legitimacy of their position eroded. Tomomori understood this erosion. It was not simply a matter of military positions and troop numbers, though those mattered too. It was a matter of how the war was perceived by the court families who remained in Kyoto under the new Minamoto-aligned order, by the provincial families whose support the Taira needed and whose calculations about which side to back were influenced by which side seemed likely to prevail, and by the Taira's own warriors, whose morale and commitment were affected by the difference between fighting to hold what you have and fighting to recover what you have lost. This is the kind of consideration that does not show up directly in the accounts of specific battles, but that shapes, in fundamental ways, how those battles are fought and what their outcomes mean. The western provinces, where the Taira established their new base, were familiar territory, in the sense that the family's original power base had been here before Kiyomori's political rise had moved the center of Taira activity toward Kyoto. There was, in this return to the west, a kind of circularity that Tomomori, with his characteristic clarity, may well have recognized. The Taira had risen from these provinces. They were now retreating to them. The question that Tomomori's clear-sightedness was particularly suited to addressing was whether this retreat represented a temporary setback from which recovery was possible, or whether it represented something more final, the closing of a circle that had opened a generation before. The accounts of Tomomori during this period describe a man who continued to function, who continued to hold commands and make assessments and contribute to the Taira military effort, without illusions about what the overall situation actually was. This combination, continued functional contribution, alongside clear awareness of the difficulty of the overall situation, is psychologically demanding in a way that is easy to underestimate. It would have been simpler, in some ways, to either believe the optimistic framing that other Taira leaders may have preferred, the framing in which recovery was likely and the current difficulties were temporary, or to give up entirely, to stop contributing because the cause seemed lost. Tomomori did neither. He continued to do his job, with full awareness of how difficult the job had become, and with full awareness of what the most likely outcomes were. This is perhaps one of the most quietly remarkable things about Tomomori as a figure in the Heike Monogatari. The chronicle is full of dramatic moments, sudden reversals, individual acts of extraordinary courage or extraordinary tragedy. Tomomori's role in the years between Kyoto and Dan-no-ura was less dramatic, but no less significant. He was the commander who kept assessing, kept contributing, kept doing the work of trying to hold together a military effort that he understood, better than most, was unlikely to succeed in its larger objectives. What this kind of clear-eyed persistence costs a person over years is not the kind of thing the chronicle records directly. But it is there, in the pattern of Tomomori's role through these years, the steady presence of a man who saw what was coming and continued to do what could be done anyway. Yashima, after Ichinotani, became the new center of Taira resistance. The island position in the inland sea offered advantages that Ichinotani had not, primarily the security that came from being surrounded by water that the Taira fleet controlled, water that represented the one area where Taira strength remained genuinely superior to anything the Minamoto could muster. The emperor was brought here, the regalia was brought here, Kenrei Moin was here, along with the surviving members of the Taira court, the remnant of the civilization that had once governed Japan from Kyoto, now reduced to a fortified position on an island, defended primarily by ships. Tomomori's role at Yashima involved the kind of work that his clear-sightedness made him suited for, the assessment of the position's actual defensibility, the identification of vulnerabilities, the planning for contingencies that the more optimistic members of the Taira leadership might prefer not to consider. The position had a specific vulnerability, one that Tomomori, among others, would have understood. Yashima's defenses were oriented toward the sea, toward the direction from which the Taira fleet's dominance made an attack difficult. The land approaches to the position from the main island were less heavily defended, on the assumption that an attacking force would need to cross water to reach Yashima, regardless of which direction it came from, and that the Taira fleet would intercept any such crossing before it became a threat. This assumption was reasonable, given normal circumstances. Yoshitsune was not going to provide normal circumstances. The accounts of the period before Yoshitsune's attack on Yashima describe a Taira leadership that was, to varying degrees, confident in the security of the position. The fleet was strong, the island was defensible. The previous defeats, Ichinotani above all, had been land battles, fought on terrain where the Minamoto's tactical advantages, the speed and unconventional approaches that had characterized Yoshitsune's victories, could be brought to bear. Yashima, surrounded by water that the Taira controlled, seemed to remove this advantage. Tomonori's assessment, to the extent it is reflected in the broader pattern of his role during this period, appears to have been less confident than this general mood. The pattern of Yoshitsune's victories throughout the war had been victories achieved through approaches the Taira had not anticipated, through speed and unconventional choices that turned apparent disadvantages into advantages. There was no specific reason to believe Yashima would be different, except the hope that this position, finally, was different. What Tomonori specifically said or recommended in the period before Yoshitsune's attack is not preserved in detail in the surviving accounts. What the accounts do preserve in the larger arc of the story is what happened, and what happened was, once again, Yoshitsune doing something the Taira had not adequately prepared for. In the second month of 1185, Yoshitsune crossed to Yashima with a much smaller force than conventional military thinking would have considered sufficient for an attack on a fortified island position defended by a superior fleet. He crossed in difficult weather, conditions that the Taira had assumed would prevent any crossing, conditions that most commanders would have considered too dangerous to risk. Yoshitsune risked it. The attack on Yashima, when it came from the land side, from the direction the Taira defenses were weaker, exactly the kind of approach that Tomonori's clear-sighted assessment, if it had been fully heeded, might have anticipated and prepared for. The Taira were caught, again, by an attack that arrived from a direction, and in a manner that conventional expectations had not prepared them for. The fighting at Yashima was not as catastrophic, in terms of immediate casualties, as Ichinotani had been, but the strategic effect was severe. The Taira position, which had been understood as secure, as a place from which the clan could regroup, and from which perhaps some kind of recovery might eventually be planned, was no longer secure. The Taira had to retreat again. Tomonori, in the aftermath of Yashima, found himself in a position that his clear-sightedness had, in a sense, been preparing him for throughout the war, but that no amount of clear-sightedness could make easier. The Taira had now lost Kyoto, lost the battle at Ichinotani with the capture of Shigehira, and lost the position at Yashima that had been intended as a secure base for recovery. The remaining Taira forces, the remaining ships, the Emperor, the regalia, Kenrei Moin, all of it was now moving toward whatever came next, toward the western edge of the inland sea, toward the strait where the inland waters meet the open channel. Tomonori had seen the pattern of the war clearly enough to understand what this continued series of defeats meant. The question that remained was not whether the Taira could still win. The question was what kind of ending was approaching, and what role Tomomori himself would play in it. In the aftermath of Yashima, as the Taira fleet moved westward toward the Strait of Dan-no-ura, the question of what had gone wrong, and whether it could have gone differently, would have been present in the minds of the Taira leadership, even if it was not always discussed openly. Tomonori's position in this moment was a complicated one. If his earlier assessments, his earlier warnings about the patterns of Yoshitsune's attacks, about the vulnerability of positions that seemed secure but had not adequately accounted for unconventional approaches, had been more fully heeded, would Yashima have gone differently? This is the kind of question that has no clean answer, and that Tomonori, with his characteristic clarity, would likely have recognized as having no clean answer. The relationship between Tomonori and his brother Munemori, the head of the clan, is one of the dynamics that the Heike Monogatari handles with a degree of subtlety. Munemori was not, by most accounts, a commander of particular military gifts. His position came from birth order, from being the eldest surviving son after Kiyomori's death, not from any demonstrated capability that distinguished him as a strategic or tactical leader. Tomonori, by contrast, had exactly this kind of capability, the clear-sightedness, the accurate assessment of situations, that a clan in Munemori's position desperately needed. The dynamic between a nominal leader who lacks the qualities the situation requires and a capable subordinate whose qualities are needed but whose position does not give him final authority is one that produces specific kinds of tension that does not always express itself as open conflict, but that shapes how decisions get made and how responsibility gets distributed when things go wrong. The accounts do not depict open conflict between Tomonori and Munemori. The Taira, even in their decline, maintained the forms of hierarchy and deference that governed relationships between brothers of different rank within a clan. But the underlying dynamic, the gap between who had the clearest understanding of the situation and who had the authority to act on that understanding, is part of what makes Tomonori's story resonant. He saw clearly, he may not always have been heeded, and as the war moved toward its conclusion, the gap between seeing clearly and being able to change the outcome based on what was seen became, in its own way, one of the central facts of his situation. There is a specific kind of burden that comes with being right, when being right does not change the outcome. Tomonori had been right about Kurikara Toge, in the sense that the pattern of Taira overconfidence that led to that disaster was a pattern Tomonori's clear-sightedness would have recognized as dangerous. He had been right, in the broader sense, about the trajectory of the war after Kyoto was lost, about the erosion of Taira legitimacy and capability that the retreat represented. He may have been right, in ways the records do not fully detail, about Yashima, about the vulnerability that Yoshitsune's attack exploited. Each time, being right did not prevent the outcome. The outcomes happened anyway, because being right about a situation and having the authority or the influence to change how that situation unfolds are not the same thing. As the fleet moved toward Dan-no-ura, Tomonori would have been doing what he had done throughout the war, assessing the situation as it actually was. The Taira fleet remained large, the Taira warriors remained capable, the inland sea remained, in some sense, Taira water, the territory where the clan's naval strength had always been greatest. But the pattern of the war, the pattern that Tomonori had been observing for years, was a pattern of Taira strengths being matched, again and again, by Minamoto approaches that the Taira had not anticipated. Dan-no-ura was going to be the next test of this pattern. The strait's currents were complex, shifting with the tides in ways that favored a fleet that knew the local waters, which the Taira did, and the Minamoto, coming from the east, generally did not. This was an advantage, but Tomomori, of all people, would have understood that advantages, in this war, had not been sufficient to prevent defeat when the opposing side found approaches that the advantages did not account for. What Tomomori expected as the Taira prepared for what would become the final battle of the Genpei War is not directly recorded in terms of specific predictions, but the broader pattern of his role, the clear-sighted assessment that had characterized his contribution to the Taira war effort from the beginning, suggests a man who understood that Dan-no-ura represented not just another battle, but likely the final test of whether the Taira, as a military and political force, would continue to exist. He had seen Ichinotani, he had seen Yashima, he understood what those defeats meant for the trajectory of the war. Dan-no-ura was coming. Tomomori, more clearly than perhaps anyone else in the Taira leadership, understood what was actually at stake. The journey from Yashima to Dan-no-ura was the final movement of the Taira fleet, the last repositioning before the engagement that would end the war. The Strait of Dan-no-ura lies at the western end of the inland sea, where the calmer inland waters meet the more turbulent waters of the channel, separating the main island of Japan from the southern island of Kyushu. The currents here are genuinely complex, shifting direction with the tides in ways that can transform the same stretch of water from a help to a hindrance, depending on timing. This complexity was, in the calculations of the Taira leadership, an advantage. The local knowledge of these currents, accumulated over generations of Taira presence in these waters, was something the Minamoto, coming from elsewhere, would not have. Tomomori, during the preparations for Dan-no-ura, would have been engaged in the kind of assessment that had characterized his role throughout the war, looking at the actual disposition of forces, the actual capabilities on both sides, and forming a judgment about what was likely to happen. The Taira fleet, despite the losses and retreats of the previous years, remained substantial. Estimates from the chronicles suggest several hundred ships carrying warriors who, whatever the broader trajectory of the war, remained committed to the Taira cause and capable of fighting. The Minamoto fleet, under Yoshitsune's command, was smaller in numbers of ships, though it carried warriors who had, by this point in the war, an established record of finding ways to overcome numerical and positional disadvantages. The presence of the Emperor and the regalia on the Taira ships added a dimension to Dan-no-ura that distinguished it from the previous battles of the war. Ichinotani and Yashima had been military engagements with significant strategic consequences, but the Emperor's presence at Dan-no-ura meant that this battle carried a symbolic weight beyond the purely military. Whatever happened to the Taira fleet would also determine what happened to the Emperor, to the regalia, to Kenrei-mo-in, and the other women of the court who remained with the fleet. Tomomori, in his clear-sighted way, would have understood that Dan-no-ura was not simply a battle whose outcome would determine territorial control or military advantage. It was a battle whose outcome would determine whether the imperial line, in the specific person of the child Emperor Tokuhito, and the sacred objects that legitimized that line, would remain in Taira hands, or pass to whatever arrangement the Minamoto victory would produce. The night before Dan-no-ura, the Taira fleet rode at anchor in the strait, the same night that has been described before in this channel from Kenrei Moin's perspective, the last night before everything changed. For Tomomori, this night would have carried its own specific weight. He had spent years assessing the trajectory of this war, understanding, more clearly than most, where it was likely heading. The night before Dan-no-ura was the night before the test of everything he had been assessing, the night before the question of whether the Taira's remaining strength, their naval advantage, their local knowledge of these waters, would be enough to change the pattern that had defined the war since Ichi-no-tani. What Tomomori did on this last night is not recorded in the kind of detail that would let us reconstruct his specific thoughts or actions, but the broader pattern of his role, the man who continued to function, to assess, to contribute, even while understanding the difficulty of the overall situation, suggests that this night was not different in kind from the many nights that had preceded it during the years of retreat. He would have been doing what he had always done, looking at the actual situation, the actual disposition of the fleet, the actual state of morale and capability among the Taira forces, and forming his assessment of what the coming day was likely to bring. The morning would bring Dan-no-ura. Tomomori, perhaps more than anyone else among the Taira leadership, understood what kind of day it was likely to be. The strait, in the hours before dawn, would have been quiet, the way bodies of water are quiet before the activity of the day begins, the specific stillness that precedes events whose outcomes will be irreversible. The Taira fleet, anchored in formation, represented the accumulated strength of a clan that had once controlled Japan, now reduced to this, several hundred ships in a strait at the western edge of the inland sea, carrying an 8-year-old emperor, his mother, the sacred regalia, and the warriors and commanders, including Tomomori, who remained committed to a cause that the clear-sighted among them understood was approaching its final test. The morning was coming. Dan-no-ura was about to begin. The Battle of Dan-no-ura began on the morning of the 24th day of the 3rd month, in the year 1185. The opening hours of the battle favored the Taira, in the way that the chronicles describe with a specific attention to the roll of the tide. The morning current in the strait ran in a direction that worked against the Minamoto ships approaching from the east, while the Taira, positioned with the advantage of the current behind them, found that their archers could maintain effective range against the approaching Minamoto vessels. For Tomomori, these opening hours would have represented something he had not seen much of in the years since Ichi-no-tani. A Taira advantage, materializing as he had hoped it might, the local knowledge of the currents producing exactly the kind of benefit that had been part of the calculation for choosing this location. The accounts describe Taira archers finding their range, the Minamoto ships struggling against a current that favored their opponents, the kind of opening phase that, in a different war, might have been the beginning of a Taira victory. Tomomori, with his characteristic clear-sightedness, would have recognized this advantage for what it was, real, but also temporary, dependent on the tide, which would, inevitably, turn. The question of what happens when a temporary advantage is not converted into a decisive outcome before it disappears is a question that military history is full of examples of, and Tomomori, watching the morning unfold, would have understood that the Taira advantage needed to produce something more than simply holding the Minamoto at range. It needed to translate into actual damage to the Minamoto fleet, actual disruption of their formation and capability, before the tide turned and the advantage reversed. The accounts do not suggest that the morning's Taira advantage produced this kind of decisive damage. The Minamoto ships, under pressure but not destroyed, continued to press forward, continued to maneuver, continued to look for the kind of opening that Yoshitsune's forces had found in every previous engagement of the war. Tomonori's specific actions during these opening hours are not detailed individually in the surviving accounts, in the way that some other Taira commanders' actions at Dan-no-ura are detailed. What can be inferred from the broader pattern of his role and from what comes later in the battle is that Tomonori was engaged in the kind of command function that his position required, coordinating with other Taira commanders, assessing the developing situation, and doing what could be done to convert the morning's advantage into something more lasting. The fleet, as a whole, was fighting the battle that had been planned, the battle that depended on the Taira's knowledge of these waters, and the temporary advantage that knowledge provided. As the morning progressed, the tide began to turn. This is the moment that the chronicles identify as the pivot of the battle, the point at which the advantage that had favored the Taira began to shift toward the Minamoto. The currents that had been working against the Minamoto ships began to work against the Taira ships instead, and the archery advantage that the Taira had held in the opening hours began to diminish as the relative positions of the fleets in relation to the current reversed. Tomonori, watching this shift, would have understood its significance immediately. The temporary advantage that had defined the morning was ending. What came next would depend on whether the Taira had other resources, other advantages, that could sustain their position once the tidal advantage was gone. The afternoon of Dan-no-ura brought the developments that would determine the outcome of the entire war, developments that involved not just the shifting tide, but a more fundamental shift, the kind of shift that Tomonori's clear-sightedness, however acute, could not have prevented, because it did not originate from anything that could be assessed through military analysis alone. It originated from a decision made by someone within the Taira fleet that would change everything. The battle was approaching its decisive phase. Tomonori, who had spent years understanding the trajectory of this war with unusual clarity, was about to witness the moment when that trajectory reached its conclusion. The decision that changed Dan-no-ura, and with it the outcome of the entire Genpei War, was the decision of Taga Chikatoshi, a Taira admiral who, in the course of the afternoon's fighting, switched his allegiance to the Minamoto. This event has been described before in this channel, from Kenrei Moen's perspective, the moment that the chronicles mark as the true turning point of the battle, more decisive even than the shifting tide. Taga Chikatoshi knew the disposition of the Taira fleet. He knew which ships carried the emperor, which carried the regalia, which carried the women of the court. This knowledge, transferred to the Minamoto in the middle of the battle, transformed Yoshitsune's targeting from general engagement with the Taira fleet into something far more precise and far more devastating. For Tomonori, this moment would have represented something that even his clear-sightedness had perhaps not specifically anticipated, not because betrayal was unimaginable, but because the specific form it took. The targeting of the emperor's ship and the ships carrying the regalia and the court women converted a difficult battle into something categorically different. The Taira had been fighting throughout the afternoon, a battle that, while difficult, was still a battle between fleets, a contest of military capability where, however unfavorable the odds had become, the outcome remained, in principle, a military question. Tagechikatoshi's defection changed this. The Minamoto archers, now able to target specific ships with specific knowledge of what those ships contained, began to focus their attacks in ways that had nothing to do with general naval engagement and everything to do with reaching the emperor, the regalia, and the people who were with them. What Tomomori did in the hours that followed, as the battle transformed from a military engagement into something closer to a catastrophe unfolding in real time, is one of the most significant aspects of his story, and one that the Heike Monogatari handles with particular attention. The accounts describe Tomomori, in this phase of the battle, moving through the chaos with a specific purpose, not the purpose of continuing to fight the battle as a battle, because by this point the battle, in the conventional sense, was effectively over, but the purpose of bearing witness. He moved among the ships. He observed what was happening to the people who mattered most, the emperor, the regalia, the women of the court, his own family members, as the Minamoto attacks, now precisely targeted, began to produce the outcomes that the defection had made possible. This role, the role of witness, is not a role that military history typically assigns significance to. Battles are remembered for who won and who lost, for the tactical decisions and their consequences, not for who watched and what they saw. But Tomonori's witnessing, in the final hours of Dan-no-ura, became, in the Heike Monogatari's telling, one of the central facts of how this battle is remembered. He saw what happened to Nidono, Kiyomori's widow, the grandmother of the emperor, as she made the decision that would define the battle's most famous moment. He saw what happened to Kenrei-moen. He saw what happened to his brothers, to the Taira commanders who had fought alongside him through years of retreat and decline. The clear-sightedness that had defined Tomomori throughout the war, the capacity to see situations as they actually were, rather than as anyone might wish them to be, did not desert him in these final hours. If anything, it became more important than ever, because someone needed to see what was happening, needed to witness it accurately, in order for it to be remembered accurately afterward. Tomomori, in the chaos of Dan-no-ura's final phase, was performing this function, whether or not he understood it in these terms at the time. He was watching the Taira end. He was watching it happen to the people he had spent his entire life among, the family whose rise had shaped his childhood, and whose fall he had, in some sense, seen coming for years. The afternoon was advancing. The battle that had begun with a Taira advantage, that had turned with the tide, and that had been transformed into catastrophe by Tagechikatoshi's defection, was reaching its final stages. Tomomori had witnessed the turn. He had witnessed the targeting of the ships that mattered most. What remained was the witnessing of the endings themselves, the specific moments, ship by ship, person by person, when the Taira world that had existed since before Tomomori was born came to its conclusion. He was about to see all of it. The scene that has been described before in this channel, from Kenrei-moen's perspective, the moment when Nidono took the 8-year-old emperor in her arms and stepped into the sea, telling him that there was a pure land beneath the waves, is one of the central images of Dan-no-ura, and one of the central images of the entire Heike Monogatari. From Tomonori's position, witnessing this scene meant something specific. Nidono was his grandmother. The emperor was his nephew. The woman making the decision to take a child into the sea rather than allow him to be captured was a member of his own family, making a choice that Tomomori, in the moments before it happened, could see coming and could not prevent. The accounts describe Nidono's actions with a specific deliberateness: the gathering of the child, the instructions about facing east toward Ise and west toward the Pure Land, the recitation of the Buddha's name, all of it happening in the midst of chaos, but carried out with a clarity of purpose that mirrors, in its own way, the clarity that had defined Tomomori throughout the war. Nidono had made her assessment of the situation. She had concluded that capture, for the Emperor, was not an acceptable outcome, and she had the authority, as the most senior woman of the Taira, to act on that assessment. Tomomori, watching this, would have understood the assessment. He might even have agreed with it, in the sense that his own clear-sightedness about what Dan-no-ura meant for the Taira would have included an understanding of what capture by the Minamoto would mean for the Emperor and for the regalia. Understanding an assessment and watching it be carried out, with a child in the cold water of the strait, are different things. The Heike Monogatari does not give us Tomonori's internal response to this moment in direct terms. What it gives us is the fact of his presence, his witnessing, and the role that this witnessing plays in how the chronicle constructs its account of Dan-no-ura's final hours. Nidono went into the water with the Emperor. The chronicle's description of this moment is one of the most quoted passages in Japanese literature, and Tomomori, among the people present to see it happen, becomes, through his presence in the narrative, one of the channels through which this moment is transmitted to everyone who has read or heard the Heike Monogatari in the 8 centuries since. Kenrei Moen's response to Nidono's action, her own attempt to enter the water, her rescue against her will by a Minamoto warrior who caught her by the hair, has also been described before in this channel. From Tomonori's position, this too was something witnessed. His sister, the mother of the Emperor who had just died in Nidono's arms, attempting to follow him into the sea and being prevented. The accounts describe the chaos of this moment, multiple things happening simultaneously: the Emperor gone, Kenrei Moen's attempt and her rescue, the continuing Minamoto attacks on the targeted ships, and Tomomori, somewhere in the midst of all of this, continuing to witness, continuing to see what was happening to his family in the specific, irreversible detail that only direct witnessing provides. The sacred regalia during this same period was undergoing its own crisis. The jewel and the mirror would eventually be recovered, retrieved from the water or from ships that did not sink. The sword, the ancient sword that had been part of the imperial regalia since the age of the gods, went into the sea with the Emperor and was never recovered. Tomomori, witnessing the loss of the sword, would have understood its significance in ways that went beyond the personal. This was not simply a family losing members in a battle. This was the disappearance, into the cold water of Dan-no-ura, of an object that had been part of the foundation of imperial authority in Japan since before written records began. The sword was gone, the Emperor was gone, Tomomori had seen both happen. What remained, as the afternoon continued, was the rest of it: the brothers, the other family members, the warriors who had fought alongside Tomomori through years of retreat, each of them now facing their own version of the choice that Nidono had already made, the choice between capture and the water. Tomomori had witnessed the Emperor. He had witnessed his sister's attempted entry into the sea and her rescue. He was about to witness his brothers. The Heike Monogatari, in its account of Dan-no-ura's final hours, moves through a series of individual fates, the Taira commanders and warriors who, in the moments after Tagachikatoshi's defection made the battle's outcome unmistakable, each faced the question of what came next, and each answered it in their own way. Tomonori's brothers were among these. Munemori, the head of the clan, the eldest surviving son of Kiyomori, did not choose the water. Munemori was captured, taken alive by the Minamoto, and his fate in the aftermath of the battle would be different from the fate of those who chose to die at Dan-no-ura itself. For Tomonori, witnessing Munemori's capture would have meant witnessing the survival, in some form, of the clan's nominal head, even as the clan itself, as a military and political force, ceased to exist in this same afternoon. Other Taira warriors made different choices. The chronicles describe a series of individual deaths, commanders and warriors who, understanding that the battle was lost and that capture was the only alternative to death, chose death, going into the water in various ways, with various preparations, each death its own small scene within the larger catastrophe. Tomonori, witnessing these deaths, one after another, in the chaos of the afternoon, was watching not just individuals, but a pattern, the pattern of an entire warrior class making, in the span of a few hours, the choice that the circumstances had reduced everything to: capture or the water. There was, by this point in the afternoon, very little else available. The specific manner of each death mattered, in the warrior culture that the Taira, despite their courtly refinements, still belonged to. Some warriors went into the water with their armor on, the weight ensuring they would not surface, would not be pulled back the way Kenrei Moin had been. Some made specific preparations, weighting themselves deliberately to ensure that the choice, once made, could not be reversed by circumstance or by the intervention of an enemy who might, as had happened with Kenrei Moin, prefer a living captive to a dead one. Tomonori, watching these preparations, these final acts of warriors he had known for years, fought alongside through the campaigns of retreat from Kyoto, through Ichinotani, through Yashima, was watching the specific individual versions of an ending that, in the aggregate, represented the end of everything. There is a specific kind of grief that comes from watching, one after another, the deaths of people you have known, in circumstances where each individual death is also part of a larger pattern that you, more than most of the people around you, have understood was coming. Tomonori's clear-sightedness throughout the war had included an understanding that this kind of ending was a real possibility, perhaps even the most likely outcome, given the trajectory the war had followed since Kyoto. Understanding that an ending is possible, even likely, is different from witnessing it happen, person by person, in the specific afternoon when it actually occurs. Tomonori was witnessing it. Each brother, each commander, each warrior who chose the water rather than capture, was someone Tomonori had known, had fought alongside, had perhaps assessed, in his clear-sighted way, as likely to face exactly this choice at exactly this kind of moment. By the later afternoon, the pattern was largely complete. The Emperor was gone, Nidono was gone, the sword was gone. Several of Tomonori's brothers had made their choices, some captured, some choosing the water. Kenrei Moin had been pulled from the water against her will, and was, at this point, a prisoner, though the full implications of this would not become clear until later. Tomonori himself remained, on whatever ship he was on, in the chaos of a battle that was, by every meaningful measure, over. The Taira, as a clan with military and political power had ceased to exist in the span of this single afternoon. What remained for Tomomori was the question of his own ending, the question that everyone who remained alive on the Taira ships was, in this moment, facing. He had witnessed everyone else's choices. His own was still to come. The choice that Tomomori faced in the final hours of Dan-no-ura was a choice that the warrior culture of 12th century Japan had specific, if not always rigid, expectations about. A warrior, facing inevitable defeat, could be captured. Capture was not, at this point in Japanese history, automatically dishonorable in the absolute sense that it would become in later periods. But capture also meant accepting whatever fate the victors chose to impose, becoming an object of their decisions rather than the author of your own ending. The alternative, choosing death rather than capture, particularly death by one's own action, rather than at the hands of the enemy, carried a specific meaning within this culture, the meaning of remaining, until the very last moment, the author of your own fate. Tomomori's clear-sightedness, the quality that had defined him throughout the war, would have applied to this choice as much as it had applied to every assessment he had made about the war's trajectory. He had watched Mune-mori choose capture. He had watched other brothers and other warriors choose the water. He had watched Nidono take the emperor into the sea, an act that was not, in the strict sense, Nidono's own death by her own choice in response to her own situation, but something more complicated, a decision made on behalf of a child who could not make it for himself. Tomomori's own situation was simpler, in one sense. He was an adult warrior, a commander, someone who had spent years understanding exactly what kind of war this was, and exactly what kind of ending it was likely to have. The choice in front of him was his own. The Heike Monogatari attributes to Tomomori, at this point, words that have become among the most quoted in the entire chronicle, words that articulate something about the warrior's relationship to death that goes beyond the specific circumstances of Dan-no-ura. The substance of what is attributed to him is this, that he had seen everything worth seeing, that there was nothing left to see, and that a warrior of the Taira should not die at the hands of an enemy. This formulation, seen everything worth seeing, captures something specific about Tomomori's role throughout this final battle, and indeed throughout the war. He had been the witness, the one whose clear-sightedness meant he saw situations as they actually were, including, in these final hours, the situations of everyone around him as they made their own choices about how this day would end for them. Having seen everything, Tomomori's own choice became, in a sense, the final act of his clear-sightedness. He was not going to be captured. He was not going to become an object of Minamoto decisions, a prisoner whose fate would be determined by his enemies, the way Shigehira's fate had been determined after Ichinotani, the way Mune-mori's fate would now be determined. He was going to die by his own choice, in his own way, completing the pattern of seeing situations clearly and acting on that clarity that had defined his role throughout the war. But the manner of this final choice, the specific way Tomomori chose to ensure that his death would be his own, and not something that could be interrupted or reversed, the way Kenrei Moin's attempted death had been interrupted, was itself something that required preparation, something that Tomomori, with his characteristic thoroughness, was about to undertake. Kenrei Moin had gone into the water and been pulled back. The chronicle does not let this fact disappear from the narrative, even as it moves toward Tomomori's own ending. A warrior choosing the water faced the same risk, the risk that armor alone might not be sufficient, that the body might float, might be recovered, might become, against the warrior's own intention, a captive after all, alive when the intention had been to die. Tomomori, understanding this risk with the same clarity he had applied to every other assessment of the war, was not going to leave his own ending to chance. He was going to ensure, through deliberate preparation, that what he had decided would actually happen, that there would be no possibility of the kind of interruption that had prevented Kenrei from completing her own intended death. What Tomomori needed for this preparation was something that would ensure that once he entered the water, he would not come back up. Something heavy, something that, attached to his body, would take him down and keep him down, regardless of the buoyancy of armor or robes, regardless of any current or any Minamoto warrior with a pole who might, as had happened with Kenrei, attempt to pull him back. The afternoon was ending. Dan-no-ura was, in every meaningful sense, over. Tomomori had made his choice. What remained was the specific, practical matter of carrying it out in a way that would ensure it could not be undone. The image of Tomomori with the anchor is one of the most enduring images in the entire Heike monogatari, an image that has been depicted in art, referenced in later literature, and remembered across 8 centuries as one of the defining moments of Dan-no-ura. An anchor, on a 12th century Japanese warship, was a substantial object, made of iron or stone, heavy enough to hold a ship in place against current and tide, exactly the kind of object that, attached to a person, would ensure that person did not float, did not surface, did not become available for rescue or recovery. Tomomori took 2 anchors. The chronicle's description of what Tomomori did in these final moments is specific in a way that conveys both the practical thoroughness of the preparation and the deliberate, almost ceremonial quality of the act. He placed one anchor under one arm and the second anchor under the other arm, securing them against his body in a way that would ensure that when he entered the water, the weight would take him down immediately and keep him there. This was not a hasty or improvised action. It was the kind of careful preparation that Tomomori had applied to every assessment throughout the war, now applied to the final assessment, the assessment of how to ensure that his own death would be exactly what he intended it to be, with no possibility of the kind of interruption that had affected Kenrei. There is something in this image, the commander known throughout the war for his clear-sighted assessment of situations, applying that same clear-sightedness to the practical mechanics of his own death, that captures something essential about who Tomomori had been. He had spent years seeing situations as they actually were, not as anyone wished them to be. In this final moment, he was doing the same thing, seeing the situation of his own death as it actually needed to be constructed, if it was going to be the death he had chosen, rather than a death that circumstance might alter. The anchors were not a symbol, in the sense of being primarily about meaning rather than function. They were functional, practical, exactly suited to the purpose Tomomori needed them for, but their functionality, in the context of everything that had led to this moment, also carried meaning, the meaning of a man ensuring, through careful preparation, that his death would be entirely his own. The accounts describe Tomomori in these final moments, looking around at the scene of Dan-no-ura, the ships, the water, the chaos that was, by this point in the afternoon, beginning to settle into the specific stillness that follows the end of a battle, when the fighting has stopped because there is, in a fundamental sense, nothing left to fight over. The emperor was gone, the sword was gone, Nidono was gone, most of his brothers had made their choices, captured or drowned. Kenrei had been pulled from the water, alive but a prisoner. Tomonori, with the anchors secured under his arms, was looking at all of this, the complete picture of Dan-no-ura's outcome, the complete picture of what had happened to the Taira in this single afternoon. This is the moment that the chronicle's attribution of words to Tomonori, the statement about having seen everything worth seeing, refers to. He had seen it all: the morning's advantage, the turning tide, the defection, the targeted attacks, the emperor's death, his sister's rescue, his brother's choices. There was, in the most literal sense, nothing left for Tomonori to witness that he had not already witnessed. The role of witness that Tomonori had been performing throughout the afternoon, whether by deliberate choice or simply because his position and his nature made him someone who saw clearly what was happening around him, was complete. The witnessing was done. What remained was the final act, the one that Tomonori himself would now perform, the one that the anchors had been prepared for. The Strait of Dan-no-ura, in the late afternoon of the 24th day of the 3rd month, 1185, held within it the accumulated outcomes of an entire war's final battle. An emperor, a sword, a grandmother, brothers, warriors, ships, the regalia, all of it now part of the strait's history in ways that would be remembered for centuries. Tomonori, with the anchors secured, was standing at the edge of his ship, looking at the water that had already received so much of what the Taira had been. He was about to add himself to it, not as a witness this time, as the final thing being witnessed by whoever remained to see it, the last act of the man who had seen everything, completing his own role in the story he had spent the entire war understanding more clearly than almost anyone else. The moment of Tomonori's death, as the Heike Monogatari describes it, is brief, in the way that the most significant moments in the chronicle are often brief, the narrative slowing down to give weight to the preparation, and then moving quickly through the act itself, as though the act, once the preparation is complete, requires no further elaboration. He stepped off the ship. The 2 anchors, secured under his arms, did exactly what they had been chosen to do. The weight took him down immediately, faster than armor alone would have, faster than the natural buoyancy of a human body in water could counteract. There was no struggle, in the way that Kenrei-moen's entry into the water had involved struggle, both her own attempt to go under and her subsequent struggle against the Minamoto warrior who pulled her back. Tomonori went down and did not come back up. The water of Dan-no-ura in the 3rd month would have been cold, the same cold water that had received the emperor, that had received Nidono, that had received the sword. Tomonori, sinking with the weight of the anchors, joined all of this, became part of the strait's accumulated history in the most literal sense, his body settling toward the seafloor in the same waters where so much else that had defined the Taira had already gone. The chronicle does not follow him down, in the sense of describing what happened to his body after this moment. The narrative attention, having followed Tomonori through his preparation and his final act, moves on to the broader accounting of Dan-no-ura's outcome, to the captures, to the survivors, to what would happen next. Tomonori's death is recorded, and then the chronicle continues. There is something in this narrative choice, The brevity with which Tomonori's actual death is described after the careful attention given to his preparation, that mirrors the quality of clear-sightedness that had defined him throughout his life. The preparation mattered. The preparation was where Tomonori's characteristic thoroughness, his refusal to leave anything to chance, his determination that this final act would be entirely his own, was expressed. The act itself, once the preparation was complete, was simply the execution of a decision that had already been made, the final demonstration of clear-sightedness applied to its own conclusion. Tomonori had seen everything. He had prepared accordingly. The jump itself was almost an afterthought, the inevitable consequence of everything that had come before it. For the people who remained, on the ships and in the water, in the aftermath of Dan-no-ura, Tomonori's death would have been one among many, another commander who had chosen the water rather than capture, another body added to the strait. But the specific manner of his death, the anchors, the deliberate ensuring that there would be no possibility of rescue or recovery, distinguished it, even in the midst of so many other deaths and captures happening in the same hours. Tomonori had not simply died, he had ensured his death, with the same clarity that had characterized everything else he had done throughout the war. This distinction between dying and ensuring one's death, between an outcome that happens to you and an outcome that you author, completely, down to the smallest practical detail, is part of what makes Tomonori's ending resonate, in the way it has resonated for 8 centuries. Kenrei Moin, on a different ship, pulled from the water against her will, would not have witnessed Tomonori's death directly, in the chaos of the afternoon's final hours. But she would learn of it, eventually, as she would learn of all of the deaths of Dan-no-ura, in the aftermath, in the accounting that survivors and captives inevitably undertake, the piecing together of who was lost and how. Tomonori, her brother, the commander known for seeing things clearly, had seen Dan-no-ura clearly, to its very end, and had ensured that his own ending was as clear and as final as everything else he had assessed throughout the war. The afternoon was ending. Dan-no-ura was over. Tomonori was in the water, with the anchors, at the bottom of the strait, where he would remain. The Strait of Dan-no-ura, in the days and years after the battle, became a place that held a specific kind of significance, the site where an entire era of Japanese history had ended in the span of a single afternoon. The sword, the ancient sword of the imperial regalia, remained somewhere in these waters, never recovered, a permanent absence at the heart of the imperial regalia that would persist for the rest of Japanese history. The emperor's body, and Nidono's, and Tomonori's, and the bodies of the many others who had gone into the water during Dan-no-ura's final hours, became part of the strait in ways that the people who lived in the region, in the centuries that followed, would remember and mark in various ways. There is a tradition in the region around Dan-no-ura connected to a species of crab found in these waters, crabs whose shell pattern resembles, to those who look for it, the face of a warrior, an angry or grieving expression formed by the natural markings of the shell. These crabs are called Heike gani, Heike crabs, and the tradition holds that they are the spirits of the Taira warriors who died at Dan-no-ura, transformed, remaining in the waters where they fell, their warrior faces preserved in the shells of creatures that still live in these waters today. Whether Tomonori is, in this tradition, among the warriors whose spirits the crabs represent, is not something any specific account establishes, but the broader tradition, the sense that Dan-no-ura's waters hold something of everyone who died there, that the strait itself became, in the popular imagination, a kind of permanent memorial, a place where the past remains present in the physical reality of the location, is part of how Tomonori's death, and the deaths of everyone else at Dan-no-ura, have been remembered. Tomonori's body was not recovered, as far as the records indicate. The anchors had done what they were intended to do, and the man who had spent the war seeing things clearly had ensured that his death would be equally clear, equally final, equally beyond the possibility of reversal or rescue. This is different from Shigehira, whose body, after his execution at the Kizugawa, would have been disposed of according to whatever practices govern such things, in a location on land, with at least the possibility of some form of memorial or marking. Tomonori remained in the water, at Dan-no-ura, in the strait whose currents he had understood, whose tactical significance he had assessed, and that had, in the end, become not a tactical asset, but his final resting place. The Heike Monogatari's treatment of Tomonori across the entire chronicle follows a pattern that distinguishes him from many of the other figures whose stories the chronicle tells. He is not a figure of dramatic reversal, like Shigehira, whose story moves from villain to a more complex figure recognized for cultivation even in captivity. He is not a figure of survival into a long aftermath, like Kenrei Moin, whose story continues for decades after Dan-no-ura, in prayer and reflection. Tomonori is a figure of consistency. The clear-sightedness that defines him at the beginning of his appearances in the chronicle is the same clear-sightedness that defines his final act. He saw clearly throughout, and his death was the final expression of that clarity applied to its own most personal and most final question. The waters of Dan-no-ura today are part of the Strait of Kanmon, between Honshu and Kyushu, one of the busiest shipping channels in Japan, ships passing daily through the same waters where, 8 centuries ago, an entire era ended in a single afternoon. The currents that Tomonori and the other Taira commanders understood, that they had hoped would provide an advantage at Dan-no-ura, are still there. The tidal flows that make this strait, even today, a place that requires careful navigation. Tomonori is still there too, in the sense that the strait itself, and the stories told about it, and the crabs with the warrior faces, and the sword that was never recovered, all of it constitutes a kind of permanent presence, the physical location where Tomonori's clear-sightedness reached its final, irreversible conclusion. The sea holds what it holds. Tomonori chose to become part of what the sea holds, deliberately, with the same clarity that had defined everything else about him. The Heike Monogatari ends in its final chapter with Kenrei Moin in the mountain valley of Ohara, praying for the dead, having survived Dan-no-ura against her own intention, having lived through what she described to Go-Shirakawa as all 6 realms of Buddhist existence in a single lifetime. Tomonori's story, within this larger structure, occupies a different position. He did not survive into an aftermath. He did not have the opportunity or the burden, depending on how one views it, of decades of reflection, of prayer, of the slow processing of loss that defined Kenrei Moin's remaining years. His story ends at Dan-no-ura, in the water, with the anchors, in the afternoon of the 24th day of the 3rd month, 1185. And yet, in its own way, Tomonori's story carries forward into how Dan-no-ura itself is remembered, into the specific images that have defined this battle for 8 centuries. The Emperor in Nidono's arms facing the Pure Land, Kenrei Moin pulled from the water against her will, the sword lost forever, and Tomonori with the anchors, having seen everything worth seeing, choosing the manner of his own ending with the same clarity that had defined his entire role in the war. These images, together, constitute Dan-no-ura, the way the battle is remembered, the way its meaning has been transmitted across the centuries. Tomonori's image, the anchors, the deliberate preparation, the clear-sighted assessment applied to its own final question, is one of the central images in this constellation. There is a way of understanding Tomonori's role in the Heike Monogatari that connects him to the larger themes the chronicle is built around: the impermanence of all things, the inevitability of the fall that follows every rise, the specific Buddhist understanding that underlies the chronicle's famous opening lines about the bell of Gion Shoja and the flowers of Sarasoju. Tomonori, more than perhaps any other figure in the chronicle, embodied an awareness of this impermanence throughout the events the chronicle describes, not as a philosophical position, but as a practical, ongoing assessment of an actual situation. He saw the Taira's rise as something that had already, in its own way, contained the seeds of its eventual fall. He saw each subsequent defeat as part of a pattern that was moving toward a specific kind of conclusion, and when that conclusion arrived, at Dan-no-ura, he was prepared for it, in the most literal sense, with the anchors, with the clear-sighted determination that his own ending would be exactly what he intended. What does it mean to see clearly throughout a war that you understand, more clearly than the people around you, is heading toward catastrophe? Tomonori's story does not offer an answer to this question in the sense of a resolution, a way that clear-sightedness changes the outcome or provides comfort in the face of it. The Taira fell, regardless of what Tomonori saw or understood. Nidono and the Emperor and the sword went into the sea, regardless of any warning Tomonori might have given about the patterns that led to Dan-no-ura. What Tomonori's clear-sightedness provided in the end was not a different outcome, but a different relationship to the outcome that occurred. He was not surprised by Dan-no-ura. He had been expecting something like this, in the broad strokes, if not the specific details, for years, and when it arrived, he was ready, with the anchors, with the determination that his own part in this ending would be entirely his own. The Strait of Dan-no-ura holds the sword, and the Emperor and Nidono and Tomonori and so many others, the accumulated weight of an entire era's ending, concentrated into a single afternoon, in a single stretch of water, between 2 islands. Tomonori saw it happen. He saw all of it, from the morning's temporary advantage to the turning tide, to the defection, to the targeted attacks, to the Emperor's death, to his sister's rescue, to his brother's choices. He had seen everything worth seeing. And then, with the anchors secured, he added his own ending to everything else the strait now held, the final act of a man whose defining quality, throughout the war and at its conclusion, was the refusal to look away from what was actually happening, and the determination, when his own moment came, to meet it with the same clarity he had brought to everything else. The sea received him, the sea still holds him. He is still there, in the strait, in the currents, in the story that has been told for 8 centuries, the man who saw it all end, and who ended himself exactly as he had decided he would.